Contents. World War II. Introduction. S.L. Meyer. 1. The Fragile Peace. 13. Hitler's Germany, Sir Alan Bullock. 19. The Brink of War, A.J.P. Taylor. The Nazi-Soviet Pact. 25. The Russian View. A.O. Chubarian. 28. The American View. D.C. What? 29. The Storm Breaks, A.J.P. Taylor. 33. The Military Balance, Major General J.L. Molden. 2. Germany's Triumph. 41. Blitzkrieg on Poland, Captain Sir Basil Liddell Hart. 45. The Winter War, J.N. Westwood. 47. The Invasion of Norway, Major General J.L. Molden. 51. Victory in the West, Alistair Home. 59. Deliverance at Dunkirk, Stephen Webby. 63. Italy, the Achilles heel, Geoffrey Warner. 67. The Battle of Britain, Air Marshal Sir Robert Sonby. 75. The Battle of the Atlantic, Captain Donald McIntyre. 79. America, the Arsenal of Democracy, Edmund Irons. 83. The Desert War, Corelli Barnett. 89. The Balkan Campaign, Alan Palmer. 93. The Battle of Crete, D.M. Davin. 97. Barbarossa, Colonel D.M. Proector. 3. The Rising Sun. 109. Challenge in the Pacific, Edmund Irons. 113. Pearl Harbor Drive, A. Russell Buchanan. 123. The Risen Sun, Glenn Barkley. 127. Japanese Arms in Action, Stephen Webby. 4. The Tide Turns. 131. Alamine, Corelli Barnett. 137. Midway, Akihiko Hata. 143. Stalingrad, Alan Clark. 5. The New Order. 149. SS, The Empire Within, Philippe Masson. 154. Europe Under the Swastika, Simon Riga. 155. The Nazis at War, Martin Broschett. 161. The Final Solution, Saul Friedlander. 6. Closing the Ring. 167. Russia Strikes Back, V.M. Kulish. 173. Resistance, Simon Riga. 175. Victory in the Atlantic, Captain Donald McIntyre. 181. Malta, the Island Fortress, John Mann. 183. Desert Victory, Vice Admiral Sir Peter Gretton. 189. Italy, the Hard Underbelly, Simon Riga. 195. D-Day, Stephen Webby. 201. Science at War, C.P. Campbell. 7. War at the Top. 207. The Strains of Alliance, F.S. Northage. 213. Roosevelt and Stalin, Max Beloflov. 217. Poland's Agonies, Zbigniew Pelczynski. 223. The July Plot, Harold Kurtz. 8. The Defeat of the Axis. 229. The Bombing of Germany, Noble Frankland. 233. From Normandy to the Baltic, Captain Sir Basil Liddell Hart. 243. New Guinea and the Philippines, W. Koenig. 251. The Pacific Island Hopping Campaign, A. Preston. 259. The Russians reach Berlin, M. L. Altgofsen. 265. The Fall of the Dictators, Alain Decaux. 271. Victory in Burma, Arthur Swinson. 275. The Bomb, C.J.H. Watson. 278. Balance sheet of the Second World War. 280. Index. World War II. Introduction. Most people who lived through the Second World War see it in rather simplistic terms. Hitler, Mussolini, and Tojo started the war, they attacked the democracies, we gave them better than we got, and Germany, Italy, and Japan got exactly what they deserved. 30 years after the war ended, one can afford to take a less emotional look at the greatest war in all history and examine its causes, course, and results with a more critical eye. In history there are few genuine villains and even fewer genuine heroes. Interest in the war has increased in recent years, especially among those to whom it is only a distant memory and to those who were born after the war was already part of history. Interest is growing too among historians, for only now are documents being made available which cast new light on the once seemingly simple story of the good guys defeating the bad guys. It can no longer be argued that Hitler, and Hitler alone, caused the war in Europe, any more than it can be argued that an unprovoked Japan started the war in the Pacific. Both Germany and Japan were provoked. by the Western powers. The Germany of the Weimar Republic was a creation of the First World War. Born of defeat and humiliation, it reluctantly commanded the support of its people as long as the economy of Germany maintained its equilibrium. At least twice during the early Weimar years the regime was almost toppled, and was propped up only with the help of those who were yearning for the return of the Kaiser and the stability of Wilhelmine Germany. By 1933 the Weimar Republic was wholly discredited, blamed both for the Treaty of Versailles, which shackled German ambitions in Europe, and for the Great Depression, neither of which it could have done much to avoid. When Hitler threw off the constitutional bonds of the Weimar regime, he did so with the consent of most people in Germany. Hitler promised jobs and an end to the humiliating terms of Versailles. And Hitler provided jobs, less than 5% of which had anything to do with arms manufacture or the build-up towards war. He also eradicated civil liberties and most political rights, and soon after his takeover began his active harassment of the Jews, most of whom began to leave Germany in great numbers. All this was viewed with a certain equanimity by the Western powers. Great Britain and France, and with a certain disinterest on the part of the United States. Britain and France did not begin to stir until Hitler's troops reoccupied the Rhineland in March 1936, which was supposed to remain demilitarized. According to the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. At this stage France alone had the capability of moving into the Rhineland, and if she had done so, Hitler would have withdrawn rather than face a confrontation. Feud France, without Britain's support, lacked the will. From this moment on Hitler knew that the Western democracies could be pushed. While the newly constructed Luftwaffe and Sonderlegion practiced against the Spanish in their civil war at the invitation of General Franco, Hitler planned to rewrite the treaty by force and threats. As Britain rearmed, at a faster rate than Germany, producing planes such as the Hurricane and Spitfire, France's will to resist German threats crumbled during the years of the Popular Front. Only France believed in upholding the letter of the treaty, and with her will shaken, Britain had no interest in supporting certain clauses in the treaty which she no longer believed were just, or those which she had never really supported at all. It was the French in 1919 who insisted that a union or Anschluss between Austria and Germany be forbidden. When Hitler marched the Wehrmacht into Austria in March 1938, Britain and France complained but did nothing. The annexation of the Sudetenland of Czechoslovakia was another matter. But Hitler argued that the people there were German-speaking and wanted union with Germany, which was true. Neville Chamberlain, the Prime Minister, had no intention of going to war for the Sudetenland. And the Munich Conference of September 1938 sealed the fate of the Sudeten Germans and Czechoslovakia itself. Britain was unready for war and needed more time to rearm. Although it is now known that if Britain and France had resisted and if Germany had been forced to invade, the German General Staff would have overthrown Hitler, for they knew that in 1938 Germany was equally unready for an all-out conflict. When Czechoslovakian integrity was abandoned, the Western powers relinquished all claim they might have had on influence in Eastern Europe for all time. From 1938 onwards it would be Russia and Germany who would decide the fate of Eastern Europe. The occupation of the rump of Czechoslovakia in March 1939 was a decisive moment for the West. Now it could no longer be argued that Germany only wanted to bring Germans in Central Europe heim ins Reich. Millions of Slavs were unwillingly wedded to Germany, and Hitler's long-term goal of a German empire in the East was clear. The will of Britain stiffened after the Prague Spring of 1939, and with it the resolve of France, who was pledged to defend most of the states of Eastern Europe. Britain allied with Poland, and when Hitler began to ask for German Danzig, then under the League of Nations authority as a free city, Britain began to talk to the nation that she feared as much as Germany, the Soviet Union. Stalin saw at once that Britain's tentative steps towards a Russian alliance were not sincere, and soon began covert negotiations with her bitter ideological enemy, the Third Reich. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact shocked the world and made the partition of Poland possible. It did not necessarily mean that the Second World War was inevitable. Although Britain and France reluctantly declared war against Germany in September 1939, they did not wage it in defense of Poland. Neither did they wage it after Poland fell. The legacy of appeasement, which itself was the legacy of the First World War, still hung like a pall over the West. That war seemed to have accomplished nothing, and with so many millions of lives lost, it seemed insane to repeat the error. It was this disillusionment and horror of war which blinded the West to the threat Hitler posed. But as long as he confined his activities to Eastern Europe, the West was more or less content to let him have his way. Only when he turned his attentions to Norway and Denmark, and subsequently to the Low Countries and France, did the war begin in earnest. Even in May 1940 there were still those in Britain who favoured a policy of accommodation with the new order. The appointment of Churchill rather than Lord Halifax as the replacement for Chamberlain as Prime Minister put an end to any thought of appeasement. Come what may, Britain, if necessary alone, would continue the war despite Hitler's pleas for peace after the fall of France, which would have guaranteed the British Empire against German aggression and, with Russia still at peace with Germany, ended the war. But the appeasement factor was still present in America and in Britain's policy towards Hitler's ally, Imperial Japan. As the United States withdrew from overseas commitments after the First World War, she sought to contain Japanese ambitions in the Far East through a policy of mutual limitation of arms and the neutralization of the Pacific. As Germany turned to Hitler partly out of the despair of the Great Depression, Japan turned towards consolidation of her position in Northeast Asia when her greatest market and supplier of raw materials, the United States, sank into the slump. Although Britain and America waxed eloquently about the Japanese takeover of Manchuria in 1931, neither did anything concrete about it. The same was true when Japan expanded into Inner Mongolia, bombed Shanghai, and finally, in 1937, invaded China proper. Short of active intervention, there was little that either nation could accomplish. Britain was more concerned with rearmament and the containment of Germany. She could not take on Germany and Japan at the same time and hope to win without the support of the United States. Despite Roosevelt's warnings, the United States remained steadfastly isolationist throughout the 1930s. In the election of 1940, both Roosevelt and his Republican opponent, Wendell Willkie, promised not to involve American boys in any foreign wars even after the fall of France. As Japan took over the China coast and moved into French Indochina, the United States made provisional and thoroughly inconclusive war plans with Britain, Australia, and the Dutch, but only took some economic sanctions against Japan. When the Japanese effectively overran what is now South Vietnam in July 1941, the Americans took their most decisive action so far when Japanese assets in the United States were frozen. Britain and the Dutch did the same. The United States took a bellicose stance against Japan with the full knowledge that this could easily lead to war. True, if Japan attacked Malaya and the Dutch East Indies, which had the natural resources which she required, such as rubber, tin, and especially petroleum, without touching the American-owned Philippines, the United States would have been in an awkward position. But, quite deliberately, the Japanese military command, now in charge of the Japanese government when Hideki Tojo became the premier in October 1941, chose to try to knock out the American Pacific Fleet with one staggering blow. This could not fail to involve America in the war, and of course, the United States declared war against Japan immediately after Pearl Harbor was attacked. But the United States might have fought in the Pacific alone had it not been for Germany's declaration of war against the United States on December 10. Hitler did Roosevelt a real favor when he honored his alliance with Japan. For public opinion in America was all for avenging Pearl Harbor. It did not necessarily follow that isolationist America would support the war in Europe as well. But the decision was taken by Germany. Thus only in December 1941 could it be said that the Second World War actually began. Until that time several not wholly redollied wars had been going on. Japan was fighting China, Russia fought Finland. Germany fought Poland, and Britain and Russia were fighting and pressuring the other parties. They obtained a clear vote for the so-called enabling law which set aside the constitution and for 4 years empowered the Chancellor, Hitler, to enact laws without parliamentary approval. In the next few months the Nazis proceeded to carry out a political takeover of Germany for which they coined the phrase Gleichschaltung, coordination. Their political partners were not asked for their agreement but were ignored and elbowed out of the way. Theirs and all other political parties, as well as the trade unions, were abolished. This was the Nazi Revolution, and it was compounded of three elements. The first was the use the Nazis made of the legal authority to command the resources of the state and its administrative machine. This guaranteed to the Nazis control of the police, the neutrality of the armed forces, and the power, which they exercised without scruple, to dismiss any official suspected of opposition or even lukewarmness towards the new regime. The second was terrorism, not the breakdown of law and order, but something more shocking, its deliberate withdrawal. A free hand was given to the Nazi stormtroopers to seize persons or property and do what they liked with them. The effect of this terrorism extended far beyond the numbers of those who actually suffered death, injury, or loss of property. It created an atmosphere of menace, a pervasive fear of violence which inhibited any thought of opposition. The compulsive power of terrorism was matched by the attractive power of propaganda drummed out by radio, press, and cinema, proclaiming a national rebirth of Germany. This was the third element. Propaganda produced on this scale and directed with the consummate skill of Goebbels was something new in politics, and it had a great impact on a people which had suffered for 15 years from a deep sense of national humiliation. Most important of all was the impression of success which Goebbels' propaganda created. The Nazi bandwagon was on the move and anyone eager for power, position, and jobs rushed to jump on it. In every move they made, the Nazis showed the advantage enjoyed by a political movement which refused to be bound by any rules, which did not try to avoid but did everything it could to exploit surprise and shock, and instead of repudiating violence in the streets employed the threat of it to break down opposition. The result was that the stability of a society already weakened by the successive experiences of defeat, inflation, economic depression, and mass unemployment was profoundly shaken. But the Nazis' methods, if they repelled many, also attracted many, especially among the younger generation, who felt a great sense of liberation at the promise of action after years of frustration. 1933 produced a feeling that the future held great possibilities. The question Hitler had to answer in the summer of 1933 was how far he was prepared to let the revolutionary process continue before calling a halt. Was it to extend to the economic as well as the political institutions of the country? There had been a strong element of anti-capitalism in the Nazis' radicalism, and there was now a demand to give expression to this in drastic economic reforms. What Hitler saw, however, was that radical economic experiments would destroy any chance of cooperation from industry and business to end the depression, bring down the unemployment figures, and start rearming Germany. In July he told a meeting of Nazi provincial governors, "The revolution is not a permanent state of affairs and it must not be allowed to develop into such a state. The ideas of the program do not oblige us to act like fools and upset everything. Many more revolutions have been successful at the outset than have, when once successful, been arrested and brought to a standstill at the right moment." By the end of the summer Hitler had made it quite clear that he chose close working relations with big business in preference to the Nazi enthusiasts who talked about the corporate development of the national economy and who were now disowned or pushed into obscure positions. Hitler's own wish, however, to halt the revolution, at least for the time being, encountered opposition in the Nazi movement, particularly in the Brown Shirt SA. The SA was a genuine mass movement with strong radical and anti-capitalist leanings, and attracted to it all those dissatisfied elements in the party who felt they had been left out in the cold and who wanted no end to the revolution until they too had been provided for. And the SA did not lack a leader. Its chief of staff, Ernst Röhm, was the most independent of the Nazi leaders, a man who, having started Hitler on his career in politics in Munich, was not at all afraid to speak his mind. This quarrel over the so-called Second Revolution was the dominant issue in German geopolitics between the summer of 1933 and the summer of 1934, and threatened to split the Nazi movement. In particular, Rome and the SA leadership, which contained many who had been through the rough school of the Pive Corps and were contemptuous of the conservatism of the German officer corps, were incensed at not being allowed to take over and remodel the German army on revolutionary lines. Hitler, as his subsequent behavior showed, was as distrustful of the generals and contemptuous of their conservatism as Rome, but in 1933 and 1934 he needed their support if he was to rebuild Germany's military strength and, more immediately, if he was to secure the succession to Hindenburg as head of state as well as head of the government. On their side, the generals were determined to resist any attempt by Rome to incorporate the SA in the army and take it over. The crisis reached its climax at the end of June 1934 when Hitler suddenly ordered the liquidation of the SA leadership on the pretext that they were planning a putsch. The purge, however, extended far beyond the SA. Amongst those summarily shot besides Rome all without any pretense of a trial were General von Schleicher, Hitler's predecessor as Chancellor, and Gregor Strasser, once Hitler's rival for the leadership of the Nazi Party. Hitler had not merely connived at murder, but ordered it to be carried out. The generals, however, were satisfied to see the threat from the SA removed, and when President Hindenburg died on August 2, there was no delay in announcing Hitler's succession as head of state, with the new title of Führer and Reich Chancellor. The same day the officers and men of the German army took the oath to their new commander-in-chief, swearing allegiance not to the Constitution or to the P-Hitlerland, but to Hitler personally. June 1934 was a major crisis, a crisis of the regime and the acid test of Hitler's leadership. In the weeks preceding the purge, Hitler gave every impression of being anxious and unsure of himself. This was the characteristic period of hesitation and weighing the odds which so often preceded one of his big decisions. Equally characteristically, when the decision was made, it startled everyone by its boldness and brutality. Hitler repudiated the so-called Second Revolution, but he did so in such a radical way as to give no comfort at all to those who wanted to see the rule of law restored and a return to the conservative traditions of the German state. Nazification. In contrast to the tumultuous days of 1932 and 1933 and the crisis atmosphere of the summer of 1934, the next 3.5 years, 1934 through 1937, saw political peace in Germany, no more elections, no more purges. This left the Nazis free to get on with the remodeling of German society. Like other totalitarian creeds, Nazism was unwilling to leave any part of German life unorganized or to allow any group or individual to contract out. German men and women were to be as accountable for their thoughts and feelings as for their actions, and no claim of individual conscience was to be allowed to withstand the demands of the party and the state. Practice, of course, as in every form of society, totalitarian as well as democratic, was never so consistent as theory. In the first place, it is necessary to distinguish between the lengths to which the Nazis went in enforcing their style of government in the 1930s, during peacetime, and in the 194s, under wartime conditions. It is to the later period, but still stopping short of the sweeping measures which some of the party leaders would have liked. Even setting aside considerations of expediency, it proved more difficult to translate totalitarian control into practice than is always recognized. It took time for Himmler and Heydrich to create the SS, which was eventually to prove the most effective instrument for Hitler's purposes. One important reason for this was the clash of rival authorities which was characteristic of Nazi Germany from the very beginning. Its organization was anything but monolithic. After the summer of 1934, Hitler's authority at the top was uncontested, but right up to the top there was a fierce struggle for power. Hitler himself not only possessed no gift for administration, he was instinctively distrustful of creating settled administrative procedures which would limit his own arbitrary power of decision. Difficulties were to be met by emergency action, by creating special agencies, a method which led almost invariably to overlapping and conflict of authority between ministries, between party and state, between different party organizations. Each minister and party boss fought for his own hand, a situation which strengthened Hitler's own position since each sought the Führer's favor against his rivals but reduced the efficiency of operation and control. Nonetheless, when all this is said, there is no doubt that between 1933 and 1939, the Nazis went a long way towards remolding German life, not just German politics, on a totalitarian pattern. The key lay with the younger generation. In a speech on November 6, 1933, Hitler declared, "When an opponent says, 'I will not come over to your side,' I calmly say, 'Your child belongs to us already. You will pass on. Your descendants, however, now stand in the new camp. In a short time they will know nothing else but this new community.'" To make sure, a start was at once made on the Nazification of the schools and universities. All teachers, from kindergarten to university, were compelled to join the National Socialist Teachers League and to teach what they were told to. German universities, once famous for their scientific research, now became the homes of racist science. Outside the schools, independent youth organizations were banned and all German boys and girls from the age of 6 were required to join the Hitler Youth. At 18 boys were conscripted into labor service and the army, girls into farm and household service. Throughout these impressionable years they were subjected to continued indoctrination in the Nazi faith to make Nazi propaganda doubly effective and allow no independent voice to be heard. Goebbels was made Minister of Culture as well as Propaganda. This gave him control over all the arts, literature, and the cinema, as well as the press. Nothing could be published without the consent of the propaganda ministry. Jews not wanted here. A particular object for attack was anybody or anything Jewish. The Jew, according to Nazi teaching, was the source of all corruption and Germany must be purged of this racial poison, if not yet by physical extermination then by the complete exclusion of all Jews from German life. Jews were excluded from all official posts, from the professions, including teaching, medicine, and the law, from sport, and the arts. Holiday resorts, restaurants, and hotels were decorated with notices, "Jews not wanted here," and any Nazi hooligan could beat up, evict, or rob a Jew with impunity. In 1935 the Nuremberg laws prohibited marriage or any form of sexual intercourse between Jews and German nationals. Those who sought to escape abroad were only allowed to go after they had been deprived of their assets and property. Finally, after a young Polish Jew, driven off balance by the persecution of his people, had assassinated the German legation secretary in Paris, Ernst vom Rath, a deliberately organized attack was made on Jewish synagogues and businesses throughout the country on the night of 9th to 10th November 1938. The perpetrators of the attack went scot-free, while the Jews were fined $1.25 billion and saw the insurance payments to which they were entitled confiscated by the state. This so-called Crystal Night was followed by the forced sale of Jewish businesses and property, their eviction from their houses, wholesale arrests, and conscription for forced labor. No Jew had any hope of protection by the courts. But it was unlikely that any German had more ground for hope if he became suspected of independent views or got involved in a dispute with state or party officials. Not content with the Gleichschaltung of the judiciary and the ordinary courts, the Nazis set up special courts to try offenses against the state, a category which could be enlarged at will. The orders and actions of the Gestapo were in any case not subject to the law. Protective custody was the term cynically employed for those arbitrarily arrested and sent to concentration camps. One of the significant dates in the history of Nazi Germany was June 17, 1936, when Himmler was able to merge control of the two empires which he had built up, the police and the SS. So was created what German historians call the illegal executive, an agency with which the Führer, Hitler, responsible to no one but himself, could brush aside any limitation at all on his power to act outside or contrary to the law. Terrorism and the secret police, like propaganda and censorship, were essential parts of the totalitarian society the Nazis were seeking to create. And they produced their familiar accompaniments of informers, persecution, and corruption. For those Germans who did not fall into line but stood out against the pressures to conform, Hitler repudiated the military restrictions of the Treaty of Versailles, restored conscription, and announced that the German army would be raised to a peacetime strength of over 500,000 men. A year later, German troops reoccupied the demilitarized Rhineland. The deeply felt national humiliation of the defeat and the Diktat of Versailles had been removed, and there is no reason to doubt that the result of the plebiscite which followed represented overwhelming gratitude and approval for Hitler's restoration of Germany's status as the leading power of Central Europe. Finally, it must be said that in abolishing the multiplicity of political parties, which had produced only a series of weak coalitions, and replacing them by a single strong government proclaiming national unity in contrast to sectional interests, the Nazis successfully appealed to the MOST deeply rooted political tradition in Germany, that of authoritarian government. Once his power was established, Hitler showed little interest in the details of domestic administration, except when he had to intervene to settle a dispute. His attention was turned more and more to foreign policy and rearmament. The conquest of political power, even the remolding of German society, were only stages on the way to his ultimate aim, the recreation of German national power, the reversal of the defeat of 1918. It suited the Nazis in the early years of their regime, when Germany was still unprepared, to conceal this. Hitler never spoke without protesting his love of peace and reproaching the victorious powers of 1918 with the promises they had broken, particularly the promise to disarm. This, however, was the diplomatic equivalent of the tactics of legality which he had practiced in Germany before coming to power, and was no more reliable a guide than legality to his real aims in foreign policy. By 1936 there was a change. Hitler's Germany. Occupation of the Rhineland was a gamble. Hitler later called it the most nerve-wracking 48 hours of his life. But it was a gamble that came off and strengthened his belief that, if he played his cards with skill, limiting the issue at stake in each case, the Western powers would always draw back rather than risk a general war. From the summer of 1936 the political balance in Europe moved sharply in Germany's favor. The outbreak of the Spanish Civil War gave Hitler the opportunity to proclaim with redoubled effect Germany's role as the bulwark of Europe against Bolshevism. Italy, quarreling with the Western powers over Abyssinia, was drawn into the Berlin-Rome axis. France, divided by the Popular Front and by the Spanish Civil War, no longer had the will to maintain the system of alliances built up to contain Germany. Great Britain was reluctant to face the possibility of another war. The smaller countries began to gravitate to the new center of power in Berlin, and it was of German power that Hitler now began increasingly to speak. There is no doubt from the evidence now available that accounts of German rearmament before the war were exaggerated. The program took longer to produce results than was supposed, and even in 1939 had not given Germany the military superiority commonly assumed. Most surprising of all is the fact that nothing like the full capacity of the German economy was devoted to war production before 1942. But the type of war for which Germany was preparing was very different from that which she had lost in 1914-18, it was a blitzkrieg, a series of short campaigns in which surprise and an overwhelming initial blow would settle the issue before the victim had time to mobilize his resources or other powers to intervene. This is the sort of war the German army fought in all its campaigns from 1939 to 1941, and it demanded a quite different pattern of rearmament, not long-term rearmament in depth, involving the whole of the economy, but concentration on a short-term superiority and the weapons which would give a quick victory. How nearly the plan worked can be seen from the history of 1939 to 41, when Germany's limited rearmament program produced an army capable of overrunning the greater part of Europe and very nearly defeating the Russians as well as the French. It has often been said that Hitler was an opportunist in foreign policy. This is perfectly true. So far as tactics were concerned, he did not proceed by any timetable or blueprint of aggression, but kept his options open until the very last moment. Hitler, however, was able to take advantage of the opportunities offered by the mistakes of others because he alone among the European leaders of the 1930s knew what he wanted to achieve, the others only knew what they wanted to avoid. Hitler set out the Nazi program in Mein Kampf, not simply the restoration of Germany's 1914 frontiers but the conquest of living space in Eastern Europe from which the existing populations would be cleared by force and a Germanic empire established on a foundation of slave labor. These views have been treated as the fantasy of an unbalanced mind. But they cannot for that reason be dismissed. For not only did Hitler consistently repeat them in private talk for 20 years, but during the war he put them into practice in the most literal way, with the aid of Himmler and the SS, first in Poland, then in Russia. The Blitzkrieg victories. What Hitler did not know was how he was going to achieve his objective, the order in which he would proceed, what opposition he would encounter. But from late 1937 onwards he was prepared to enlarge the risks he was ready to take. As part of the process he asserted stronger control over the two institutions which had been allowed to escape Nazification, the Army and the Foreign Office. Early in 1938 he seized an opportunity to get rid of Blomberg and Fritsch, the Minister of War and Commander-in-Chief of the Army, suppressed the office of War Minister altogether, and took over the high command of the armed forces as his own personal staff. Schacht, who had protested at the economic risks of the Nazis' rearmament program, had already been allowed to go, leaving Göring to dominate the economic field, with a clear brief to prepare for war, and Neurath, whom Hindenburg had made foreign minister to safeguard the foreign service against Nazi influence, was refs by Rilje Lutitrup who for years had Erie pushing a radical NA/I policy in open rivalry with the more cautious official line of the Foreign Office. The annexation of Austria which followed was an improvisation, an improvisation which fitted in perfectly with Hitler's long-term program and illustrates the relationship between Allies, persecution of Jews, and the loss of freedom. The British government rejoiced to be freed from the somewhat embarrassing commitment of a guarantee. But British public opinion was in an uproar. Hitler was supposed to have gone back on his word. He was on the march to the domination of Europe. Neville Chamberlain, much against his will, had to speak words of protest and even of resistance. Secretly, Chamberlain, Halifax, and the rest wanted to settle with Hitler. They believed that war would achieve nothing except the ruin of Europe. But they needed to be stronger if they were to bargain at all and so became the prisoners of public opinion. As for the British people, this was the moment when most of them decided that the only thing to do with Hitler was to stop him. The British government were in a panic. They thought, quite wrongly, that Hitler was about to overrun the Balkans and Turkey. Any day the Middle East would be in danger. At precisely this moment, Tilia, the Romanian minister, turned up with the news that German troops were about to enter Romania. This was a total false alarm. The British statesmen behaved it. Helter-skelter, they tried to organize a peace front for joint resistance. The French agreed to join. The Russians agreed on condition all the others did. The Poles refused. They were still determined not to take sides. Negotiations over Danzig were becoming tenser as Beck kept up his negatives. But Hitler remained hopeful. As late as March 25 he issued a directive, the Führer does not wish to solve the Danzig question by force. Then came another alarm. There were reports, again unfounded, of German troop movements against Poland. These reports were fed to a British newspaper correspondent by German generals. Why? So that the British would resist Hitler? Or so that they would make the Poles give way? No one knows. At any rate, the correspondent was invited to attend the British cabinet. Chamberlain, convinced, wrote out with his own hand the offer of a British guarantee to Poland. Beck was conversing with the British ambassador when the message from London was brought in. He accepted the guarantee between two flicks of the ash from his cigarette. It seemed to him to be a perfect solution. The British guarantee strengthened his hand against Germany. At the same time, it enabled him to refuse any cooperation with Soviet Russia. The British were entangled in an Eastern European quarrel and yet could not appeal. Above, SA recruits in Memel following Ike City's return to Ost that negotiations begin in Moscow between military representatives of the three powers, so as to agree on possible joint military action against the aggressor. Again, however, London and Paris did not hasten to answer. 19 days elapsed between this proposal by the Soviet government and the arrival in Moscow of the British and French missions. The talks began in Moscow on August 12. The Soviet delegation was headed by the People's Commissar for Defense, Marshal K. E. Voroshilov, and included the Commissar for the Navy, the Chief of General Staff of the Red Army, and his deputy, who commanded the Soviet Air Force. The British and French missions were headed by men of only secondary rank, without the necessary authority. The course taken by the talks further showed that the Anglo-French side did not wish to discuss definite military plans, the conditions for allowing Soviet troops to traverse Polish and Romanian territory, the number of divisions to be committed, and so on. The talks arrived at an impasse when Poland announced that she would not agree to allow Soviet troops to cross her territory. Anglo-French plan. About the same time, reports appeared in the press about talks going on between Great Britain and Germany. Though the details did not become known until much later, the USSR was obviously threatened by the possibility of another Munich. It was in this situation that the German government offered the Soviet Union a pact of non-aggression. Actually, the Germans had begun sounding the USSR about the possibility of an agreement as early as the beginning of 1939. At that time the Soviet government had left these German approaches unanswered and entered into talks with Great Britain and France. When, however, in mid-August, it became more and more obvious that no agreement could be reached with Great Britain and France, the Soviet government consented to the visit by Ribbentrop to Moscow which had been proposed by the Germans. The Anglo-French plan was to direct Germany's appetite towards the East and involve Hitler in conflict with the Soviet Union. The USSR was faced with the immediate danger of finding herself facing Hitler on her own. Munich and the subsequent negotiations provided clear proof of the unwillingness of the British and French governments to form an anti-Hitler alliance. And in these same months Soviet-Japanese relations became strained. Japanese troops invaded the territory of the Mongolian People's Republic in the area of the river Khalkhin-Gol. The Soviet Union, acting in accordance with the Mutual Aid Treaty of 1936, sent forces to help the MPR. At the very moment when fruitless negotiations were going on with the British and French in Moscow, the Red Army was engaged in battle with substantial Japanese forces. In these circumstances the USSR was confronted with the prospect of a war on two fronts, without any allies. To ensure the country's security, the Soviet government accepted the German proposals. On August 22, 1939 Ribbentrop arrived in Moscow, and on the 23rd the Soviet-German Treaty of Non-Aggression was signed. In signing this treaty the Soviet Union followed one of the principles of its foreign policy, namely, to make use of the contradictions between the capitalist countries. It was not easy for the Soviet Union to sign this treaty. There had to be taken into account, in the first place, the effect on public opinion of an agreement made between the land of socialism and fascist Germany, against whose policy the USSR had fought for many years. The problem was further complicated because the general public did not know about all the vagaries of the Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations. In the second place, it was clear to everyone, including the USSR, that the treaty meant only a temporary postponement, that sooner or later Hitler would proceed to carry out his program of struggle against communism and the USSR. The treaty with Germany was a step which the USSR was forced to take in the difficult situation that had come about in the summer of 1939. The Soviet government did not deceive itself regarding Hitler's aims. It understood that the treaty would not bring the USSR lasting peace but only a more or less lengthy breathing space. When it signed the treaty with Germany, the Soviet government undertook the task of using the time thus gained to carry through the political and military measures needed in order to ensure the country's security and strengthen its capacity for defense. The pact, the government of the German Reich and the government of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, desirous of strengthening the cause of peace between Germany and the USSR, and proceeding from the fundamental provisions of the Neutrality Agreement concluded in April 1926 between Germany and the USSR, have reached the following agreement. Article I. Both high contracting parties obligate themselves to desist from any act of violence, any aggressive action, and any attack on each other, either individually or jointly with other powers. Article 2. Should one of the high contracting parties become the object of belligerent action by a third power, the other high contracting party shall in no manner lend its support to this third party. Article High. The governments of the two high contracting parties shall in the future maintain continual contact with one another for the purpose of consultation in order to exchange information on problems affecting their common interests. Article 4. Neither of the two high contracting parties shall participate in any grouping of powers whatsoever that is directly or indirectly aimed at the other party. Article V. Should disputes or conflicts arise between the high contracting parties over problems of one kind or another, both parties shall settle these disputes or conflicts exclusively through friendly exchange of opinion, or, if necessary, through the establishment of arbitration commissions. Article 6. The present treaty is concluded for a period of 10 years, with the proviso that, insofar as one of the high contracting parties does not denounce it 1 year prior to the expiration of this period, the validity of this treaty shall automatically be extended for another 5 years. Article 7. The present treaty shall be ratified within the shortest possible time. The ratification shall be exchanged in Berlin. The agreement shall enter into force as soon as it is signed. Secret additional protocol on the occasion of the signature of the Non-Aggression Pact between the German Reich and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The undersigned plenipotentiaries of each of the two parties discussed in strictly confidential conversations the question of the boundary of their respective spheres of influence in Eastern Europe. These conversations led to the following conclusions. I. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement in the areas belonging to the Baltic states, the northern boundary of Lithuania shall represent the boundary of the spheres of influence of Germany and the USSR. 2. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Polish state, the spheres of influence of Germany and the USSR shall be bounded approximately by the line of the rivers Narew, Vistula, and San. The question of whether the interests of both parties make desirable the maintenance of an independent Polish state and how such a state should be bounded can only be definitely determined in the course of further political developments. The division of Poland. Further political developments were provided by the Germans themselves when they invaded Poland. 4 weeks later, on September 28, Germany and the USSR carried their cooperation a step further with a treaty dividing Poland. The government of the German Reich and the government of the USSR consider it as exclusively their task, after the lapse of the former Polish state, to re-establish peace and order in these territories and to assure to the peoples living there a peaceful life in keeping with their national character. To this end, they have agreed upon the following: the government of the German Reich 27. And the government of the USSR determine the boundary of their respective national interests in the territory of the former Polish state. The territory of the Lithuanian state falls into the sphere of influence of the USSR, while, on the other hand, the province of Lublin and parts of the province of Warsaw fall to the sphere of influence of Germany. Both parties will tolerate in their territories no Polish agitation which affects the territories of the other party. They will suppress in their territories all beginnings of such agitation and inform each other concerning suitable measures. The American view. Any Soviet historian dealing with the history of the events leading to the outbreak of the Second World War and the subsequent Soviet involvement in it starts with 4 great difficulties. Firstly, despite a quite substantial degree of de-Stalinization among Soviet military historians, who now feel free to discuss Stalin's errors as a military commander, Soviet diplomatic historians are unable to admit that Stalin's and Molotov's conduct of foreign policy could in any way have been influenced by misjudgment or misinformation. Secondly, although the British, Italian, American, German, and even the Hungarian diplomatic archives have been published in extenso, we still have no idea what the various Soviet ambassadors were reporting, or the instructions that were going out from Moscow to them. Thirdly, despite the implications heavily underlined by Soviet historians that the British government would have preferred to find a way of avoiding war with Germany, the fact remains that Great Britain chose to fight Hitler in 1939 and the Soviet Union chose to make an agreement with him that made it possible for him to conquer all Europe, between the Channel and the Soviet frontier the following summer. Fourthly, whatever else the Soviet government did during the years 1939 to 41, it did not carry through the political and military measures needed in order to secure the country's security and strengthen its capacity for defense, or at least not with any great energy, or enthusiasm. The Soviet government dismissed the warnings that reached them, even from their own intelligence sources such as Richard Zarga in Tokyo, of imminent German attack. The German forces that attacked in June 1941 achieved complete tactical surprise, they found no fortifications to oppose them, and they virtually obliterated the Soviet armies in the West. Only the innate heroism of the Soviet people saved the Soviet Union from conquest by those with 28. Whom a non-aggression pact had been signed 2 years earlier. The inadequacies of the Soviet interpretation of the period January to August 1939 are evident, for example, on the subject of the development of British policy against Hitler. In January 1939, before the German invasion of Prague, the British authorities had already both expressed their anxieties lest Hitler seek new adventures in the Ukraine, and asked for concerted staff action with the French to face a possible German attack westwards. They had also begun to mend their fences with the Soviet Union, in the face of much Soviet suspicion. The British answer to the occupation of Prague and the reports of an economic ultimatum to Romania was an immediate approach to the Soviet Union. The Soviet proposal of March 18 was in answer to this. The British proposals that the Soviet Union guarantee Romania and Poland were, after all, only that the Soviets should follow the British example. The reason why Great Britain was reluctant to give guarantees to the Baltic states and Finland was that these states flatly refused to ask for them, and Great Britain did not wish to drive them into Germany's arms. The Baltic states also turned down the Soviet offer of a non-aggression pact, preferring to conclude one with Germany. Great Britain had constantly to labor, as her published documents make clear, with the absolute refusal of the states between Germany and the Soviet Union to commit themselves in any way to contacts with the Soviet Union. Nor does the Soviet view account for the evidence on German-Soviet relations. The German approach to the Soviet Union in January is not reflected in the German diplomatic documents. At the end of January 1939, when Ribbentrop recalled the German trade mission to Moscow in his eagerness to obtain an agreement with Poland, German-Soviet relations were at a very low ebb. They continued that way until the reopening of contacts ostensibly from the Soviet side in April. The real signal was, however, the replacement as Commissar of Foreign Affairs of Litvinov, a Jew, by Molotov on May 3, an event which struck Hitler as so important that the German ambassador in Moscow was immediately recalled to report. He advised an approach to Molotov beginning with economic affairs, and it was Molotov's remark that good economic relations were impossible unless political relations improved, which encouraged the Germans to proceed. The truth is that through Zarga in Tokyo and their agents in Germany, the Soviet authorities knew that Hitler was preparing to attack the West if he could not frighten them off, and he expected the signing of the Nazi-Soviet pact to do this. Yet no serious evidence has been produced which would show that British policy was directed to attempting to procure a German attack on the Soviet Union. If the Soviet leadership believed this to be the aim of British policy, they would appear to have been influenced by a major misjudgment. The real defense of Soviet policy in 1939 is that the British were casting them in a role which, if it succeeded in restraining Hitler, would redound to the credit of Great Britain, whereas if it failed, the Soviet Union would have to bear the burden of fighting on land. Great Britain had no forces available for a major land offensive in Europe, and the French saw no point in abandoning their fortifications. The Soviets thus had every reason for rejecting the early British proposals. The later ones, however, gave them everything they had originally asked for. It is the difficulties that Molotov made in the negotiations in June and July which make British historians suspect that Molotov was holding the option of an agreement with Germany open all the time, and that the decision to conclude the agreement with Germany was not the last-minute affair it is so often represented as being by Soviet historians. It is clear that despite their intelligence in the West, the Soviet military had no idea actually how weak Great Britain and France were. Otherwise the revelations made by Admiral Drax, and General Dowman, heads of the British and French missions, would not have struck them with such suspicion. British policy in this period is a record of misoriented priorities and misunderstood information. Great Britain was much weaker than even her leaders believed, and they were attempting to create a deterrent bloc in Eastern Europe without properly considering who was to provide the real element of deterrence behind that bloc. British intelligence, partly from ideological conviction, possibly from awareness of the Soviet-German exchanges, was dominated by suspicion of the Soviet Union. Yet in the end Great Britain was not deterred by the Nazi-Soviet pact and went to war against the Nazi menace in September 1939. The storm breaks. The war crisis of 1939 began on 21st August, with the announcement that Ribbentrop, German foreign minister, had been invited to Moscow by the Soviet government. Though the Nazi-Soviet pact was not formally concluded until August 23, it was obvious that Ribbentrop would not go to Moscow unless agreement had already been reached in principle. Hence it was certain that the negotiations for an alliance between France, Great Britain, and Soviet Russia had broken down. This is what Hitler wished to establish. Soviet neutrality in itself was not enough for him. What he needed was public news of this neutrality so that he could shake the nerves of the British and French governments. Stalin, the Soviet dictator, exacted his price in return. Though he, too, like Hitler, probably expected British and French resolution to collapse, he wanted to keep the Germans far from the Soviet frontier if war occurred after all. Hence the Nazi-Soviet pact drew a barrier in Eastern Europe which the Germans were not to cross. The pact was neither an alliance nor a partition agreement. The Soviet government merely promised to stay neutral, which is what the Poles had always asked them to do, and in addition they set a limit to German expansion. However, the immediate effect was certainly discouraging for the Western powers. Until the last moment they had gone on dreaming either that Hitler would be frightened by the Soviet bogeyman or that Soviet Russia would do their fighting for them. Now they had to decide for themselves, and Hitler was convinced that they would run away. On August 22 he delivered to his generals a wild oration, "Close your hearts to pity. Act brutally." He boasted, "I have got Poland where I wanted her," and added cheerfully, "The probability is great that the West will not intervene." Hitler was play-acting in order to impress the German generals. He guessed that some of them would leak to the British, and sure enough some did. Almost at once the British embassy received an exaggerated version of Hitler's speech and was correspondingly alarmed. On August 23 Hitler went a step further. He moved forward the attack on Poland, fixed for September 1, to 4:40 am on August 26. This, too, was play-acting. The German preparations could not be complete before September 1. Attack on Poland before then was possible only if she had already surrendered. Thus Hitler counted confidently on the collapse of the Western powers. The French almost came up to his expectations. Georges Bonnet, the foreign minister, had always wanted to desert the Poles. He accepted the German case over Danzig. He had no faith in the Polish army. On August 23 Daladier, the premier, summoned the Committee of National Defense at Bonnet's request. Bonnet asked, should they push Poland into a compromise and postpone the war until they were stronger? Gamelin, the French commander-in-chief, would not admit the weakness of his army. He asserted that the Poles could hold out until the spring. By then, France would be impregnable. There was no suggestion that France could aid Poland in any way. Nor did the French attempt to discuss the situation with the British. There were no Anglo-French meetings of ministers such as had marked the Czech crisis. Ideally, the French would have liked the British to force surrender on them. But they would not take the lead in abdication themselves. There was a choice between abandoning Poland and fighting a great war in which France would carry most of the burden. The French refused to choose. They sat helplessly by throughout the week when others decided the fate of Europe and of France. British obstinacy. The British government were apparently more resolute. On August 22 they issued a statement that the coming Nazi-Soviet pact would in no way affect their obligation to Poland. There was nothing else to do. The British ministers were proud and obstinate. They were not going to have the opposition crowing that their policy was in ruins. Besides, they feared to be swept away in a storm of public opinion if they showed weakness. Conservative backbenchers had disliked the negotiations with Soviet Russia. But many of them had fought in the First World War. They could not imagine that Great Britain was unable to impose her will on Germany if she determined to do so. As for the opposition, they had championed the Soviet alliance. Now they were resolved to show that, unlike Stalin, they stuck to their principles. In secret, the British ministers wanted to write, in contrast to the scenes of August 1914, Britain and France went to war in September 1939 with a sense of weary foreboding, although their resolution to fight for Poland had not collapsed as Hitler had expected, appeasement had run its course. This news vendor in London's Trafalgar Square tells his own story. Give way. Chamberlain told Kennedy, the American ambassador, the futility of it all is frightful, we cannot save the Poles, we can only carry on a war of revenge that will end the destruction of all Europe. Chamberlain said he could not put pressure on Poland himself. Would President Roosevelt do it for him? Roosevelt refused. The only hope was to warn Hitler, or rather to plead with him. On August 23 Neville Henderson flew to Berchtesgaden. He delivered a warning that Great Britain would stand by Poland. But he also asserted that Hitler could get Danzig peacefully, and he spread out the delights of an Anglo-German alliance. Hitler appeared to be unimpressed. He stormed and ranted. When Henderson left, Hitler slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Chamberlain will not survive that conversation. His government will fall tonight." Back in Berlin, Henderson told Lipski, the Polish ambassador, that the only chance was for Poland to start negotiations immediately. Lipski took no notice. On August 24 the British Parliament met. It unanimously applauded what its Supeks said to be the government's firm stand. Hitler began to doubt whether the British government had yet reached the point of surrender. He flew to Berlin and held a conference with Ribbentrop and his leading generals. He asked, should they stick to August 26 as the date for the attack on Poland? He decided that he would make a further attempt to detach the Western powers from their alliance with Poland. This took the form of a last offer which Hitler made to Henderson soon after midday on August 25. He declared that the problems of Uenzig and the corridor must be solved, though he did not say how. Once this was done, he would guarantee the British Empire, accept an agreed limitation of armaments, and renew his assurance that Germany's western frontier was fixed forever. Henderson was impressed, said as usual, and thought that Hitler spoke with apparent sincerity. Henderson promised to take Hitler's offer to London the next morning. Hitler approved. What was he up to? By the time Henderson left Berlin, the German attack on Poland would presumably have begun. Did Hitler think that the British would abandon the Polish alliance on sight of his offer? Had he forgotten his own timetable? Or was advancing the date of attack to August 26 a bluff all along? The last seems the most probable explanation. All after Knopf, and on August 25 Hitler raged round the Chancellery. At 3 p.m. he ordered the attack to proceed. 3 hours later at Olicco, the Italian ambassador, brought the news that Italy could not enter the war unless she received vast quantities of raw materials, which Germany was in no position to supply. Immediately afterwards Ribbentrop reported that the Anglo-Polish Treaty had been formally signed in London. Hitler pulled back. He summoned Keitel, the chief of staff, and said, "Stop everything at once. I need time for negotiations." The attack on Poland was called off at the last moment. The British government seemed to have committed themselves for good when they signed the alliance with Poland, particularly as it included a guarantee of Danzig. Their real attitude was quite different. They were still eager to sell out. The P-Oren Office drafted terms for an offer to Hitler which stated that Danzig should have the right to determine its political allegiance, and Halifax, the foreign secretary, told the Polish ambassador that the Polish government would make a great mistake if they ruled out peaceful modifications of the status of Danzig. Hitler and the British government thus agreed how negotiations should end with a Polish surrender. The problem was how to get negotiations started. The two sides circled round each other like wrestlers before a clinch. The British offered to arrange direct negotiations between Germany and Poland if Hitler promised to behave peacefully. Hitler answered that there would be no war if he got his way over Danzig. Göring, who did not want war, now called in an unofficial intermediary, a Swedish businessman called Dalarus. Dalarus flew to London on August 25 and back to Berlin on August 26, to London and back on August 27, and the same again on August 30. In Berlin he saw Göring and sometimes Hitler. In London he saw Chamberlain and Halifax. Each side got the impression that the other was weakening. Both wanted another Munich, but on favorable terms, and neither side knew how to push the Poles over the brink. On August 28 Henderson delivered the British reply to Hitler's last offer. The British government urged that there should be direct negotiations between Germany and Poland. If these reached agreement, the way would be open for a wider and more complete agreement between Germany and Great Britain. Hitler had repeatedly declared that, as his offers to Poland had been rejected in the spring, he would never negotiate directly with the Poles again. On the other hand, Henderson made no objection when Hitler said that negotiations must involve a Polish surrender over Danzig and the corridor. Thus Hitler thought he would succeed either way. If the Poles yielded, he would get Danzig and the corridor. If they refused, the British government would repudiate them. He decided to accept direct negotiations, but to do it in such a way that Germany would still seem to be dictating to both Great Britain and Poland. On August 29 Hitler saw Henderson again and delivered his answer. He agreed to direct negotiations, but a Polish representative, with full powers, must arrive in Berlin within the next 24 hours. Henderson objected that this was an ultimatum. Hitler and Ribbentrop answered, with typical German pedantry, that the word ultimatum nowhere appeared in the German note. Ultimatum or not, Henderson was eager to accept it. Hitler's offer, he telegraphed to London, was the sole chance of preventing war. Henderson urged acceptance on everybody, on his own government, on the French, on the Poles. He hurried round to Lipski and urged immediate acceptance. Lipski was unmoved and did not even report Hitler's offer to Warsaw. The French were as resolute in the opposite direction. Bonnet telegraphed to Beck that he should go to Berlin at once. Decision rested with the British government. Here was the proposal they had always wanted: direct negotiations between Germany and Poland. Hitler had agreed. Now they could not deliver the Poles. Chamberlain told Kennedy that he was more worried about getting the Poles to be reasonable than the Germans. And with reason. Beck replied firmly, if invited to Berlin of course he would not go, as he had no intention of being treated like President Hasha. The British government had to make a temporizing reply, which Henderson delivered only 25 minutes after midnight on August 30, that is after the German ultimatum had run out. The British welcomed Hitler's proposal, but they asked him to wait a bit. They could not produce a Polish representative at such short notice. Hitler meanwhile had prepared terms which he would present to the Poles. They were for him moderate, immediate return of Danzig and a plebiscite in the corridor. Henderson thought that these terms were not unreasonable. Back at the British Embassy, he summoned Lipski and urged him to seek an interview with Ribbentrop at once. Lipski refused and went back to bed. The next morning Göring sent Dalleris to Henderson with the German terms in writing. Henderson again summoned Lipski, and when he refused to come, sent Dalleris round to him. Lipski was still obstinate. He declared that German morale was weakening and that the present regime would soon crack. Dalleris reported his failure to London and added that the German terms were extremely reasonable. The British agreed. Henderson telegraphed to London that on German offer war should be completely unjustifiable, and Halifax telegraphed to Warsaw, "I do not see why Polish government should feel difficulty about authorizing Polish ambassador to accept a document from the German government." Hitler's maneuver was succeeding. A breach was opening between Poland and her Western allies. But Hitler was trapped by his own timetable. He had repeatedly declared to his generals that he would either produce a Polish surrender by September 1 or go to war. He dared not face their contempt if he confessed failure. Besides, military action could not be improvised at a moment's notice. If the attack planned for September 1 were called off, it would have to be postponed for many weeks or even months. All the British messages had been intercepted, and Hitler knew how anxious the British government were to surrender. He had to gamble that they would surrender even if war against Poland had started. In this tight situation he had no choice if he were to maintain his prestige. Maybe too, he liked gambling. As he told Göring, "I always call VA Bank. It is the only call I know." At 12:40 p.m. on August 31 he ordered that the attack on Poland should proceed. At 1 p.m. Lipski asked to see Ribbentrop. He was asked whether he was coming as a plenipotentiary. He replied, "No, as ambassador." This was enough for Hitler. The Poles were still obstinate. At 4 p.m. Hitler confirmed the order for war. At 6:30 p.m. Lipski at last saw Ribbentrop. Lipski said that the Poles were favorably considering the idea of direct negotiations. Ribbentrop again asked whether he was a plenipotentiary. Lipski again said no. Ribbentrop did not communicate the German terms. If he had tried to do so, Lipski would have refused to receive them. The Poles had kept their nerve unbroken to the last moment. At 4:45 a.m. on September 1 the German forces attacked Poland without warning or pretext. At 6 a.m. German aeroplanes bombed Warsaw. Trapped into war. The ally of Great Britain and France had been wantonly attacked. It only remained for them to declare war on the aggressor. They did nothing of the kind. The two governments merely warned Hitler that they might have to go to war unless he desisted. Meanwhile they hoped that Mussolini would save them as he had done during the Czech crisis, and he duly did his best. He proposed a European conference to survey all causes of conflict, with the condition that Danzig should return to Germany at once. Hitler replied that he would answer on September 3. The British and French gouvernements were therefore desperate to postpone any action until that day. But they, too, were trapped by the indignation of British opinion. The French remained supine. The British were in an uproar. At the very least, German troops must be withdrawn from Poland before the proposal for a conference was accepted. Mussolini knew that this was hopeless and dropped his proposal. The British and French governments went on hoping for a conference which was already dead. On the evening of September 2 Chamberlain addressed the House of Commons. MPs expected to hear that war had been declared. Instead Chamberlain said that, if the German government would agree to withdraw their troops from Poland, the British government would forget everything that had happened, and diplomacy could start again. Chamberlain sat down in dead silence. Greenwood, rising to speak for Labour, was greeted with a shout from Amory, "Speak for England, Arthur." Afterwards Greenwood warned Chamberlain that there would be no holding the House if war were not declared. The cabinet met late at night and resolved that an ultimatum should be sent to W. Act to earlier doctrine and FOI motorized divisions were formed. Moss. Said armor appeared in the maneuvers of 1937 and again in 193H. In March 19.37, under Guderian, one armored and one SS motorized division entered Vienna, having driven 420 miles in 48 hours. The Panzers OL-10 Second World War had appeared. When the army mobilized in September 1939 there were 6 armored, 4 light, 3 and 4 had reached the armored divisions, which had over 300 modern Czech tanks and about 1,500 of the older, lightly armored and armed, PZKWIN-2. The superiority of the forceful, energetic panzer groups lay in their organization into self-contained divisions and corps, and in their insistence on using these forces massed for a breakthrough in depth. At the head of the army, generals such as Brauchitsch, Hayter, Rundstedt, and Bock were orthodox, able, and more forceful, though little younger, than their French opponents. It was at the next level that the architects of victory were to be found: Guderian, 51, commanding 19 Panzer Corps, Manstein, 52, who devised the plan that routed the French, and Rommel, 46, a divisional commander in France. Limited under the Versailles Treaty to warships of 10,000 tons, Germany had built 3 pocket battleships. Planned as commerce raiders, more powerful than any cruiser and faster than most battleships, these caused anxiety in Great Britain. The new German submarine force that began to appear under Admiral Dönitz caused less, for it was believed that the new sound echo system ASTIC would deal with submarine attack. By September 1939 2 new 31,000-ton fast battle cruisers, the Gneisenau and Scharnhorst, had been completed, and, in addition to the pocket battleships, there were 1 new heavy cruiser, 5 light cruisers, 17 destroyers, and 56 submarines. Grand Admiral Raeder had counted on a much stronger navy for war against Great Britain, for under his plan 4 42,000-ton battleships were being built or projected, besides an aircraft carrier, 2 more heavy cruisers, and a large ocean-going submarine force. Now all work on surface ships was stopped, except on the battleships Bismarck and Tirpitz and the cruisers Belcher and Prinz Eugen, and transferred to submarines. It was, however, fear of German air power, rather than of Panzers and U-boats. 35. That kept the statesmen and peoples of Europe awake at night. Forbidden military aircraft were being built. Germany had become very air-minded. Flying and gliding clubs flourished. Aircraft factories were established abroad. The Reichswehr secretly trained military pilots in Russia and Italy. The state airline Lufthansa held men and operating resources that could be transferred to the Luftwaffe when it was formed. In December 1933, 4 months before its existence was announced, Göring had assembled 1,888 aircraft for it, 584 of them operational types. By September 1939 the first line strength of the Luftwaffe was between 4,000 and 4,700 aircraft, some 700 Me-109 fighters, 1,100 Ju-88 and He-111 day bombers, 350 Ju-87 dive bombers, all new and successful types, 400 Me-110 Two-seater fighters, an unsuccessful new type, and 550 transport aircraft. The remainder were Army and Naval cooperation aircraft and a few older fighters and bombers. Despite the cold-blooded destruction of Guernica by the Condor Legion in the Spanish Civil War, the Luftwaffe was not primarily an anti-city or strategic bombing force. It was planned for army support, and paid little attention to the development of a long-range heavy bomber, concentrating instead on medium day bombers and dive bombers. These latter, although very vulnerable to fighters, could be highly effective in support of the panzers. Maginot Line and Maginot Mine. Although for France, victory had in 1918 avenged the defeat of 1870, the nation's confidence in itself and in the army had been deeply eroded by the frightful years of the more recent war, the shattering miscalculations of 1914, the repeated failures in the offensives from 1915 to 1917, and, etched in memory, Verdun in 1916. A population of under 40 million had lost 1,385,000 men killed, and large areas had been occupied or devastated. The price of victory was remembered with bitterness that turned to cynical despair when, after what France saw as the undue leniency of Versailles and the culpable failure to enforce reparations, Germany rearmed and threatened war. In the years between the wars, the mass army was retained, but its effectiveness was sapped by financial stringency, by successive reductions in the length of military service, and by distrust of its usefulness to do anything but bring about another bloodbath. The doctrine of offensive d'outrance was abandoned for one of slow, heavily prepared infantry advance, and the Maginot Line was built. The generals of 1918 stayed on. In the words of de Gaulle, growing old at their posts, wedded to errors that had once constituted their glory. Alsace and Lorraine, lost in 1870 and now returned, lay vulnerable to a German war of revenge. Along the Rhine the Alsatian frontier is easily defensible, but the Lorraine frontier, running westwards from the Rhine to the southernmost point of Belgium, is much less so. André Maginot, renowned for his gallant war record and subsequent work as Minister of Pensions, forced through financial provision for the line that bears his name, cited primarily to guard the Lorraine frontier, with an extension along the Rhine. To the obvious criticism that the line did nothing to guard against a repetition of the German advance through Belgium of 1914, the French General Staff gave several answers. Germany was the potential enemy, not Belgium. The ground was low-lying and unsuitable for Maginot-type fortifications and the Lille industrial complex too close to the frontier to be protected. In the north a field force would advance to the rescue of Belgium, while further south the Ardennes were impracticable to large armies. Much of this, though certainly not the last point, was sound enough, but the Maginot Line soon began to absorb far too much of the material resources and moral commitment of the nation, diverting them from the developing concept of mobile, armored warfare. The French generals, indeed, paid lip service to the tank, and, as war drew near, large numbers were provided for the army. But neither Rétain, nor Weygand, who followed him as the head of the army in 1931, nor Gamelin, who followed Weygand in 1935, would accept the idea of self-contained armored divisions concentrated for breakthrough in depth. Infantry, they insisted, was the dominant arm. The tank should RT it. In September 1939, after mobilization, some 60 infantry divisions, 2 cavalry divisions, 2 light armored divisions and 2 heavier armored brigades faced the Germans in northeastern France. 9 infantry divisions faced the Italians in the southeast. There were, in addition, fortress units on both fronts and training units and new units forming in reserve. In the colonies there were about 10 infantry divisions and some cavalry brigades. By May 1941 more DLM would be formed and the armored brigades would be expanded to armored divisions, while a 3rd armored brigade would be forming. This was, however, from a total of some 2,250 reasonably modern tanks, roughly equivalent to the German and Czech tanks, and 440 First World War Renault FTS, completely obsolete and out of place on a 1940 battlefield. Gamelin, 67, aide to Joffre in 1914, imperturbable, colorless, complacent, held the supreme command, and his pale orthodoxy set the tone for lower commanders. "We need tanks, of course," he had written to Reynaud. "But you cannot hope to achieve a real breakthrough with tanks. As to the air, it will not play the part you expect. It'll be a flash in the pan." The French Navy was relatively more formidable than in 1914. As well as 5 reconstructed older battleships, there were 7 modern 10,000-ton cruisers, 10 slightly smaller ones, 60 flotilla leaders and destroyers, 70 submarines and an aircraft carrier as well as 2 fine new 26,500-ton battle cruisers, the Dunkirk and Strasbourg. 4 35,000-ton battleships and 2 aircraft carriers were building or about to be laid down. The Air Force, an independent service, had stagnated both in doctrine and material. The vital factors of aircraft performance and industrial capacity had been neglected and continued to be even after rearmament had started in the other services. In September 1939, the first line strength of the French Air Force was some 600 fighters, 170 bombers, and 360 reconnaissance aircraft. Of these, 520 were modern fighters but outclassed by the Me-109, most of the remainder were obsolete. The warning.sy.stem was rudimentary. By May 1940 improvements would have been made, but France would still be fatally weak in the air. And 2 cavalry light 38 tank brigades. 1 largely regular armored division was about to cross for final training in France. 3 other territorial army divisions, for whom there were only rifles and no artillery, had spent the winter building airfields in France. The equivalent of 1 division had fought in Norway. Other divisions were arming and training in Great Britain. In contrast, the Royal Navy was a major world force. Under the Washington Treaty, the navies of Great Britain, the USA, and Japan had been set at the ratio of 5-5-3 for battleships and aircraft carriers. British battleships were on the whole rather older than those of the other 2 powers, and her carriers, like theirs, a mixed collection. Denounced by Japan, the Washington Treaty ended in 1935, and now 9 new British battleships of 35,000 tons or over and 6 excellent new carriers were building or projected, as well as cruisers and smaller ships, but only the carrier Ark Royal had joined the fleet, which in September 1939 comprised 12 battleships, 3 battle cruisers, 7 aircraft carriers, 64 cruisers, 184 destroyers, and 58 submarines. Naval aviation remained a weakness owing mainly to the poor performance of carrier-borne aircraft. Reliance was placed on the gun against air attack and on the ASTIC against submarines. In general, the Navy was surface ship-minded, regarding the air and submarines as ancillaries, but in spirit and confidence nothing was lacking. When in July 1934 Mr. Churchill had warned Parliament that Germany possessed a rapidly expanding secret air force, the Royal Air Force at home amounted to 488 first-line bombers and fighters in 4 Taito squadrons, with 9 squadrons for naval and army cooperation, and 24 overseas. The program then announced to raise 41 new squadrons in 5 years soon gave way to new and more ambitious programs, each overtaken by its successor before completion. As radiolocation was developed and the high-performance 8-gun fighter appeared, fighters began to get priority over bombers. The 4-engine heavy strategic bombers under development would not be ready for several years. By September 1939 first-line strength had reached a total of 2,075 aircraft, of which 415 were overseas and 1,660 at home, which included 530 bombers, 608 fighters, and 516 reconnaissance and cooperation. 500 fighters were modern Hurricanes and some Spitfires, but the bombers, intended for day bombing, were highly vulnerable to fighters. An advance air striking force was to leave for France, so as to bring bombers closer to German industrial targets. Poland an easy victim. Cut off from Great Britain and France on the eastern frontier of Germany, Poland after mobilization had an army of 39 infantry divisions and 11 horsed cavalry brigades, but only 1 tank and 2 motorized brigades totaling together 225 modern and 88 obsolescent tanks in addition to Armor-L cars and reconnaissance vehicles. First-line air strength, mostly obsolescent, amounted to 150 fighters, 120 reconnaissance bombers, J-6 medium bombers and 84 Army cooperation aircraft. In the Navy there were 4 destroyers, 5 submarines, and some light craft. Including frontier defense the whole amounted to a peace strength of 370, with 2,800,000 in reserves. Failing a land offensive in the west against Germany, for which, as we have seen, the French army was neither trained nor organized, or strategic air bombardment, for which at the time Great Britain was neither technically capable nor ethically prepared. Help for Poland could only come from Russia. By signing the Non-Aggression Pact with Germany on August 23, 1939, Russia declared that no help would be given. For the present, Poland was on her own against Hitler. 2 Germany's Blitzkrieg on Poland. The Polish campaign opened in the early morning of September 1, 1939, when German forces crossed the Polish frontier shortly before 0600, preceded by air attacks which had begun an hour earlier. It was of great significance in the history of warfare because it was the first exposition of the theory, originated in Great Britain in the 1920s, of fast-moving mechanized warfare by armored forces and aircraft in combination. Britain's early protagonists of the theory depicted its action in terms of the play of lightning. From now on, aptly if ironically, that simile came into worldwide currency under the German title of Blitzkrieg. Poland, with its far-stretching frontiers 3,500 miles in extent, was well fitted, all too well fitted, for the practice and demonstration of the Blitzkrieg theory. The stretch of 1,250 miles adjoining German territory had recently been extended to 1,750 miles by the occupation of Czechoslovakia. This also meant that Poland's southern flank had become exposed to invasion even more than the northern flank, facing East Prussia, already was. The Polish plain offered flat and fairly easy going for a mobile invader, though not so easy as France would offer because of the scarcity of good roads in the country, the deep sand often met off the roads, and the frequency of lakes and forests in some areas. But the time chosen for the invasion, when the terrain was dry and hard-surfaced, minimized these drawbacks. In view of the geographical and strategical conditions, it would have been wiser if the Polish army had assembled farther back, behind the Vistula and the San. That, however, would have meant abandoning some of the most important industrial areas. The Silesian coal fields lay close to the frontier, and most of the main industrial area, although farther back, lay west of these river lines. The economic argument for delaying the enemy's advance was reinforced by national pride and military overconfidence, as well as an unrealistic idea of what Poland's allies in the west could do to relieve the pressure. A third of the Polish forces were concentrated in or near the corridor, where they were exposed to a double envelopment from East Prussia and the West combined. This indulgence of national pride in opposing Germany's re-entry into the peace of her pre-191 8th territory, for which she had been agitating, seriously reduced the forces available to cover the areas more vital to Poland's defense. Nearly another third of Poland's forces lay in reserve north of the Central Axis, between Lodz and Warsaw, under the commander-in-chief of the Polish army, Marshal Śmigły-Rydz. The Poles' forward concentration in general forfeited their chance of fighting a series of delaying actions, since their foot-marching army was unable to get back to man-rear positions before they were overrun by the invaders' mechanized columns. Lack of mobility was more fatal than incomplete mobilization. On the other side, the 40 German infantry divisions used in the invasion counted for much less than their 14 mechanized or partially mechanized divisions. These included 6 armored divisions, 4 light divisions, and 4 motorized divisions. Their deep and rapid thrusts decided the issue, in combination with the attacks of the Luftwaffe, which smashed the Polish railway system, besides knocking out most of the Polish air force before it was able to come into action. The Luftwaffe operated in a very dispersed way, instead of in large formations, but it thereby spread a creeping paralysis over the widest possible area. Another weighty factor was the German radio bombardment, disguised as Polish transmissions, which did much to increase the confusion and demoralization of the Polish rear. All these factors were given a multiplied effect by the way that Polish overconfidence in the power of their men to defeat machines led, on the rebound, to disillusionment and disintegration. In the north, the invasion was carried out by Bock's army group, which comprised the Three Army. The former thrust southward from its flanking position in East Prussia, while the latter pushed eastward across the Polish corridor to join it in enveloping the Poles' right flank. the principal role was given to Rundstedt's army group in the south. This was nearly twice as strong in infantry, and more in armor. It comprised the 8th Army, and the 14. Blaskowitz, on the left wing, was to push towards 41. The great manufacturing center of Lodz, and help to isolate the Polish forces in the Poznan salient, while covering Reichenau's flank. On the right wing, List was to push for Krakow and simultaneously turn the Poles' Carpathian flank, using Kleist's armored corps to drive through the mountain passes. The decisive stroke was delivered by Reichenau, in the center, who had the largest part of the armored forces. By 3 September the date Great Britain and France declared war. Kluge's advance had cut the corridor and reached the lower Vistula, while Kiechler's pressure from East Prussia towards the Narew was developing. More important, Reichenau's armored forces had penetrated to the Warta, and forced the crossings there. Meanwhile List's army was converging from both flanks on Krakow, forcing the Poles in that sector to abandon the city and fall back to the Nita and the Dunajec. On the following day Reichenau's leading forces had reached and crossed the Pilica, 50 miles east of the frontier. By September 6 his left wing was well in rear of Lodz, and his right wing had driven into Kielce. The other German armies had all gone far towards fulfilling their part in the vast enveloping operation planned by Hayter, the chief of the Army General Staff, under the direction of Brauchitsch, commander-in-chief of the army. The Polish armies had begun to split up into uncoordinated fractions, some of which were in retreat while others were delivering disjointed attacks on the enemy columns nearest to them. Exploiting a gap, one of Reichenau's armored corps drove through to the edge of Warsaw on September 8, having covered 140 miles in the week. The next day the light divisions on his right wing reached the Vistula farther south, between Warsaw and Sandomierz, and turned north. Near the Carpathians, List's mobile forces had swept across the Dunajec, and a series of other rivers in turn, to the San. On either flank of the famous fortress of Pierzamy-Sl. In the north Guderian's armored corps had driven across the Narew and was attacking the line of the Bug. In rear of Warsaw. Thus a second and wider pincer movement developed outside the inner pincers that were closing on the Polish forces in the bend of the Vistula near Warsaw. This stage of the invasion had seen an important variation of plan on the German side. Their view of the situation was momentarily obscured by the extraordinary state of confusion on the Poles' side, where columns appeared to be moving in many different directions, raising clouds of dust that obscured aerial observation. Under these circumstances the German High Command thought that the bulk of the Polish forces in the north had already escaped across the Vistula. On that assumption it gave orders that Reichenau's army was to cross the Vistula between Warsaw and Sandomierz, with the aim of intercepting the Poles' anticipated withdrawal into southeastern Poland. But Rundstedt demurred, being convinced that the bulk of the Polish forces were still west of the Vistula. After some argument his view prevailed, and Reichenau's army was wheeled north to establish a blocking position along the Bzura west of Warsaw. As a result the largest remaining part of the Polish forces was trapped before it could withdraw over the Vistula. To the advantage which the Germans had gained by their strategic penetration along the line of least resistance was now added the advantage of tactical defense. To complete the victory it had merely to hold its ground in face of the hurried assaults of an army which was fighting in reverse, cut off from its bases, with its supplies running short, and increasingly pressed from the flank and behind by the converging eastward advance of Blaskowitz's and Kluge's armies. Although the Poles fought fiercely, with a bravery that greatly impressed their opponents, only a small proportion ultimately managed to break out, by night, and join troops of the Warsaw garrison. On September 10 the Polish commander-in-chief, Marshal Śmigły Rydz, ordered a general retreat into the southeast of Poland and put General Sosnkowski in charge there, in the hope of developing a defensive position for prolonged resistance on a comparatively narrow front. By now the Germans were already penetrating deeply into the country beyond the Vistula, while they had also outflanked the line of the Bug in the north, and that of the San in the south. On the northern flank Guderian, with his armored corps, swept southward to Brest-Litovsk, while on the southern flank Kleist's armored corps reached Lwów on September 12. These mechanized spearheads were running short of fuel, after their deep drives, but the Polish command system was so badly disjointed that it was unable to take advantage of the Germans' diminishing pace, and increasing tiredness. Guerrilla resistance. Then on September 17 the forces of Soviet Russia advanced, and invaded Poland from the east, at a moment when there were scarcely any Polish troops left to oppose them. On the following day the Polish government and the commander-in-chief of the army left Polish soil and took shelter in Romania. Even after that, the garrison of Warsaw held out for a further 10 days, under heavy bombardment both from the ground and the air. Indeed, the last large fraction of the Polish army fought on until October 5 before it surrendered, and many fragments continued resistance in a guerrilla manner throughout the winter. The Russian forces met the Germans on a line midway through Poland, running south from East Prussia PMST Brest-Litovsk, to the Carpathians. The fresh partition of Poland that followed was short-lived. It did not cement their temporary partnership but increased the friction that arose once the two countries were in close contact along a common frontier. Meantime the French had merely made a small dent in Germany's western front. It looked, and was, a feeble effort to relieve the pressure on their ally. In view of the weakness of the German forces and defenses it was natural to feel that they could have done more. But deeper analysis tends to correct the obvious conclusion suggested by the comparative figures of the opposing forces. Although the French northern frontier was 500 miles long, in attempting an offensive the French were confined to the narrow 90-mile sector from the Rhine to the Moselle unless they violated the neutrality of Belgium and Luxembourg. The Germans, however, were able to concentrate the best part of their available forces on this narrow sector, and they sowed the approaches to their Siegfried Line with a thick belt of minefields, thus imposing delay on the attackers. The conscript mass. Worse still, the Perench were unable to start their offensive until about September 17 except for some preliminary probing attacks. By that date, Poland was so obviously collapsing that they had a good excuse for countermanding it. Their incapacity to strike earlier arose from their mobilization system, which was inherently out of date. It was the fatal product of their reliance on a conscript army which could not come effectively into action until the mass of trained reserves had been called up from their civil jobs, and the formations. Marshal Śmigły Rydz, CNC of the Polish Army. He was quite unable to defend his country against the German blitzkrieg. Had been made ready to operate. But the delay was increased by the French command's persistent belief in old tactical ideas, particularly the view that any offensive must be prepared by a massive artillery bombardment on the lines of the First World War. They still regarded heavy artillery as the essential tin opener in dealing with any defended position. But the bulk of their heavy artillery had to be brought out of storage, and could not be available until the last stage of mobilization. That condition governed their preparations to deliver an offensive. For several years past one of France's political leaders, Paul Reynaud, had constantly argued that these conceptions were out of date, and had urged the necessity of creating a swift-moving mechanized force of professional soldiers ready for instant action instead of relying on the old and slow-mobilizing conscript mass. But he had been a voice crying in the wilderness. French statesmen, like most French soldiers, placed their trust in conscription, and numbers. The military issue in 1939 can be summed up in two sentences. In the East, a hopelessly out-of-date army was quickly disintegrated by a small tank force, in combination with a superior air force, which put into practice a novel technique. At the same time, in the West, a slow-motion army could not develop any effective pressure before it was too late. DJIM-I-U Finland first came within the orbit of Russia in 1808, when, following a rather sordid sphere of influence agreement with Napoleon, Tsar Alexander I was enabled to forcibly incorporate Finland into the Russian Empire as a semi-independent duchy. 130 years later, following another sordid agreement with Hitler, Russian troops again invaded Finland. In the intervening years Finland had seen its privileges gradually reduced but never entirely eliminated under the Tsars, and then, from 1917, enjoyed 2 decades of independence. It was Stalin, the Commissar for Nationalities of Russia's new Bolshevik government, who granted independence to the Finns. This accorded with Lenin's principle of offering freedom to non-Russian peoples formerly subject to the Tsar. However, Finland was soon immersed in a brutal civil war as local communists tried to seize power. The communists had some help from Russian soldiers while the national forces, led by the talented General Mannerheim, had some German help. The communists lost, and those who did not escape over the frontier were rounded up, ill-treated, and shot or sent to concentration camps. The brutality and wanton bloodshed of this period were to be divisive factors in Finnish society for many years. Despite this, Finland muddled through by a combination of hard work and last-minute common sense. Internationally, Finland was strictly neutral, while strengthening ties with her Scandinavian neighbors. But the rise of Hitler's Germany and geographical circumstances were to deny Finland the right to be neutral. After the Munich settlement, it seemed clear to the Soviet government that an attack on the USSR could be expected sooner rather than later. Russia began to look to her defenses, and concluded that her most vulnerable city was Leningrad. Situated at the eastern end of the narrow Gulf of Finland, Leningrad could easily be attacked by a naval power commanding the Baltic. Alternatively, or simultaneously, an enemy might attack by land through Finland, for the Russo-Finnish frontier was only 20. Above left, pattern of the war, 30th November 1939 to March 12, 1940. After resisting the Russian Colossus for some months, the Finns finally signed a peace treaty by which they lost some territory but not their independence. Left, Mannerheim, Finnish commander-in-chief, with 2 senior officers. Miles from Leningrad. In August 1939 the Soviet Union, to gain time and space, concluded the Nazi-Soviet Pact, and this enabled her to mend some of her fences around Leningrad. By acquiring bases in Estonia and Latvia she was able to command the southern shore of the Gulf of Finland and, being more or less assured of Nazi goodwill, felt able to take strong action on the Finnish northern shore without running the risk of German intervention. Unofficially, as early as 1938 the Soviet government had informed Helsinki that it was anxious for an exchange of territory, but the Finns had not been accommodating. Pressure was renewed in the autumn of 1939, and a Finnish delegation was invited to Moscow to discuss outstanding issues. When the delegation opened the discussion with Molotov and Stalin, it discovered that the USSR expected Finland to sacrifice parts of its territory regarded as crucial to Russian defense. In return, the USSR offered to recompense Finland with territory amounting to double the area in a non-vital part of the Russo-Finnish frontier. In brief, the Soviet Union wanted the frontier moved back in the Karelian Isthmus area, so as to make Leningrad more secure. Some islands in this area would also be transferred to Russia. Then, at the narrow entrance to the Gulf of Finland, Russia required a long-term lease of the port of Hanko, situated in the southwest corner of Finland, with Hanko fortified and a corresponding base on the southern shore in Estonia. Russia could command the entrance to the Gulf. Finally, Russia required territory near the Finnish port of Petsamo, so as to forestall an enemy annexing the same area and thereby threatening the sea route to Murmansk. Red Army attacks. The Finnish government could not accept these suggestions. To move the frontier back in the isthmus would mean abandoning the best defensive line which the terrain offered, as well as a half-completed line of elementary fortifications. But it was the Hanko lease which was the main obstacle, for with Hanko fortified by the Russians, Finland would be very much at the mercy of Moscow. The Finnish delegation left Moscow with no agreement reached, and 2 more delegations got no further. Neither the Finns nor the Russians could make significant compromises, although both recognized the force of 45. Germany's triumph. The other's arguments. Moreover, the Finns did not believe that Russia, with whom they had a treaty, would make war on the issue, while knowing quite well that the Finnish Diet would oppose territorial concessions to the USSR. The last Finnish delegation arrived back in Helsinki on November 15, 1939. Already the Soviet press was attacking the Finnish government, and on the 26th Molotov accused the Finnish army of bombarding Russian territory just beyond the frontier. 7 shells had in fact landed in Russia, but they came from the Russians' own guns. Soon the Soviet government claimed that Finnish troops were making attacks along the frontier. On the 29th the USSR broke off diplomatic relations, and on the 30th, without warning, Russian aircraft bombed Helsinki and the Red Army advanced over the frontier. Thus Finland stood alone against her giant neighbor. And she seemed likely to continue alone. Her natural ally, Germany, had through the Nazi-Soviet pact assured Moscow of a sympathetic attitude. France and Great Britain were preoccupied with their own war and had poor access to Finland. Sweden, with whose foreign policy Finland had been carefully aligned, offered warm words in private and a cold shoulder in public. All of these countries had great sympathy for Finland, but none believed that that small nation could resist the Red Army for more than a few days. The Red Army was evidently of the same opinion. The Finnish army was one of the weakest in Europe. It was small, had no tanks, disposed of little artillery, and in any case only had 3 weeks' stock of shells. Its air force had less than 100 aircraft. The invading Red Army could call on 1 million men, 3,000 tanks, and about 2,500 aircraft. On the out-rake of war, the Finnish government was reformed so as to include more of the political parties, and transferred its meetings to the vaults of the Bank of Finland, the Soviet news agency claiming that the government had fled the capital. Meanwhile, the Soviet government installed a so-called Finnish People's Government in a recently captured town on the Finnish side of the frontier. This substitute government, composed of Finnish communists living in the USSR, was not taken by the Finns or the outside world as seriously as had been hoped, largely because it never sat in Helsinki. Mannerheim was int commander-in-chief of the P-Inish forces. Earlier he had been one of the few who urged his government to concede the Soviet territorial demands so as to avoid a war which P-Inland CF, would not hope to win. Now he threw himself into the task of doing the impossible. The war was fought on 4 fronts: in the far north around Petsamo, in the center of the Russo-Finnish frontier, where the Russians hoped to cut through Finland's narrow waist and reach the Gulf of Bothnia, around the northern edge of Lake Ladoga, and in the Karelian Isthmus. It was on the latter 2 fronts that the heaviest and most vital fighting took place. To the surprise of the whole world, the Russian steamroller failed to roll. The Red Army, and especially its officers, proved quite unsuited for the war on which it had so optimistically embarked. The land of forests, marshes, and lakes did not favor the tactics of mass attack which the Russians employed. Although the Finns had few anti-tank guns, they were able to destroy whole columns of tanks simply by picking them off one by one as they milled around in an unfamiliar terrain. Later, lone Finnish infantrymen would attack tanks with Molotov cocktails, bottles of inflammable liquid with primitive detonators. The Finnish ski troops likewise captured the attention of the world's press with their swift and unexpected attacks on unwary Soviet units. There were instances of single companies of Finns holding off whole divisions of Russians. Gallant little Finland! Thus in this war of 105 days, the first month was unquestionably an amazing Finnish victory. Despite some tactical errors, poor training of reserves, and lack of modern equipment, the Finns had made only minor withdrawals and inflicted enormous losses on the attackers. During the war as a whole, Finnish casualties were almost exactly 1/10 of the Russian. They captured or destroyed 1,600 Russian tanks and over 700 aircraft. But it was evident that without outside help Finland could not continue the battle. The moribund League of Nations had already expelled the Soviet Union for invading Finland, its eagerness in this contrasting sadly with its earlier reluctance to take a strong line against fascist aggression. Elsewhere on the diplomatic front, Finland made unsuccessful peace overtures throughout the war. She also tried to persuade Sweden and Norway to allow the passage of troops from Pevance and Great Britain. The Western Allies meanwhile were planning an expeditionary force designed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, public opinion in the West, Stirred up by the press and unable to resist the spectacle of a small nation gallantly defending itself against a bigger neighbor, was clamoring for action, while the strategists were saying that if troops were sent to inland across Norway and Sweden, they could cut off en route the Swedish ironry supplies on which Hitler depended. At the front winter was setting in, which meant that the lakes and marshes were freezing over and providing an easier passage for tanks and men. Learning from their defeats, the Russians were by January better trained and led, and one of their better generals, Timoshenko, had been placed in command on the Isthmus front. Air attacks were becoming better coordinated and were preceded by intense artillery barrages. Their aircraft were so plentiful that behind the Finnish lines it was not safe for even an individual soldier to move in daylight. By the beginning of March the Finns had been forced to make significant withdrawals, a Russian success which the Soviet press hailed as a deed without parallel in the history of war. The army was worn out and without reserves. Supplies and volunteer soldiers were beginning to trickle in from abroad, but they were too few and too late. On the other hand, London and Paris had promised that they would send their expeditionary force as soon as the Finns made a request for it, and that it would be sent through Norway and Sweden, even though the governments of the latter, wishing to preserve their neutrality, still refused transit permission. Russian peace terms were now higher than before, but the Finnish government realized that it was a case of now or never. It was better to make peace while the Finnish army was still undefeated and while there still existed the threat of Western intervention. So Helsinki decided not to call on Great Britain and France. On March 12, 1940, the Treaty of Moscow was signed, in which Finland conceded not only the original Soviet requests but extensive areas in addition, including the city of Vyborg. Moscow, however, abandoned its Finnish people's government. Finland had lost territory and industry but not its independence or its honor. By the standards of that time, the USSR had not behaved especially badly. Its original requests had not been outrageous, and it had tried hard to negotiate what it wanted. However, the recourse to force proved a mistake. The humiliation of the Red Army, and the loss of moral standing in the outside world were a heavy price to pay. Moreover, Moscow's treatment of Finland ensured that when Hitler did attack in 1941 he was aided by a vengeful Finnish army, which overran in a matter of days the territory so expensively won by the Red Army a year before. 46. The invasion of Norway. Neither Norway nor Denmark, avowedly pacifist and neutral, had done anything to provoke German aggression. Yet the plan for the invasion and occupation of the two Scandinavian states, innocuously codenamed Weseribung or Exercise Weser, was dictated by the need to prevent possible British encroachment on Scandinavia and the Baltic, to safeguard vital iron ore supplies from Sweden which passed through Narvik when the Gulf of Bothnia was frozen, and in order to provide the Navy with bases from where submarines and surface raiders might be able to elude the British naval cordon and then break out onto the high seas. The Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Grand Admiral Erich Raeder, had impressed Hitler with the importance of obtaining naval bases in Norway, and the value of airfields in both countries had not been lost on the Luftwaffe. But Hitler did not show any real enthusiasm for the Norwegian operation until after February 16, when it became clear that Great Britain no longer intended to respect Norway's neutrality. As soon as the Allies began to organize an expeditionary force to aid the Finns in their struggle against the Soviet Union, German invasion plans took on a new urgency, for it was realized that while crossing Norway and Sweden on their way to Finland the Allies could easily sever Germany's supply of Swedish ironry. On March 12 the Russo-Finnish War ended, and General Jodl gloomily noted in his diary, "Conclusion of peace between Finland and Russia deprives England, but us too, of any political basis to occupy Norway." But Hitler and Ribbentrop were at no loss for a pretext to invade. On April 9, 1940 Denmark was occupied and Norway invaded, ostensibly to protect them from Anglo-French occupation. The two countries had been conferred with the protection of the Reich. Early the previous day, 8 British destroyers entered Norwegian waters south of the Lofoten Islands and laid mines in the leads on the approaches to the Arctic ironry port of Narvik. 400 miles to the south, 2 others marked a dummy minefield off Molde. A few hours later the British destroyer Glowworm, 100 miles west of Trondheim, sighted German destroyers, and, giving chase in heavy seas and poor visibility, met the heavy cruiser. Left the campaign. By evening on 9th April all Norway's main cities, ports, and airfields were in German hands. The first Allied landings were not until April 14. They proved ineffective. Hipper. Damaged and hopelessly outmatched, the Glowworm rammed the Hipper. Then dropped astern, burning and sinking. Still further south that morning, near the southern tip of Norway, villagers heard a dull explosion at Dotsie. Later fishing boats brought in German soldiers from the transport Rio de Janeiro, who told them that they had been torpedoed on their way to Bergen to protect the Norwegians against the British. In Oslo a distracted cabinet met. Norwegian sympathies lay with the Allies and against Hitler, but, hopelessly exposed to overwhelming German land and air strength, Norway longed to stay neutral. When on February 16 Captain Vian in the destroyer Cossack had defied Norwegian protests and boarded the, which was guarded only by neutral Luxembourg, to reach the French frontier. Left, German anti-tank gunners cover a road during the attack on northern France. Mobile and hard-hitting German anti-tank guns could not deal with the heaviest Allied armor, but the French frittered their advantage away in penny packets. Right, Hitler breaks into a jig of joy on hearing the French offer of an armistice. Town of Sedan on the Upper Meuse. The commander of the German Army Group A on the southern sector, facing the Ardennes, was General von Rundstedt. He and his brilliant chief of staff, General von Manstein, saw the weaknesses and hesitations in the Army's directives for Plan Yellow, which did not provide for the rapid and complete destruction of all the enemy's forces. They proposed that Army Group A should be made strong enough to cross the Meuse south of Namur and roll round south of the Allied armies and then sweep through in the direction of Arras and Boulogne. The Commander-in-Chief, Field Marshal von Brauchitsch, was not interested in these proposals, and so Hitler did not hear of them. Neither Rundstedt nor Manstein were aware of Hitler's simultaneous new idea. Plan Yellow compromised bad weather early in November, compelled Hitler to agree to a series of postponements, and gave the generals time to elaborate his ideas. The task of leading Hitler's proposed thrust through the Ardennes to Sedan was entrusted to 19 Panzer Corps under the command of Germany's chief exponent of tank warfare, General Heinz Guderian. This thrust would open up the possibility of expanding the offensive on the heights beyond Sedan, but Brauchitsch still turned a deaf ear to Manstein's plea for the strengthening of Army Group A to enable it to drive through to the lower Somme. By the end of December, Hitler and Brauchitsch had still not decided where the main weight of the offensive was to fall. Rundstedt and Manstein, however, were continuing their private campaign on behalf of Army Group A in the south, with detailed plans for a crossing of the Meuse from Dinant, in Belgium, southwards, the main effort being directed initially at Sedan. The prospect of a period of bright weather brought the German forces into readiness for the launching of the offensive in the middle of January. The Luftwaffe had now persuaded Hitler to concentrate the landing of parachutists and airborne troops in Holland, where they feared the British might obtain air bases for the bombing of the Ruhr. The weather again changed for the worse. Furthermore, the German command had been made uneasy by the forced landing in Belgium of 2 senior German Air Force officers carrying documents describing aspects of Plan Yellow. It was now postponed indefinitely. Although the German officers partially destroyed the documents, enough information filtered back to French intelligence to convince the Allied High Command that, as in 1914, the main German blow was going to come through the north of Belgium. Manstein had meanwhile crystallized his ideas in a memorandum which Rundstedt sent to Brauchitsch on January 12, but the commander-in-chief, sensitive of his authority, refused to forward it to Hitler. However, 2 sets of map exercises in February made General Hayter, Brauchitzsch's chief of staff, realize that Army Group A needed reinforcement in any case. In the next few days Hitler's staff officers brought Manstein's plan to his attention, and in it he saw his own unschooled ideas set out with professional clarity and detail. Brauchitsk also had by now come round to shifting the offensive center of gravity away from Bok's Army Group B in the north to Rundstedt's Army Group A in the south. There was agreement all round. Brauchitsk and Hayter now put these general proposals into precise form. Manstein's contribution had been his insistence on the use of Army Group A to swing round south of the Allied armies in Belgium and trap them there. Hitler's contribution had been the exploitation of the Ardennes Gap and the choice of Sedan for the crucial crossing of the Meuse, and the use of special air operations to secure vital objectives. The perfected plan, in masterly working detail, was Brauchitzky's and Hayter's contribution, and to effect the Meuse crossings between Dinant and Sedan they now capped the operation with the spearhead of 7 out of the Wehrmacht's 10 panzer divisions. From its original 22 divisions, Rundstedt's Army Group A had escalated to 45 I divisions, while von Bock's Army Group B had dwindled from 43 to 29 I divisions. On February 24 the new directive was ready, under the appropriate name of Sichelschnitt or the sweep of a scythe. Patchy morale. Now at last the generals were ready. But because the invasion of Denmark and Norway had acquired priority, the attack in the west was postponed into May. When Sichelschnitt came into action at dawn on May 10 the skill and balance of the German planning in themselves ensured a measure of success. The generals' obstinate delaying tactics in the face of Hitler's impatience in the autumn had been justified, the winter had been spent in perfecting their plans, and in training their troops for the precise and demanding requirements of the Blitzkrieg, which had tightened morale and whipped up considerable enthusiasm. The picture was very different on the Allied side. After the first few weeks of war, all pretense of offensive action on land had been given up. French and British troops were subjected to a hard and unending winter, waiting for an enemy who never came, despite the many alarms during which they stood to in wet or icy weather, while Hitler and his generals, oblivious of the good they were doing their own cause, battled over their dates for the offensive. In the French army, and particularly in those units in the Sedan sector where the main weight of the German attack was due to descend, morale was extremely patchy. The French High Command, in charge of Allied land operations, thought only of defense. But the Maginot Line, to which their faith was pinned, guarded nothing more than Alsace and Lorraine in the east. It ended opposite the southeastern corner of neutral Belgium, and French and British troops spent much of the winter navvying, in a poorly coordinated attempt to extend the French frontier fortifications, northwestwards to the Channel. Even this measure held contradictions, since General Gamelin, the French commander-in-chief, had decided to rush the Allied forces for 52 left and above, 1 while Bock's Army Group B struck into Holland and Belgium in what appeared to be the main thrust. Rundstedt's Army Group A headed by Kleist's panzers emerged from the Ardennes to the south and raced for the Channel in what was, in fact, the main thrust of the offensive. 11 days after breaking through at Sedan, Kleist's armor reaches the Channel. 3 The Allied perimeter at Dunkirk shrinks before the encircling German armies. 4 Extent of German advance on signing of armistice, June 22. Ward into central and northern Belgium as soon as the German offensive started. The French army was powerful on paper, it had more tanks than the Germans, and some that were better, but it had no conception of massing them for a breakthrough in the way the Germans had already tried out in Poland. The French tank strength was instead spread out thinly and ineffectually, ready, like a lot of small corks, to plug holes in the line. The few really mobile armored units were earmarked for the Allied defensive line in Belgium. The British contribution in France amounted to 9 divisions, and in its smallness became the butt of German propaganda broadcasts. A modest support air force was also sent to France, but the valuable Spitfire fighter, which had suffered from production delays, was held back for the defense of Great Britain. It was in the air that the Allies were at their greatest disadvantage. French aircraft production had been doubly hit by strikes and nationalization, and the French Air Force was largely filled out with obsolete machines. Gamelin, to whom it was theoretically subordinate, had little use for aircraft in battle, and the air crew's efforts were to be fruitlessly dissipated. The German Air Force, under the vainglorious leadership of Göring and the energetic administration of his Secretary of State, Milch, had been built up into a fearsome weapon, tested and hardened in the earlier Spanish Civil War and the Polish campaign, and supplied with an extra gloss of terror by German propaganda. It was designed and trained, too, for a single clear-cut purpose: to be an integral part of the German offensive machine. Its fleets of medium bombers were ready to wreak havoc behind the enemy's lines, while its dreaded dive bombers, the Stukas or Junkers 87s, gave direct support to the advancing tanks and infantry. The breakthrough. Germany's intended victims in the west had expected terror from the air, and it arrived at dawn on Friday, May 10. Troop-carrying gliders descended silently beside the crossings of the Lower Meuse in southeastern Holland, and landed on the very roof of the key Belgian fort of Ebenemael nearby. Paratroops rained down from the sky round Rotterdam and The Hague. Air transport planes unloaded fresh troops onto the half-captured airfield at Valhaven, and formation after formation of bombers blasted railway junctions and air bases in northeastern France. The paratroops and gliders, though not numerous, served to focus the Allied attention on this northern sector, and the cream of the French army and the whole of Lord 1 Field Marshal Walther von Brückitsch. Initially he showed no interest in the winning stroke. 2 General von Rundstedt. He saw the weaknesses of Plan Yellow. 3 General Ewald von Kleist. His panzers led the dashing southerly thrust. 4 General Erich von Manstein. He insisted Army Group A swing south of the Allies. Gort's British Expeditionary Force, under the overall command of the French General, Bill, went racing forward into Belgium to meet and hold what they considered to be the main German thrust. Not only that, for the French 7th Army, under its dashing general, Giroux, was sent headlong up through Belgium into southern Holland. Giroux took with him the most valuable mobile reserves of the French army, and he was protected, through some curious decision, by the main weight of the French fighter force, although he was moving up on the flank furthest from the main German effort. When Hitler heard that Gamelin had sent forward the bulk of his forces into the Belgian trap to counter the secondary effort of the German Army Group B, he could have wept for joy. Army Group A, providing the principal thrust, had started its advance through Luxembourg into the wooded hills of the Belgian Ardennes at the same time, but at 53. Germany's triumph was virtually ignored by the French command. It had become an axiom of the French defense planning that armored forces could not negotiate the restricted roads of the Ardennes in any appreciable strength, and air reconnaissance reports of a build-up on this sector were treated as irrelevant. German organization, however, was equal to the challenge of the Ardennes. The spearhead of its 2 armored corps, which had been put under the command of General von Kleist, crossed Luxembourg and moved forward steadily along parallel forest roads, meeting almost no opposition from the Belgians, and only startled French cavalry groups on reconnaissance, emerging on their horses as if from another age of warfare. The worst problems confronting the Germans in their approach were the vehicle jams occurring on the inadequate roads of the Ardennes. Stretching back 50 miles east of the Rhine, the advancing columns were protected by a massive and constant umbrella of fighters, for a few well-placed bombs on these roads would have impeded the onslaught of the armor for mile upon mile, but the eyes of the Allies were focused on the attack they had expected, in the north. Guderian's 19 Panzer Corps, making for the Meuse at Sedan, formed the southern wing of Kleist's armored group. They were through the Ardennes and into France by 1200 on May 12, Whit Sunday, and in the afternoon INX Panzer divisions reached the Meuse on either side of Sedan. During the evening the French troops, fearing a German outflanking movement, evacuated the town, and there was a general withdrawal from the east bank of the Meuse all the way northward to Dinant in Belgium, in the face of the advancing German armor. While in the south the Germans were already drawing up along the Meuse, the Allies were still advancing through central Belgium to their planned holding positions on the line of the Little River Dyle. The advance guard, consisting of France's fine armored cavalry corps under General Preux, was managing to cover the Dyle line against the first German tank attacks on May 12, while behind it the French First Army, under General Blanchard, moved forward, albeit too slowly, to positions which proved to be virtually unprepared. An all-out tank battle between Preux's cavalry corps and the transfer order. Hitler was highly indignant that Brauchitsch and Hayter had reorganized command responsibilities without informing him. He promptly cancelled the order. Thus in halting the armor Hitler sanctioned Rundstedt's proposal, besides demonstrating that on the battlefield his position as supreme commander of the Wehrmacht was no mere formality. But Hayter was not prepared to accept the Führer's order, and on the same night issued a wireless message to both army groups stating that the continuation of the attack up to Dunkirk on the one hand and Ostend on the other was permissible. In an act unprecedented in German military history, Rundstedt decided not to pass on the communication from his superiors to Four Army. Supported by Hitler, and assuming his observations on the morning of the 24th represented his own opinions, he could afford to hold a different view of the situation from that of OKH. In his opinion, Army Group B would sooner or later subdue resistance in Flanders, and it therefore appeared wiser to preserve the armored forces for later use. Although Hitler may have genuinely taken political objectives into consideration when he restrained the armor, it is patently obvious that he did not intend to spare Great Britain a bitter humiliation and thereby facilitate a peace settlement by such action. Both the Luftwaffe and the German army had clear and definite instructions to destroy the entrapped enemy in Flanders, and this was made unmistakably apparent in Führer Directive No. 13, signed by Hitler on the evening of May 24, 1940. Hayter has since claimed that Hitler expressed his determination to fight the decisive battle in northern France rather than on Flemish soil for political reasons. The Führer, Hayter maintains, explained that his plans to create a National Socialist region out of the territory inhabited by the German-descended Flemish would be compromised if war was permitted to ravage the region. Therefore, although Hitler was partially responsible for the decision to halt the armor, he has undoubtedly been unjustly credited with the sole responsibility for the fatal error. The perimeter shrinks Operation Dynamo was based on the assumption that 3 ports would be available, but the fall of Boulogne, followed on May 26 by the collapse of British resistance in Calais, left only Dunkirk. Yet the defence of Calais, termed by Guderian heroic, worthy of the highest praise, gave Lord Gort time in which to elaborate his plan for evacuation. The Allies' predicament grew steadily worse. On May 25 the Belgians expended their last reserves and their front broke. On the following day Hitler rescinded the halt order in view of Bock's slow advance in Belgium and the movement of transports off the coast, authorizing the resumption of Rundstedt's advance by armored groups and infantry divisions in the direction of Dunkirk. However, for technical reasons 16 hours were to pass before the armored units were ready to move forward and assail the town. By May 28 the Allies had organized a tighter perimeter defense around Dunkirk, stretching from Nieuport along the canals through Fumes and Bergs to Gravelines. Repeatedly assaulted by German tanks and without the support of the Belgian army, which had capitulated the same day, the perimeter shrank. Southwest of Lille, however, the Germans encountered spirited resistance from the French First Army, which detained 7 of their divisions from May 29 to June 1, thus preventing their participation in the assault on the Dunkirk pocket. The exhausted and bewildered Allies, often fragmented into separate battalions or separate companies, retreated steadily along congested roads into the perimeter, and by midnight on the 29th the greater part of the BEF and nearly half of the French First Army lay behind the canal line, by which time the naval measures for evacuation had begun to demonstrate their effectiveness. At 1857 on May 26 the Admiralty launched Operation Dynamo. Besides an inspiring example of gallantry and self-sacrifice, it was to display what Hitler had always held to be one of Great Britain's greatest strengths, the genius for improvisation. The first day of the evacuation, May 27, proved disappointing. Only 7,669 troops were brought out by a motley assortment of destroyers, passenger ferry steamers, paddle steamers, self-propelled barges, and Dutch Schuiten, which Vice Admiral Ramsay had collected. But after the loss of Boulogne and Calais, only Dunkirk with its adjacent beaches remained in Allied hands. For the intrepid rescuers, entering the harbour, when not impossible, was a hazardous task. Not only had they to contend with fire from shore batteries and ferocious air attack, but they had to negotiate the many wrecks that lay between them and the blazing town. It became clear that the hungry, exhausted troops would have to be embarked from the sandy beaches on either side of the 60. Deliverance at Dunkirk. An orderly line of British troops wading out to a rescue steamer. The evacuation by larger boats was mostly well ordered, though there was some panic in the rush to smaller vessels. Town, but as yet Ramsay had few small craft capable of embarking men in shallow water. He signaled urgently for more. The next day, May 28, utilizing the beaches together with the surviving but precarious east mole of the harbour, 17,804 men were embarked for Britain. The losses in craft on that day, however, were very heavy. Ships that left the congested mole unscathed were frequently damaged or sunk by bombing as they steamed down the narrow offshore channel, unable to maneuver adequately for wrecks, debris, and corpses. Despite the fact that 47,310 men were snatched from Dunkirk and its neighboring beaches the following day, as soon as the wind had blown aside the pall of smoke obscuring the harbour and roadstead, the Luftwaffe wreaked fearful havoc with a concentrated bombardment of the mole, sinking 3 destroyers and 21 other vessels. On May 30, smoother seas, smoke, and low cloud ceiling enabled the rescuers to remove 13,823 men to safety. Although a number of small craft had arrived off Dunkirk on May 29, they were only the vanguard of a volunteer armada of some 400 yachts, lifeboats, dockyard launches, river tugs, cockle boats, pleasure craft, French and Belgian fishing boats, oyster dredgers, and Thames barges which, with small craft called into service by the Royal Navy, ferried 100,000 men from the beaches to the deeper draft vessels from the following day. Moved by the desperate plight of the Allies, the seafaring population of south and southeastern England had set out in a spontaneous movement for the beaches of Dunkirk, where in innumerable acts of heroism they fulfilled a crucial role in the evacuation. On May 31, despite intense bombing and shelling, 68,014 troops were removed to safety, but on the following day a furious artillery bombardment and strafing of the whole length of the beaches together with resolute dive bombing of shipping out at sea and in the harbour effectively halted daylight operations. The climax of the evacuation had taken place on May 31 and June 1 when over 132,000 men were landed in England. At dawn on June 2 only 4,000 men of the BEF remained in the perimeter, shielded by 100,000 French troops. On the nights of 2 and June 3 they were evacuated along with 60,000 of the Frenchmen. Dunkirk was still defended stubbornly by the remainder, who resisted until the morning of June 4. When the town fell, 40,000 French troops who had fought tenaciously to cover the evacuation of their Allied comrades marched into captivity. "Let us remember," wrote Churchill, "that but for the endurance of the Dunkirk rearguard the recreation of an army in Britain for home defence and final victory would have been gravely prejudiced." The British with French and Belgian assistance had evacuated 338,226 troops, of whom 139,097 were French, from a small battered port and exposed beaches right under the noses of the Germans. They had extracted every possible advantage from the valuable respite accorded them when the armour was halted, consolidating defensive positions in the west, east, and on the Channel front. Moreover, they had fought tenaciously, upholding traditions that had so impressed the Germans in the First World War. The primary German error was to regard the Dunkirk pocket as a subordinate front. In fact, its strategic importance was not recognized until too late, largely because it was not clear until almost the last moment how many Allied troops were actually in the pocket. Moreover, for the 9 days of Operation Dynamo, the Luftwaffe, due to adverse weather conditions, only succeeded in seriously interfering with it for 2.5 days on May 27, the afternoon of May 29, and on June 1. The Luftwaffe's mission, readily shouldered by the vain, ambitious Göring, proved too much for it. If Rundstedt had made a mistake, Göring fatally miscalculated. His aircraft had failed to prevent the Allied evacuation because the necessary conditions for success, good weather, advanced airfields, training in pinpoint bombing, were all lacking. Bombers and dive bombers for the first time suffered heavy losses at the hands of British Spitfires and Hurricanes now operating from their relatively near home bases. For Germany's military leadership, Dunkirk was the first great turning point in the Second World War, for it was during the campaign that Hitler first forced OKH to accept his own military views, by short-circuiting it at a critical juncture of the fighting and transferring a decision of far-reaching importance to a subordinate command whose views happened to coincide with his own. OKH, the actual military instrument of leadership, was in future to be undermined, overruled, and with terrible consequences for the German people, finally abolished altogether. The grim realities. At Dunkirk, instead of winning a battle of annihilation, the German army had to content itself with an ordinary victory. Great Britain, on the other hand, could console itself with the knowledge that almost its entire expeditionary force had been saved. In the midst of our defeat, Churchill later wrote, glory came to the island people, united and unconquerable. There was a white glow, overpowering, sublime, which ran through our island from end to end. And the tale of the Dunkirk beaches will shine in whatever records are preserved of our affairs. If the British people felt they had won a great victory, the grim realities belied their euphoria. The BEF, no longer in any condition to defend the country, had suffered 68,111 killed, wounded, and taken prisoner. It had been compelled to abandon 2,472 guns, 90,000 rifles, 63,879 vehicles, 20,548 motorcycles, and well over 500,000 tons of stores and ammunition. Of the 243 ships sunk at Dunkirk, out of 860 engaged, 6 were British destroyers. A further 19 British destroyers were damaged. In addition, the RAF had lost 474 aircraft. Dunkirk had been a catastrophe alleviated, not by a miracle, but by German miscalculation and Allied tenacity and improvisation. Yet the elation of victory pervaded Britain. A supreme effort had cheated Hitler of his prey, and a little self-congratulation seemed appropriate. The British had been the first to confound the German military juggernaut, and after Dunkirk they resolved with a wholehearted determination to defeat it. Italy in June 1940 was in no condition to fight a major war. The Italian army simply did not possess the kind of equipment which had made possible the German successes in the West. Anti-aircraft guns were virtually non-existent, only half the motor vehicles required by the army could be supplied, and there was only fuel enough for 7 to 8 months. In the event of general mobilization, the troops could not even have been properly clothed. The Navy and Air Force were only slightly better off, and underlying everything was the weakness of the Italian war economy. Italy was desperately short of such strategic raw materials as copper, nickel, aluminium, and rubber, and these shortages were accentuated when, after the declaration of war, the Royal Navy closed both the Suez Canal and the Straits of Gibraltar to Italian shipping. Mussolini was well aware of these unpleasant facts, but in his view the war was as good as won already, and it was imperative to enter the conflict before it was too late. But, unfortunately for the Duce, things did not quite go according to plan. After the conclusion of the Battle of France, in which the Italian forces failed to penetrate more than a few miles into French territory, Great Britain gave little evidence for the widespread view that she was finished, and failed to come to terms with Germany in spite of Hitler's apparently sincere appeal. The Germans began to prepare seriously for an invasion of the British Isles, and Mussolini offered Italian troops to participate in the landings. When Hitler somewhat disdainfully rejected this offer, Mussolini was left to obtain his military glory elsewhere. This prospect was by no means ungenial to him, for even before Italy's entry into the war, he had repeatedly spoken of the need to wage what he called a parallel war, a war alongside Germany and against the same opponents, but in different theaters and for specifically Italian objectives. He now had the chance to put this conception into practice. Africa was the obvious arena for the parallel war. The Italians had some 14 divisions in Libya, excluding Air Force personnel, and the fall of France meant that they were now free to concentrate all their strength against the British in Egypt without having to bother about the French in Tunisia. Some 1,200 miles to the southeast, in Italian East Africa, there were 2 divisions and 29 colonial brigades, totaling 255,000 men exclusive of naval and air force units. This was a large force, strategically concentrated on the flank of the main British supply route to Egypt via the Red Sea. It was Mussolini's ambition to break out of the Mediterranean prison in which the British had confined him. A concerted Italian attack from Libya and East Africa in the direction of Egypt and the Sudan would serve this purpose, and seriously embarrass the British. But things were not so easy as that. In spite of repeated prodding from Rome, the Italian commander in Libya, Marshal Rodolfo Graziani, argued that his forces were in no state to take on the British without large-scale reinforcements, and it was not until September 13, 1940 that his army finally lumbered across the Egyptian frontier, only to come to a prolonged halt some 4 days and 60-odd miles later. A paper tiger. It should be emphasized at this point that it was not the parallel war strategy as such which was at fault, but Italy's capacity to carry it out unaided. Some of Hitler's military advisors, particularly in the Navy, saw the advantages of concentrating upon Great Britain's power position in the Middle East if the proposed invasion of the home islands failed to take place, or even as an alternative strategy altogether. They were well aware, however, that the Italians could accomplish little or nothing on their own, and it was as a result of this awareness that proposals were put forward in the autumn of 1940 to send German armored units to North Africa. But for prestige and other reasons Mussolini would have none of it. If they set foot among us, he told the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, Marshal Pietro Badoglio, we will never get rid of them. If, in view of Italy's weakness, Mussolini was rash to turn down the offer of German assistance in North Africa, he was mad to contemplate expanding his commitments still further by engaging in military operations on the continent of Europe. Yet, in the summer of 1940, we find him planning more or less simultaneous invasions of Switzerland, Yugoslavia, and Greece. All were the object of long-standing Italian ambitions. The desire to attack them at this stage can be explained partly by the desire to stake out a claim in time for the peace conference, and partly to guard against the threat of a German hegemony over areas which Italy considered vital to her security. However, Mussolini was calm. 7b. Poster after the election of March 1934, year 12 of the fascist era. The approved list of fascist candidates were overwhelmingly voted in. Above, Mussolini watches with delight the collapse of the League of Nations after the invasion of Ethiopia. Left, 11 Duce. 63. J. Asterisk. Carrot. Dot. Pound. Carrot. M11 IIP Ma Carrot. 2 Udjutators in the Villa Borghese Museum, Rome, May 1938. Pell led to drop the plan for the invasion of Switzerland because the troops for it were also needed to invade Yugoslavia, and he was compelled to drop the plan for the invasion of Yugoslavia because of opposition from his military advisors. Hitler was also anxious for stability in the Balkans on account of Germany's vital oil supplies from Romania and because he wished to preserve at least temporarily his alliance with Russia. He had tried to veto the invasion of Yugoslavia, and would undoubtedly have tried to veto the invasion of Greece had he taken rumors of the invasion seriously, but he did not. Italy invaded Greece on October 28, 1940 from Italian-occupied Albania. I shall send in my resignation as an Italian if anyone objects to our fighting the Greeks, Mussolini told his son-in-law and foreign minister, Count Ciano, a fortnight before the invasion, thereby indicating his belief that the operation would be a walkover. Although this belief was shared by many others, and not least by Ciano and the Italian civil and military authorities in Albania, the Greeks soon expelled the invading forces and pressed on into Albanian territory. At one point, early in December, Mussolini was faced with the humiliating prospect of having to ask for an armistice through Hitler but, Fortunately for him, the Italian forces managed to hold their ground. Shortly before, a daring raid by torpedo bombers of the Royal Navy had disabled a large portion of the Italian battle fleet in Taranto Harbfeuer LLTH 12 November, and shortly afterwards December 9, O'Connor launched the British counter-offensive in the Stern Desert, which was to drive Graziani not only out of Egypt, but out of Cyrenaica as well. This series of disasters had far-reaching effects. There was a thorough shake-up in the Italian High Command, which included the dismissal of the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, Marshal Badoglio, and the Chief of Staff of the Navy, Admiral Domenico Cavanieri, as well as that of certain lesser lights. But the situation might well not have been saved had not Hitler responded favorably to his fellow dictators' belated calls for help. At the end of 1940 and the beginning of 1941, Hitler decided first to support the Italians in Albania with a German attack on Greece from Bulgaria, second, to send units of the German Air Force to Sicily to help the Italians attack the British Mediterranean Fleet, third, to dispatch German forces, including armored units, to North Africa to prevent the loss of Tripolitania, and fourth, to increase German economic assistance to Italy. These decisions may have saved the fascist regime from early extinction, but they also sounded the death knell of Italy's autonomous parallel war. From the beginning of 1941 onwards, Nazi Germany exercised ever greater control over the activities of her weaker partner, much to the latter's annoyance. On the face of it, things went extremely well for the Axis during the first 6 months of 1941. Thanks largely to General Rommel and the Afrika Korps, the British were driven out of Libya, except for Tobruk, by the beginning of April. Greece was overcome in the same month, although the Italian forces were not able to do much more than hold the line in Albania. Moreover, an additional blitzkrieg campaign was added to the list when, at the end of March, Yugoslavia finally spurned Axis offers of an alliance. Hitler resolved to smash Yugoslavia and, after a brief campaign in which Italian forces also participated, the Yugo-8 were forced to sign an armistice on April 17, 1941. Only in East Africa, where Germany was unable to come to the aid of Italy, was the Axis defeated. Attacking from Kenya, the Sudan, and from across the Gulf of Aden, British forces occupied Italian Somaliland and Eritrea, recaptured British Somaliland, and thrust deep into Ethiopia. Addis Ababa fell on April 6, and the Duke of Aosta himself was compelled to surrender at Amba Alagi on May 16. Two sizable concentrations of Italian troops remained in Ethiopia, one, under General Gazara, in the southwest, and the other, under General Nasai, in the northwest, but both were eventually forced to surrender, the former in July and the latter in November. The empire which Mussolini had defied the League of Nations to create in 1935 was no more. But Axis successes elsewhere were not nearly so impressive as they seemed at first sight. The German plans for an invasion of the British Isles had long since been abandoned, and the British power position in the Middle East remained intact, in spite of the Rashid Ali revolt in Iraq in April. It was true that the Axis intended to exploit Arab nationalism against the British, and the German army had worked out an elaborate timetable which involved simultaneous offensives against Egypt along the North African coast and, via Turkey, down through Syria and Palestine at the turn of the year 1941-42. But all this was to follow upon what was confidently expected to be the early defeat of the Soviet Union, an eventuality which never materialized. On the grounds that the Italians could not afford to stay out of the decisive struggle against Bolshevism, Mussolini initially contributed 3 divisions to the German invasion of Russia in June 1941. These troops, 64. Italy, the Achilles heel, would have been much better employed in North Africa, a theater which, as a result of the Russian campaign, was inevitably downgraded in Hitler's eyes, with serious consequences for Italy. The resultant withdrawal to the Balkans of the bulk of the German Air Force units which Hitler had sent to Sicily at the end of 1940 greatly reduced the pressure upon Malta, the British island base which lay athwart the main supply route from Italy to North Africa. In the autumn of 1941, as a result, Italian convoy losses increased to an intolerable degree. So, on December 2, Hitler issued a directive appointing Field Marshal Albert Kesselring as Commander-in-Chief South, in charge of an entire air corps and with the threefold mission of protecting the supply route between Italy and North Africa, cooperating with the Italo-German ground forces in North Africa, and stopping enemy traffic through the Mediterranean. Kesselring's appointment, which was regarded with mixed feelings by the Italians, marked a further stage in the subordination of Italy to Germany. Not long after Kesselring's arrival in Italy, the Second World War was transformed into a truly global conflict by the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor and British and Dutch possessions in the Far East. Mussolini, together with Hitler, gratuitously linked his fate with that of the Land of the Rising Sun by declaring war upon the USA on December 11, 1941. Initially, American intervention did not provide much relief for the British position in the Mediterranean and the Middle East, whereas Japanese intervention seemed to offer alluring prospects to the Axis powers. The Japanese admirals have informed us that they intend to proceed towards India, Chano noted in his diary on March 7, 1942. The Axis must move towards them in the Persian Gulf. Before this could happen, however, the Italo-German base in North Africa had to be made secure. The key to this was supply, and the key to supply was the elimination of Malta. Kesselring had set himself the task of neutralizing the island from the air, but the Italians had come to the conclusion that nothing less than its seizure would suffice. In this they were surely right, for whatever the short-term success of an aerial assault, it could not be maintained indefinitely, particularly when it depended almost entirely upon German aircraft which were always liable to recall to the Russian front. As early as October 1941, the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, General Ugo Cavallero, had instructed the army to plan the invasion of Malta. By the beginning of 1942, the other services were involved and the Germans were also drawn in. At a meeting between Hitler and Mussolini at the end of April, it was decided to recapture Tobruk and advance as far as the Egyptian frontier by the middle of June, and then to take Malta before any further advance in North Africa. Unfortunately for the Italians, however, they were dependent upon German help for the success of the Malta invasion, and it soon became clear that Hitler was not very enthusiastic about the operation. In a meeting with his military advisors on May 21, he argued that the Italians were really incapable of carrying out such a complex maneuver and that, in any case, their security was so bad that the British would soon know as much about the plans as their own commanders. In these circumstances, it was not surprising that, after the Italo-German forces had captured Tobruk on June 21 and Rommel, confident in the belief that he could be in Cairo by the end of the month, had pressed for the restrictions upon his advance to be lifted. Hitler urged Mussolini to let him have his way. "Destiny has offered us a chance which will never occur twice in the same theater of war," he wrote. "The goddess of battles visits warriors only once. He who does not grasp her at such a moment never reaches her again." But the Duce did not need such lyrical prose to persuade him. He was as mesmerized by the prospect of conquering Egypt as Hitler or Rommel and, in spite of the reasoned objections of Cavallero and Kesselring, he gladly gave the German field commander his head. The Malta invasion was postponed indefinitely as it turned out, and the Duce even went to North Africa to preside personally over the fall of Egypt. But Egypt did not fall. Auchinleck held Rommel's offensive and the initiative passed to the British with the Second Battle of El Alamein in October. The following month, the Anglo-American landings in French North Africa put the Italo-German forces in a vice, and when they were finally expelled from Tunisia in May 1943, the way was clear for a direct assault upon Festung Europa itself by way of Italy. Was Italy a liability? Later in the war, Adolf Hitler pondered upon the effects of his partnership with Italy. "When I pass judgment, objectively and without emotion, on events," he wrote, "I must admit that my unshakable friend ship for Italy and the Duce may well be held to be an error on my part. It is in fact quite obvious that our Italian alliance has been of more service to our enemies than to ourselves. Italian intervention has conferred benefits which are modest in the extreme in comparison with the numerous difficulties to which it has given rise. If, in spite of all our efforts, we fail to win this war, the Italian alliance will have contributed to our defeat. Italy's presence at Germany's side, he claimed, prevented him from mobilizing the Muslim peoples in his support, for the Italians in these parts of the world are more bitterly hated, of course, than either the British or the French. On a more purely military level, the Italian defeats in Greece compelled us, contrary to all our plans, to intervene in the Balkans, and that in its turn led to a catastrophic delay in the launching of our attack on Russia. We were compelled to expend some of our best divisions there. And as a net result we were then forced to occupy vast territories in which, but for this stupid show, the presence of any of our troops would have been quite unnecessary. Ah! If only the Italians had remained aloof from this war. When reflections such as these are placed alongside the actual record of Italian performance during the Second World War, it is easy to see the basis for the belief that Italy was Germany's Achilles heel. But is this belief justified? After all, it was not the Italian alliance which prevented Hitler from exploiting Arab nationalism, but his preoccupation with Barbarossa. And even if that operation could have been launched a few weeks earlier but for the German campaigns in Greece and Yugoslavia, would it have made all that much difference to the final outcome? As for the German troops allegedly tied down in the Balkans, these amounted to 7 divisions in June 1941 compared with the 153 massed for Barbarossa. It is hard to see how they would have had much effect upon the balance of forces on the Eastern Front. It was not so much Hitler's Supex, RT for Mussolini which contributed to his losing the Second World War, as his failure to give him adequate support by according the Mediterranean a higher priority in his overall strategy, as, for example, his naval advisers constantly urged. The Middle East was of great strategic importance to the British Empire, and a small increase in German resources devoted to the area could have resulted in proportionately large rewards. As it was, the main burden of Axis operations in the Mediterranean fell upon the Italians, who were totally incapable of shouldering it. The brilliant tactical successes of a commander like Rommel could obscure the harsh realities for a while, but by the end of 1942 they were plainly there for all to see, and Mussolini had cause to reflect upon the words of his fellow Italian, Niccolò Machiavelli, "Everyone may begin a war at his pleasure, but cannot so finish it." 65. *NWP J. IF/. The Battle of Britain. Of all the innumerable battles fought during the last 2,500 years, no more than 15 have been generally regarded as decisive. A decisive battle has been defined as one in which a contrary event would have essentially varied the drama of the world in all its subsequent stages. By this reckoning, the Battle of Britain was certainly decisive. To find another decisive battle fought so close to British homes we have to go back to the defeat of the Armada in 1588, when Drake's well-handled little ships, with some assistance from the weather, destroyed a vast array of Spanish warships. But a closer parallel is with the Battle of Trafalgar. In 1805 Napoleon controlled the whole of Europe west of the Russian frontier, with the exception of Great Britain and some parts of the Iberian Peninsula. He understood very well that if he could destroy British sea power he could invade and conquer that stubborn island kingdom, and the whole of Western Europe would fall under his sway. But at Trafalgar his own sea power was destroyed by Nelson's fleet, and with it disappeared his hopes of subduing Great Britain. The narrow waters of the Channel were an insuperable barrier to his invading armies. Thwarted in the west, he turned against Russia, and his Grande Army was all but destroyed amid the ice and snow during the terrible retreat from Moscow in the winter of 1812. In August 1940 Hitler had mastered all Western Europe, apart from Great Britain, Spain, and Portugal. Although most of the men of the British Expeditionary Force had been brought home the miracle of Dunkirk, they had lost almost all their weapons and equipment. This disaster had left Great Britain without any effective land forces, for in the whole country it left, the much vaunted MiG-10, which proved a failure in the battle. Below, the Battle of Britain by Paul Nash, an artist during both wars. 67. Germany's triumph. Was scarcely possible to put into the field one division, fully armed and equipped. Things had changed since the days of Napoleon. This time the Royal Navy could not save Great Britain, for its ships could not operate in the southern North Sea and the Channel against concentrated German air and submarine attacks. And many of its warships were absent, fully employed in guarding the convoys that brought in the vital supplies of food and raw materials. The Germans knew that if they could destroy the Royal Air Force, they could invade and conquer Great Britain, and all military resistance in Western Europe would end. Hitler had every reason to feel confident of success. The German Air Force had destroyed the Polish, Dutch, Belgian, and French air forces. Its commander-in-chief, Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring, had no doubt that his powerful air fleets would make short work of the much smaller RAF. In 1805 and again in 1940, Great Britain stood alone against a large continental army, flushed with success, and on both occasions, by a brilliant and decisive victory, she saved herself from invasion and Western Europe from complete military subjection. But there the similarity ends. Trafalgar was fought and won in a day, but the Battle of Britain, the first decisive battle in the air, was a long drawn-out battle of attrition. The daylight battle began in early August, and continued through a long fine autumn until the middle of October. After the day battle had died down, the struggle was carried on by night, through the winter of 1940–41. It ended only when Hitler, despairing of conquering Great Britain, turned, as Napoleon had done before him, against Russia. And, like Napoleon, Hitler was to see his great armies all but annihilated battling against the illimitable spaces and the bitter winter climate of Russia. Looking back, the people of Great Britain may wonder why the battle had to be fought in their skies, over their heads, and why it was their towns and cities that were bombed and devastated by fire. The answer to this is to be found in the sequence of events between the two world wars. After the armistice in November 1918, the greatly expanded armed forces of the Allies were hastily and clumsily demobilized. Improvised war organizations were dismantled, and the watchwords of the British government were economy and retrenchment. The war had been won, there was no visible threat to Allied security, and Great Britain and France were swept by a wave of anti-war feeling, largely induced by the terrible casualties and intolerable conditions of trench warfare. In 1925 the League of Nations had set 68 up a preparatory commission to explore the ground for a general disarmament conference. Progress in this field is never rapid, and for many years the commission was involved in interminable difficulties and arguments. Eventually a disarmament conference was convened in Geneva in 1932, at which proposals for outlawing air bombardment and drastically limiting the loaded weight of military aircraft were discussed. Hoping for success in these negotiations, the British government declined to authorize the design and construction of any effective bomber aircraft. In addition, it had introduced in 1924 what became known as the 10-year rule, which postulated that there would be no major war for 10 years. Unfortunately, each successive year was deemed to be the starting point of this tranquil epoch, and so the period always remained at 10 years. The disarmament conference finally broke up in May 1934 without achieving any result whatsoever. But, meanwhile Hitler had come to power in Germany, and was clearly bent on a massive program of rearmament. In 1933 the British government at last permitted the issue of 3 air staff requirements for a high-perform T-ANS multi-gun fighter, which in due course produced the Hurricane and Spitfire. It is often asserted that these 2 aircraft, and especially the Spitfire, were forced on a reluctant air ministry by a far-sighted aircraft industry and its capable designers. There is not a word of truth in this. Both aircraft were designed, ordered, and built to Air Ministry specifications. Even after the collapse of the disarmament conference in 1934, the British government was reluctant to rearm. Alone. The Aces. 1 Squadron Leader Sailor Malin. he was the third highest RAF scorer with 35 enemy aircraft shot down. The RAF's top scorers were M.T. St. John Paddle with 41 kills, and Johnny Johnson. 2 Squadron Leader Stanford Tuck. Between May 1940 and January 1942 he shot down 29 German aircraft, making him the 8th highest RAF scorer for the war. In 1942 he was shot down over France and captured. 3 Major Adolf, which was at first fitted to the Blenheim, a fast bomber aircraft, converted, in default of anything better, to a night fighter. After many initial setbacks and failures, it was found possible to vector a night fighter close enough to a bomber to pick it up on its AI, and a sighting made. But progress was slow. The Blenheim was not fast enough or well enough armed to be very successful. Later in the period a new night fighter, the Beaufighter, appeared. This was an adaptation of a sea reconnaissance aircraft, the Beaufort. With improved AI, and armed with 4 20mm cannon and 4 machine guns, it proved a most useful night fighter. But it was not available in sufficient numbers until the night blitz was almost over. Considerable success was in fact achieved by the night air defenses, but not enough to provide a deterrent. The attacks on British towns and cities killed and wounded many civilians, and caused serious, if temporary, losses of industrial output. Indeed, these losses, due not so much to the actual destruction of factories as to the disruption of gas, electricity, and water supplies, communications, and above all to absenteeism caused by the destruction of workers' dwellings, gave the British a somewhat exaggerated idea of the effectiveness of such operations. For centuries, except for a few civil wars long ago, the British people had been used to the idea that battles were fought on the high seas, or far away in other countries, and were exclusively the business of the armed forces. The First World War disturbed, but did not destroy, these beliefs. The direct attack from the air on their homes and places of work shocked and angered the British people, but they were not dismayed. A new spirit of neighborly friendship and concern developed. Little had been known, in the absence of actual experience, of the behavior of a civilized population under air attack, and on the whole the courage and endurance of the British people exceeded most official expectations. With the coming of the shorter summer nights the night bombing attacks died down, and when in June 1941 Hitler began the invasion of Russia, his bombers were moved to the Eastern Front. The Battle of Britain had been fought and won. But it was not the beginning of the end of the war, but the end of the beginning. 74. The Battle of the Atlantic. The Second World War was only a few hours old when the British passenger liner Athenia was sunk in the Atlantic without warning by a torpedo from the German submarine U-30. The loss of the liner, carrying a number of children, sent a wave of indignation through the country and persuaded the Admiralty to institute a convoy system for the protection of Allied merchant shipping. The two main convoy systems were the East-West transatlantic convoys to and from North America and the North-South convoys to and from the South Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and West Africa. Although the very act of concentrating shipping into compact bodies in this way gave them a measure of immunity from attack by making them harder for an enemy to locate, warship escort was obviously essential. However, Admiralty policy had been to organize shipping into convoy only if the enemy resorted to unrestricted submarine warfare, believing that Hitler's navy would abide by the conditions for submarine warfare laid down by the Hague Convention, and no steps had been taken to acquire ships suitable for anti-submarine escort. The anti-submarine force available in September 1939 consisted of 150 destroyers, 6 coastal patrol vessels, and 24 sloops. With this number it was only usually possible to give convoys an escort of 2 ships. Fortunately the Germans entered the war possessing only 48 operational submarines, though a program for rapid expansion was put in hand at the end of 1939. For the first 8 months of the war, therefore, the scale of attack was small, almost ceased during the Norwegian campaign when the U-boats were recalled to take part in it, and was concentrated almost entirely on ships sailing independently. U-boat commanders who did attack convoys, using the conventional method of approaching and firing submerged, came up against the combination in the escorts of the Aztec which could detect and locate them and the depth charge which, if accurately placed, could sink them. Aztec, details of which had been kept secret, was a device with which the range and bearing of an object underwater could be determined, by transmitting a narrow sound beam of very high frequency and measuring the time taken for an echo from it to return. Near the end of the Norwegian campaign in May 1940 the U-boats reverted to attacks on merchant shipping and, when the fall of France gave them bases from which the Atlantic trade routes could be easily reached, the Battle of the Atlantic began. The sinking of 11 German submarines in the first 6 months of the war by destroyers had induced a respect for the Aztec among U-boat commanders. They therefore concentrated on unescorted ships whenever possible. These consisted not only of independently routed ships, of which there was still a large number, but also ships which had, for one reason or another, straggled from their convoys, and ships from outward-bound Atlantic convoys which had been dispersed when the escorts left them to meet homeward-bound convoys. This took place at first some 200 miles west of Ireland, and extended a further 200 miles by the autumn of 1940, the limit imposed by the fuel endurance of the escorting destroyers. Beyond this no anti-submarine protection for our merchant shipping could be given. Coupled with the desperate shortage of destroyers as a result of the number sunk or damaged in the Dunkirk operations and the need for others to be deployed on anti-invasion duties, this provided the U-boats with what their commanders were to call the first happy time. In the period July to October 1940, 144 unescorted ships were sent to the bottom. Such convoys as were located were so meagerly escorted that they could be attacked with near impunity. From them 73 more ships were sunk. Only 2 U-boats were destroyed in reply by convoy escorts. The majority of the U-boats' attacks were made by night, operating on the surface where they enjoyed high speed and maneuverability. The U-boats' night attacks not only confirmed that their low silhouette made them virtually invisible against the dark background of the sea from the bridge of a ship high above them, they also discovered a fatal flaw in the Aztec. Its performance against a surfaced submarine was almost negligible. Until the development of an effective shipborne radar at the end of 1941, the advantage in a night encounter, even with a destroyer, lay with the U-boat. It was at this turn, too, that another main feature of the tactics of the U-boats was first developed, the deployment of a number. Top, Commander F.J. Walker, the most successful U-boat killer of the war. Center, Otto Kretschmer, the top-scoring U-boat commander. He was taken prisoner when his U-99 was destroyed in March 1941. Bottom, Gunther Prien, another U-boat ace. In 1939 his U-47 penetrated Scapa Flow and sank HMS Royal Oak. U-47 was lost in March 1941 with all hands. 75. Germany's triumph. Of them on a patrol line across the convoy route and their concentration into a wolf pack as soon as the convoy was located. It was immediately spectacularly successful. The slow, homeward-bound convoy SC-7 of 34 ships, which left Nova Scotia on October 5, 1940 with the solitary escort of a slow, lightly armed sloop, had plugged through heavy seas to 500 miles west of Ireland by the 16th. There it was met by 2 more escorts, another sloop and one of the new Flower-class corvettes. There, too, it was located by a lone U-boat which signaled its position, course, and speed to headquarters before attacking in the moonlight that night and sinking 2 ships. The escorts, engaged in picking up survivors and hunting vainly for the attacker, left the convoy to steam on without even their meager support until the following evening when 2 of them were able to rejoin in time to suffer attack by another solitary U-boat. It achieved only a single torpedo hit which damaged but did not sink a freighter. Another sloop and a corvette now joined the escort, the corvette being directed to stand by the crippled ship. There were thus 2 sloops and a corvette with the convoy when darkness fell on the evening of the 18th. Just over the horizon ahead 6 U-boats of a patrol line, alerted by the sighting report, had been concentrating. Among them were 2 top-scoring aces, Joachim Skipka of ULOO and Otto Kretschmer of U-99. During the night that followed 14 ships were sunk, 7 of them by U-99. The distracted escorts, unable to locate the attackers, could do nothing but pick up the crews of the sunken ships. By the morning the dwindling convoy had virtually disintegrated. Including 3 stragglers, which suffered the usual fate of such ships, 20 had been sunk and 2 more damaged out of the 34 which had set out. The remainder made their way individually to port, saved from further attack by the discovery of a fresh convoy for the Wolves, the fast HX-79 following 2 days behind SC-7. There the same scenes of destruction, the same failure by the escorts, either to defend their charges or exact any retribution, reenacted themselves, 12 ships being sunk and 2 more damaged out of a convoy of 49. Another small pack attack mounted against a convoy in December 1940 sank 11 ships and the escorting armed merchant cruiser. Such shocking losses led to a searching inquiry to seek a solution. One of the shortcomings in the defense was the lack of fast escort destroyers which had been held back in the anti-invasion forces. They were now released for trade protection duties. Strengthening of the convoy escorts in this way paid an encouraging dividend, 3 U-boats being destroyed by them in November 1940, the first success for 5 months. There were still too few destroyers to do more than add 11 to the inexperienced and ill-equipped corvettes, however. The prime antidote to the Wolfpack tactics air escort was in fact available but denied to the Navy by priority decisions. The only long-range aircraft available to Coastal Command for support of the convoys were a few Sunderland flying boats. Twin-engined planes of the command came to join them when the onset of winter released them from anti-invasion reconnaissance duties. In conjunction with much foul weather, these factors caused something of a lull in the battle during the winter of 1940–41, following the Holocaust of October. But while escort numbers were slowly growing, so were THO.SE of the U-boat fleet which numbered under 30 in 1940. None was lost between November 1940 and March 1941 and meanwhile the numbers were growing. An ominous feature of this period, AL.SO, was the first appearance of U-boats on the convoy route between Britain and Freetown, Sierra Leone, the assembly port for the large and vital trade with the Orient which, until the entry of Italy into the war, had passed through the Mediterranean and the Suez Canal. The spring of 1941 therefore saw a large upsurge of activity. Although the Battle of the Atlantic refers primarily to the long struggle waged between the German U-boats and convoy escorts for control of the vital Atlantic lifelines, other forms of attack were also developed, each calling for specialized efforts to counter them. First in point of time came the commerce raiding cruise of the pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee. Her interception by a group of 3 British cruisers off the River Plate in December 1939, and her subsequent scuttling outside Montevideo harbor had all the elements of high drama. Her depredations had only amounted to 9 ships sunk in 3 months, however. Her sister ship Tuschlaegst, operating in the North Atlantic, accounted for only 2 merchantmen in 2 months before returning to Germany. In October 1940 the Germans once again. Above, from a U-boat's conning lower, German officers scanned the horizon for the telltale smoke signals of a convoy. Left, crew of a torpedoed merchant ship being picked up by an escort vessel. Right, on the bridge of an escorting destroyer on convoy duty in the Atlantic. As convoy escort improved the U-boats moved to new hunting grounds. SSS and ZTTL. The Battle of the Atlantic. Loosed a major warship on the Atlantic trade routes. This was the pocket battleship Admiral Scheer. Almost her first encounter was with a convoy of 37 ships, escorted only by the armed merchant cruiser Jervis Bay which steamed out against her in gallant defiance. By the time the Jervis Bay had been sunk, the convoy had been able to scatter to such an extent that the Scheer was only able to catch and sink 5 of the merchantmen. The pocket battleship went on to make a 5-month cruise in the South Atlantic and Indian Ocean during which she sank 16 ships before returning to Germany. A greater menace were the battle cruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau which broke out into the Atlantic on the February 7, 1941. They sank 22 independently steaming ships before the two ships returned safely to Brest on March 22. The last and potentially the most serious attempt to use major warships against Allied convoys was the famous foray of the giant battleship Bismarck in company with the cruiser Prince Eugen in May 1941. Intercepted by the battleships Hood and Prince of Wales, the Bismarck sank the Hood, but, damaged by the Prince of Wales, and by a torpedo attack by aircraft from the carrier Victorious, she was forced to make for Brest for repairs, only to be again torpedoed and crippled by aircraft from the Ark Royal, and finally overwhelmed by the massed power of the home fleet. The Prim Eugen escaped to Brest having accomplished nothing. Alarming as these various forays by surface warships were, the sum of their achievements were small compared to those of the U-boat fleet whose Louis Admiral Karl Dönitz never ceased to press for priority to be given to the one arm which he rightly believed could bring victory to Riehe, cause of his ultimate failure. The other main threat to Atlantic convoys was that of long-range Focke-Wulf Condors, adaptations of civil aircraft. Operating from Bordeaux from August 1940, they caused serious shipping losses, some convoys having U-boats homed onto them while others were attacked by groups of Condors directed onto them by shadowing U-boats. Steps to combat the new menace were taken. Surface escorts were reinforced as much as possible. Long-range fighter escorts were provided from bases in northern Ireland. Land and anti-aircraft guns, manned by army crews, were mounted in merchantmen. On other ships a catapult was mounted from which a Hurricane fighter could be launched, the pilot bailing out or ditching his aircraft on completion of his mission. Deterred from bombing by these measures, the Condors reverted to their original task, reconnoitering the north-south convoy routes to and from Gibraltar and Sierra Leone. L-boat war measure and Nunkermeasure. Meanwhile, on the transatlantic convoy routes, the battle had been a straight fight between the U-boats and the surface escorts supported by the slowly increasing but still scanty reconnaissance aircraft of Coastal Command. The majority of these were of medium endurance and their chief effect was to push the area of operations westwards, beyond their range. It was thus in an area south of Iceland that the first major encounters of the spring of 1941 took place. During the winter lull, the steps taken to improve the quantity and quality of the convoy escorts under the control of the newly established Western Approaches Command at Liverpool had borne fruit. Dönitz's aces found much tougher opposition when they attacked an outward convoy in the first days of March. Sinking 2 freighters and damaging 2 more, they lost one of their own number and 2 others were forced to withdraw damaged. Continuing to shadow the convoy, Jean Thurprien's U-47, in which he had achieved a hero's reputation by penetrating Scapa Flow in October 1939 to sink the battleship Royal Oak, was caught and sunk with all hands. A week later the Wolf Pack was directed onto a homeward convoy in the same area. 5 ships were sunk in a single night, but before dawn 2 more U-boat aces had been eliminated. Skipka had gone down with Olo, Otto Kretschmer and the crew of U-99 were prisoners in the escort commander's ship. During this month it cost the Germans 5 U-boats to sink 19 ships in convoy. They were shifted farther west again so as to catch the convoys before they joined their anti-submarine escorts. The result was the massacre of a slow convoy intercepted southeast of Greenland before its anti-submarine escort had joined. In reply the Admiralty based groups and aircraft in Iceland which could give escort as far as longitude 35 degrees west. The ocean wastes to the south and southeast of Cape Farewell. Greenland, now became the U-boat's chosen field. At the end of May an unescorted convoy south of Greenland lost 9 ships. On the other hand when the wolf packs tried their luck in June with a convoy which had picked up its escort, they lost 2 of their number in sinking 5 merchantmen. The total number of ships sunk by U-boats was steadily rising from 42 in April to 61 in June. But only 20% of these were in convoy where escorts destroyed 5 U-boats in reply. The lesson was plain to see and in July 1941 the Admiralty at last had the resources to benefit from it. Besides the overage 4-stacker destroyers, acquired from the USA under Lend-Lease, and the large number of Flower-class corvettes coming from British shipyards, Other corvettes built in Canada were being manned by the Royal Canadian Navy as well as 7 of the 4 stackers. A Newfoundland escort force was formed in May, based at St. John's, Newfoundland, which gave escort weak at first but slowly growing, over the western portion of the convoy route. Thus end-to-end escort was now effective over the east-west trade route. Frustrated in their search for easy prey on the transatlantic route, Dönitz sent U-boats south to the Freetown area. A rich harvest was reaped for a while, no less than 81 unescorted ships being sunk. Then end-to-end escort was extended to this route also. There were no soft spots now left. The U-boats would have to face the escorts to reach their prey. For a while they concentrated in the western and southwestern approaches against the Freetown and Gibraltar convoys, where it was hoped that in cooperation with the Condor aircraft the earlier successes might be repeated. But this brought the encounters inside the range of Coastal Command's long and medium-range aircraft and into an area in which it was possible to give the convoys a large escort. The German move proved a failure, and once again Dönitz sought a weak spot on the far side of the Atlantic where the escort groups provided by the Royal Canadian Navy were weak in numbers and experience. In September he found it when a slow, homeward-bound convoy was beset by a group of 17 U-boats and in 2 days lost 16 ships before an escort group from Iceland came to the rescue. No way of strengthening the defense of the western portion of the convoy route was open to the Admiralty at this time. Dönitz prepared to take advantage of the fact, the disasters of a year earlier might have been repeated. But at this moment Hitler stepped in with an order for the entire force of operational U-boats to be transferred to the Mediterranean, where the fate of Rommel's Afrika Korps was being put in jeopardy by British domination of his sea supply routes, and to the approaches to the Straits of Gibraltar. Although this greatly eased the situation on the transatlantic route at a critical moment, it brought the Gibraltar convoys once again under concentrated attacks. A combination of air and U-boat attack inflicted heavy losses on 2 of them. 2 of the factors which were eventually to decide the Battle of the Atlantic in favor of the Allies were now, however, introduced. A victory for the escorts. An escort group permanently organized and intensively trained under its own regular leader, such as had already been deployed on the transatlantic route, was allocated to the Gibraltar run. Its leader, Commander F.J. Walker, RN-, was to become the most successful U-boat killer of the war. At the same time the first escort aircraft carrier, HMS Audacity, was also put into service. A combination of these 2 factors inflicted the heaviest defeat so far suffered by the U-boats, when a wolf pack supported by Condor aircraft concentrated on a homeward-bound Gibraltar convoy in December 1941. 4 U-boats were sunk, 2 Condors were destroyed, another 2 damaged. 2 of the convoy, an escort, and the Audacity herself were sunk. In spite of the calamitous loss of the only British escort carrier as yet in existence, both sides saw this encounter as a notable victory for the escorts. The use of the long-range aircraft was abandoned, the Condor squadron being dispersed to other functions. The swing of the pendulum was clearly moving towards Allied superiority. Escorts were increasing in numerical strength and efficiency. Up to this time, since the beginning of the war, shipping losses had exceeded replacements by nearly 7,000,000 tons, the great majority of the casualties being ships which for one reason or another were not sailing in convoy. These figures meant that the Allies had been slowly but steadily losing the battle along the trade routes. Now, however, with nearly all but the fastest ships absorbed into the convoy system and with the convoy defenses being at last perfected, it could be expected with some confidence that the trend would be halted or reversed. Then, on December 7, 1941, the whole situation was changed. Following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, Hitler declared war on the United States. Immediately the stream of merchant shipping passing along the eastern seaboard of the United States, which had been immune to attack since the American declaration of a security zone covering THO.SE waters, became exposed to attack. A new happy time for the U-boat commanders began, marked by a veritable holocaust of Allied merchant ships. When war broke out in 1939, an overwhelming majority of the American people favored neutrality for the United States. This was the natural outcome of almost 2 decades of isolationist sentiment. President Harding's call for a return to normalcy in the 1920s first enshrined the doctrine. His successors continued it. When war broke out in Spain in 1936, President Franklin Roosevelt declared, "We shun political commitments which might entangle us in foreign wars. We seek to isolate ourselves completely from war." In March 1937, a Gallup poll showed that 94% of the American people wished the United States to keep out of all foreign wars. By 1939, this had risen to 99%. If Great Britain and France looked to the United States for assistance against Germany, therefore, the American mood was not auspicious. On September 3, 1939, President Roosevelt broadcast to the American people, "This nation will remain a neutral nation, but I cannot ask that every American remain neutral in thought as well." Roosevelt's words provide a clue to his private thoughts. When war came to Europe, Roosevelt had 2 main aims for the United States. He wished to keep America out of the war, and he wished to prevent further Nazi aggression. These 2 aims were to prove mutually exclusive. Privately, Roosevelt favored the cause of Great Britain, France, and the democracies, but neutrality was already built into American statutes. The Neutrality Act of 1937 prohibited the export of arms and munitions to all belligerent powers. Apart from this, powerful members of the Congress were determined that the United States should have no part in the European war. Yet as Hitler's armies marched through Poland in September 1939, crushing all resistance in a matter of weeks, Roosevelt was faced with an uncomfortable truth. The American arms embargo favored the Nazis efficiently prepared and already geared for war. The United States was denying the unprepared democracies the arms and munitions they desperately needed to face Hitler's war machine. Roosevelt acted quickly. In a message to Congress on September 21, he called for a repeal of the arms embargo. At the end of a fierce debate in Congress, the Neutrality Act of 1939 was passed on November 4. This act repealed the arms embargo and allowed the belligerents to buy munitions and supplies from the United States provided they paid cash and provided they transported all such supplies in non-American ships. This cash and carry policy undoubtedly favored Great Britain and France, who had command of the seas. Their interests were further served by another American proclamation which excluded submarines from American territorial waters while allowing armed merchant vessels to use the same waters. Despite the new cash and carry policy, however, there were severe limitations on the amount of munitions and supplies Great Britain and France could hope for from the United States. The American economy was not adapted to war production. During the New Deal era, the nation's resources had been devoted to peaceful, domestic programs. In L939, as in 1914, the United States was unprepared for war. Moreover, although the conflagration in Europe was now uppermost in Roosevelt's mind, the United States faced dangers in the Far East, where Japan's mounting ambitions showed clearly that the United States could not afford to distribute all its available munitions and supplies to the European democracies, however desperate their need. By spring 1940, however, President Roosevelt was faced with the disagreeable and dangerous possibility that Hitler might indeed become master of Europe. April brought the invasion of Norway and Denmark. May saw the fall of Belgium and the Netherlands. When Italy declared war on France, President Roosevelt cast aside all pretense of impartiality, saying, "The hand that held the dagger has struck it in the back of its neighbor." In his annual budget message of January 1940, President Roosevelt requested $1,800 million for national defense. In May he requested additional expenditure of more than $1,000 million. Both requests were granted. Roosevelt could now turn more hopefully to Winston Churchill's urgent requests for arms and supplies. In June, the United States War Department sold to Great Britain more than $43 million worth of arms, munitions, and aircraft. These were valuable, though most were drawn from outdated stocks and supplies. For Great Britain, the most urgent need was for warships, to help fight the submarine menace and retain mastery of the seas. In May 1940, Churchill made a direct request to Roosevelt for 50 old American destroyers to help repair British losses and protect the merchant fleets. American law prohibited the sale or loan of American warships, yet to deny or even to delay this assistance might mean defeat for both Great Britain and France. The German armies were already penetrating deep into France. When France fell, the Battle of Britain began and the Battle of the Atlantic continued with renewed ferocity. Roosevelt was acutely anxious to help Great Britain in her plight, but he could not move too far ahead of American public opinion. Powerful members of the Senate were watching his movements and the direction of his policies. Many members of Congress had vivid memories of America's part in the First World War, and were bitterly opposed to any American participation in another European war. Moreover, 1940 was a presidential election year, and Roosevelt had to decide whether he should relinquish OFLO-CE or stand again for election. He had already served 2 four-year terms, and tradition and convention decreed that he should not seek a third term. But this was a time of crisis, and Roosevelt was convinced that it was his duty to serve if the nation wished him to. He declared his availability and meanwhile continued to give his unremitting attention to events in Europe. As the Battle of Britain developed, Churchill bombarded Roosevelt with requests for help. Roosevelt knew that his critics would seize on any action calculated to involve the United States in war with Germany. Churchill's request for 50 destroyers was thus a delicate affair. By a shrewd political stroke, Roosevelt arranged to trade the destroyers for 99-year leases on a number of British bases in the American hemisphere, from Newfoundland to the Caribbean. Roosevelt could thus claim that the deal not only provided for American security but was an excellent bargain for the price of 50 outdated destroyers. American public opinion applauded the president's action, even though members of Congress grumbled at this use of executive power without the consent of Congress. For Winston Churchill, the occasion marked a new phase in Anglo-American cooperation. In the best Churchillian style he observed, these two great organizations of the English-speaking democracies, the British Empire and the United States, will have to be somewhat mixed up together in some of their affairs for mutual and general advantage. For my part, I do not view the process with any misgivings. No one can stop it. Like the Mississippi, it just keeps rolling along. Let it roll. Let it roll on full flood, inexorable, irresistible, to broader land and better days. In the November 1940 elections, Roosevelt defeated the Republican candidate Wendell Willkie. He could now claim another 4-year mandate for his conduct of affairs. Churchill had already told Roosevelt in a long, secret memorandum that Great Britain's financial resources were rapidly running out and that she could no longer afford to pay for munitions on the cash-and-carry basis. With his re-election confirmed, Roosevelt now devised a bold and imaginative policy to assist Great Britain. This policy was a Lend-Lease program, whereby the president was empowered to sell, transfer, exchange, lease, or lend war supplies to any nation whose defense was deemed by the president to be vital to the defense of the United States. Roosevelt prepared the ground in a dramatic speech on December 30, 1940, calling for all-out aid to Great Britain and her allies. The United States, Roosevelt declared, must become the arsenal of democracy. The Lend-Lease Bill was introduced into Congress in January 1941. A prolonged and bitter debate followed. Isolationist senators such as Senator Burton K. Wheeler of Montana suspected a covert plan to bring the United States into the war. Others resented these new additions to the president's executive powers. But the president was assisted by his fresh mandate, and the favorable public reaction to his broadcast fireside chats in which he brought home to the people the full extent of the Nazi menace. In March 1941 the Lend-Lease Bill became law. PVOM now on the United States could indeed become the arsenal of democracy. Such was the intention, though practical problems remained. An initial appropriation of $7,000 million was granted by Congress, but the American economy was not yet geared to war production. Nevertheless, the capacity was there, if government and industry combined to plan, and fortunately the experience of the New Deal, together with the planning expertise it bequeathed, helped to ease the transition. Again, Roosevelt demonstrated his knack of picking the right men for the right job, for in Henry L. Stimson as Secretary for War, Cordell Hull as Secretary of State, and General George C. Marshall as Chief of the Army General Staff, he had advisers fully alive both to the urgency of the hour and also to the requirements of American policy. These men knew that in modern warfare, military strategy must be firmly linked to the world of science and technology. To take one example, air power. Left, U.S. Army poster, produced after the United States entered the war, extols her new tanks. Below, reporters watch one of 50 U.S. destroyers the Allies were given in exchange for bases before Lend-Lease opened the way to all-out U.S. aid. Must be given a central role in all strategic thinking and planning, and not merely a peripheral role as hitherto. American logistical planning followed these determinants. Between 1940 and the end of 1944, the production of military aircraft rose from 23,000 per annum to 96,000. Military advisors also took note of the vital part played by panzer divisions in the German victories. Accordingly, tank production was increased from 4,000 in 1940 to 41 to almost 30,000 in 1943. Innovation and invention went hand in hand with greater efficiency in production. The assembly lines of the vast Detroit automobile factories were retooled and given over to the mass production of planes, armored vehicles, and the engines of war. New methods of ship construction were devised and exploited, until American yards could claim to be launching a warship every day. The combination of American engineering and technology with boundless resources of coal, iron, and steel soon tipped the economic balance of power, even though Hitler's military successes in Europe and North Africa still made the outcome of the war uncertain. Meanwhile, as Great Britain faced Hitler alone in Western Europe, Churchill took pains to further the Anglo-American alliance. British military secrets were passed to United States political and military experts in London, and joint consultation at the level of strategic planning became one of the less publicized aspects of Churchill's direction of the war. In August 1941, Roosevelt and Churchill held secret meetings aboard the U.S. cruiser Augusta off Newfoundland. From these meetings the two leaders issued the Atlantic Charter, a declaration of common aims and purposes. Among them were opposition to all forms of territorial aggrandizement, support for the right of all peoples to choose their own form of government, freedom from want and fear, freedom of the seas, and the disarmament of aggressor nations until a permanent peacekeeping organization was securely established. By now, the United States was firmly on the side of the Allies, though Hitler was prudently avoiding a direct confrontation with the United States. Events moved a step nearer war with Germany when a U-boat attacked the USS Greer. Jade brought American naval strength into direct conflict with German naval vessels. From then on, American warships had the President's orders to shoot first. On December 7, when Japan perpetrated its day of infamy by its attack on the American fleet at Pearl Harbor, the remaining vestiges of isolationist sentiment in the United States vanished. America now had a common cause with the democracies against the Axis powers. On December 8, with only one dissenting voice in Congress, the United States declared war on Japan. 3 days later, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States, and the President and Congress recognized a state of war with these nations. The arsenal of democracy now brought its army, its navy, and its air force to the task of defeating the Axis powers. The final result of the war was no longer in doubt. America's economy is geared to war. American industry turned to full-scale wartime production. New plants were constructed in a matter of days. 6 million women were added to the labor force as selective service took labor away from factory and farm. Older men returned to work and the unemployed were quickly drawn into the Nadir-al effort. Between 1940 and 1943 the total labor force increased by 8 million, from 47 to 55 million. The working week was increased from 40 to 48 hours. By 1942, more fighter planes were being produced in 1 month than had been produced in the whole of 1939. Between Pearl Harbor and the end of the war, the United States produced more than 295,000 aeroplanes. Germany's production was less than a third of this, a fact which made it certain that Germany would lose the mastery of the skies. Not all of American expertise was given to the production and development of conventional weapons. As early as the autumn of 1939, when Albert Einstein warned President Roosevelt that Germany was seeking to develop an atom bomb, federal funds were channeled into an atomic energy program. Research and development proceeded with the utmost secrecy at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and Los Alamos, New Mexico. In December 1942, physicists produced a controlled chain reaction in an atomic pile at the University of Chicago. Following this, federal funds of more than $2,000 million were poured into the development of an atomic bomb, although the first successful test did not take place until after the defeat of Germany in 1945. By the autumn of 1943, Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin realized that the defeat of Germany was only a matter of time. The Big Three discussed plans for a post-war settlement in conferences at Tehran and later at Yalta. Roosevelt and Churchill developed a close personal friendship. 3 Anglo-American discussions at Casablanca and at Washington in 1943. 2 further meetings at Cairo that same year cemented their friendship. Their common language, and the fact that both Roosevelt and Churchill found Stalin a somewhat impenetrable figure, inevitably brought the 2 English-speaking allies into closer counsel. Churchill, needless to say, was entirely happy at this development, even though the American president had doubts about Great Britain's apparent aim of preserving her empire after the war. In the field, military commanders did not always see eye to eye on strategy or tactics. When General Dwight D. Eisenhower was made Supreme Commander for the invasion of Western Europe, his commander in the field, General Montgomery, was a loyal but not an altogether uncritical colleague. Nevertheless, combined operations worked remarkably smoothly on land, sea, and in the air. The final victory over Germany owed something to a common language, but much more to a common set of ideals. If Franklin Roosevelt had not declared the United States the arsenal of democracy in December 1940, if he had not used his presidential power to hurry the Lend-Lease bill through Congress, we may doubt, as Churchill doubted, that Great Britain could have survived her darkest hour. It would be easy for Europeans to underestimate the skill and determination required by Roosevelt to bring the United States into the war on the side of the Allies. It is worth recalling that on the eve of the presidential election of 1940, Roosevelt's opponent wrung from him a categorical promise to the American people that, "Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars." Fortunately for Great Britain, fortunately for Europe, President Roosevelt did not keep this promise. In the months before the outbreak of war, the importance of the Middle East in British grand strategical planning gradually increased. As early as spring 1939, the British and French staffs decided that in the event of war, Italy rather than Germany would offer the best prospects for Allied offensive action in the early years. The Italian colony of Libya was sandwiched between the French in Tunisia and the British in Egypt, while Italian East Africa would be a wasting asset cut off from home. At the same time, British and French forces in Palestine, Iraq, and Syria were well placed to support Turkey. The fall of France in June 1940 obliterated these happy prospects. At once the balance of naval and military power swung in Italy's favor. Indeed, it was only the certainty that France was already beaten that induced Mussolini, the Italian dictator, to declare war. Now it was the British whose position in the Middle East was precarious. Against some 500,000 Italian troops, the Commander-in-Chief Middle East Land Forces, General Sir Archibald Wavell, could muster only some 60,000 to defend a theater of war 1,700 miles by 2,000 miles, a theater which encompassed 9 countries from Iraq to Somaliland. The importance of the Middle East to the British no longer lay in the Suez Canal route to the east, because the neutralization of the French fleet left the Royal Navy alone too weak to command the whole Mediterranean sea route from Gibraltar to Egypt. The importance lay in the oil of the Persian Gulf. Its loss would throw Great Britain into dependence on dollar oil from the Americas, while on the other hand its possession by the Axis powers would solve their chronic fuel problems. The most direct and serious threat to the oil was posed by the Italian army in Libya, some 300,000 men, and the most suitable place to parry the threat was Egypt. From a naval standpoint, the Egyptian port of Alexandria was the base for British sea power in the eastern Mediterranean, while the Suez Canal was its emergency exit. From a military point of view, Egypt left supply and defense for the Africa Corps, Junkers 52 transports and Me-110 fighters on a Luftwaffe base in the desert. Right, the campaign generals. Top, Graziani, the Italian commander. Center, an immaculately attired Wavell, talks to his Western Desert Force Commander O'Connor, January 1941. Bottom, Auchinleck, with New Zealand General Bernard Freyberg. Simultaneously blocked the invasion routes up the Nile into the Sudan, eastwards to the Persian Gulf, and northwards into Syria towards Turkey. Retention of Egypt would also hold enemy heavy bombers out of effective range of the Gulf oilfields. Lastly, Egypt offered many advantages as a main theater base: good ports and communications, abundant water and labor. Thus the whole North African campaign from 1940 to 1943 arose from the need to defend the Persian Gulf oilfields from Egypt and Egypt from the Western Desert. The area of desert where the battles of 1940 to 42 were fought stretches nearly 400 miles from El Alamein in the east to Derna in the west. The only road follows the coast. The railway from the Nile Delta ended at Mersa Matra until extended by the army. The one dominating physical feature is a 500 feet escarpment facing north to the coastal plain, and descending from the limestone plateau where the armies maneuvered. The desert is a featureless waste of gravel and scrub, dotted with ancient cisterns and tombs of sheiks. Armies therefore moved almost with the freedom of fleets, navigating by compass and the stars. However, all supplies and water had to be imported. Long columns of trucks from horizon to horizon sustained the fighting troops, while dumps and water pipelines were the jugular veins exposed to enemy armor. The Desert Campaign constituted a unique episode in the history of warfare, war in its purest form, unencumbered by civilians and habitations except along the coast, or by natural obstacles other than the escarpment. Wavell appointed Major General R.N. O'Connor to command Western Desert Force. O'Connor, a small, immensely alert and alive man, had a reputation for high intelligence and unorthodoxy. He soon won and always retained the complete confidence of his officers and men. Immediately Italy entered the war on June 11, 1940, raids and ambushes on Italian territory established British moral superiority. However, Wavell's great weakness forced him to stand everywhere on the defensive for the time being, and so Western Desert Force was withdrawn to Mersa Matra to await the expected Italian invasion of Egypt. This materialized only on September 15 after Mussolini had repeatedly prodded his reluctant commander, Marshal Rodolfo Graziani. Graziani halted after advancing some 60 miles and proceeded to organize his army in a series of defended camps stretching some 15 miles inland from the coast at Sidi Barani. It was his intention to march on the Nile Delta once he had built up supplies, metalled the coast road, and laid water pipelines. O'Connor on his part had prepared a model defensive battle at Matra for Graziani's reception, to culminate with a counterstroke by all the British armor. But Graziani never came. Instead, the British prepared their own offensive. Although Great Britain herself was threatened by invasion, and her home defense forces were terrifyingly weak, the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, took the great risk of shipping 150 tanks to the Middle East. For it was the Middle East that was now the only place where there was contact between British and enemy ground forces, and attacking the Italians offered the best hope of a resounding victory to set against the catastrophes of the year. This belief was shared by the CNC, General Wavell, whose selected victim was the Duke of Aosta and his garrison of Italian East Africa, cut off from aid and reinforcements from Italy. However, before Wavell could open a campaign so far from Egypt, the threat from Graziani had to be neutralized. He therefore ordered O'Connor to plan a spoiling attack to last 5 days, after which O'Connor's infantry division would be wanted for Eritrea. O'Connor instead aimed at a decisive victory. There were 2 groups of Italian fortified camps, separated by a gap in the center, the Tummers and Nibiwa near the coast, and the Rabia and Sofaf camps further inland, garrisoned by 3 divisions with tanks in support. Well to the rear and widely separated were another 6 divisions. No one could foretell how the army of Fascist Italy would fight. Although Italian tanks were known to be poor, their artillery outnumbered the British by 2 to 1. O'Connor's own forces numbered 36,000 men, organized in 2 divisions, 4th Indian and 7th Armored, together with a mixed group called Selby Force after its brigadier. 4th Indian Division, together with 57 heavily armored T-tanks, was to assault, while 7th Armored, with its cruiser tanks, was to protect the British flank and then exploit and pursue. Western Desert Force was thoroughly well trained, with a high proportion of professional soldiers. O'Connor's plan was bold and unorthodox. The assault force penetrated through the gap in the center of the Italian camps and assaulted from the west, the Italian rear. At the same time British artillery, without waiting to register, opened heavy surprise fire from the east to demoralize and confuse the Italians. The British force had thus to assemble within the enemy's defense zone and make an approach march through his defenses. The risks paid splendidly. On the first day of the offensive, the Italians were taken completely by surprise, and although they fought stoutly, their camps fell one by one, Nibiwa first, then the Tummers, while the British armor cut the coast road between Sidi Barani and Buk. The remaining camps were abandoned and the armor pursued the routed enemy towards the Libyan frontier. In 2 days fighting O'Connor had ended the threat to Egypt, smashed 2 Italian corps, taken 38,000 prisoners, 73 tanks and 37 guns at the cost of only 624 killed, wounded and missing. It was exactly the kind of victory the British at home needed in the grim winter of the Blitz. It also fulfilled Wavell's purpose and enabled him to withdraw the Indian Division for use in Eritrea. This was one of the decisive moments of the whole North African campaign. Wavell's strategic intention in the desert was defensive. O'Connor was expected now to halt, although not specifically ordered to do so. However, O'Connor pressed on with the forces remaining to him. By December 16 he had closely invested the fortress of Bardia, just inside Libya. His continued success induced Wavell to send him the understrength 6th Australian Division in place of the India Fee. Thus the strategy of the campaign changed from the defensive to the offensive, and the consequences were to be far-reaching. On January 3, 1941, 13th Corps attacked Bardia and captured it in 1 day. The bag included 40,000 prisoners, 13 medium and 115 light tanks, 400 guns, and 706 trucks. The British armor pressed on to cut off Tobruk, the next fort and fortress along the coast. Like Bardia, Tobruk fell in a single day, on January 22, 1941. This time the bag comprised 25,000 prisoners, 208 guns, 23 medium tanks, and 200 trucks. In front of O'Connor now was the bulge of Cyrenaica, the Jabal Akhdar, a fertile region of hills colonized by Italian settlers, and beyond it the city of Benghazi. The remnants of Italian ex-army were seeking to escape into Tripolitania along the coast road, which wound round the Jabal Akhdar to the Gulf of Sirte. Although O'Connor's force was now almost worn out mechanically, he flung it along appalling and unreconnoitred desert tracks south of the Jabal to try to reach the coast road ahead of the Italians and bar their retreat. On February 5, 1941 his trap closed with half an hour to spare. For 2 days the Italians strove desperately to break through, but failed. In this battle of Baitifam O'Connor achieved that rare military phenomenon, a complete victory, for the ex-army had been utterly destroyed. In 10 weeks O'Connor had taken 130,000 prisoners, 400 tanks and 1,290 guns. It seemed to O'Connor that Tripolitania, now almost defenseless, might also fall to a swift advance, and the whole of Italian North Africa be cleared. Thus a campaign that had begun with the defense of Egypt was now pointing towards the destruction of Italian power, first in Africa, later perhaps at home. However, the British government decided that instead of striking at Tripoli, the bulk of O'Connor's veterans should be made available to aid the Greeks against an expected German invasion. O'Connor went on sick leave and 13th Corps was broken up. The British never recovered the professionalism and cohesion of this matured formation. There is little question that the decision not to drive on to Tripoli at the beginning of February 1941 was one of the most unfortunate of the war. The aid to the Greeks achieved nothing in the event, while on February 12 Lieutenant General Erwin Rommel arrived in Tripoli with an advance party of German troops. O'Connor's victories, by being halted in mid-career, had only served to draw the Germans into North Africa, a vastly more potent danger to Egypt than the Italians could ever have been. The Germans in North Africa. The danger became swiftly manifest. On March 31, 1941, long before either Wavell or the German High Command itself believed he could be ready, Rommel attacked the British round El Agheila. The bewildering speed and agility of Rommel's advance brought about the collapse of the green formations that had replaced O'Connor's veterans. O'Connor himself, sent up to advise his successor Nimes, was captured along with Nimes. The whole of Cyrenaica was lost except for Tobruk, which was cut off and besieged, and Rommel only halted, just over the Egyptian frontier, because he had outrun his supplies. Henceforth the duel with Rommel in the Western Desert was more and more to fascinate the British, especially the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill. The Western Desert was the only place where the British Empire could fight Germany on land. It was now therefore less of a case of defending Egypt than of winning a great victory over Rommel's Panzer Group Africa, in fact, attempting again in very different circumstances to carry out O'Connor's intention of completely clearing North Africa. British prospects were not good. The British Army had begun to prepare for modern tank warfare at least 5 years later than the Germans, and lacked German operational experience. The British Empire forces had been hastily and recently expanded. British military doctrine and staff methods did not equal those of Germany. These weaknesses were compounded again and again when half-raw divisions had to be committed to battle in haste because of the hunger at home for victories, or at least offensive action. British equipment, too, bore the signs of late and hasty rearmament. The British cruiser tanks were highly unreliable mechanically, while the 4-gallon petrol can wasted untold quantities of fuel because of its flimsiness. These British qualitative inferiorities in skill and equipment were never understood or except by the Prime Minister, who repeatedly urged his commanders-in-chief in the Middle East to attack before they felt ready. The consequences of such attacks were demonstrated in June 1941, when an offensive was heavily defeated. It was battle axe that finally doomed Wavell, already in disfavor. His successor was General Sir Claude Auchinleck, of the Indian Army, a big man with a strong but warm personality. He too was immediately pressed for an offensive, but remained adamant that November 1 was the earliest that the green reinforcements and untried equipment now pouring into Egypt could be shaped into an army fit to meet Germans in battle. In the event, the offensive, codenamed Crusader, was launched on November 18, and its course was to bear out all Auchinleck's misgivings. Except in dogged courage, 8th Army showed itself generally inferior in operational skill at every level to 15 and XXI Panzer Divisions, and 90th Light Division. German tanks proved themselves superior mechanically, and German tank recovery services were also better organized. According to the British plan, the infantry divisions of 13th Corps would make an attack on the fixed-axis defences round the Hafia Pass, while the armour of 30th Corps would swing wide through the desert, fight and beat the German armour, and relieve Tobruk. 8th Army fielded in an augmented 7th Armoured Division 453 gun-armed tanks against fewer than 200 German tanks in 15 and XXI Panzer Divisions, and some 130 Italian. The British plan soon fell apart into sprawling actions all over eastern Cyrenaica, with both sides mixed up in a way unprecedented in war. A sheikh's tomb, Sidi Razig, was the focus for repeated encounters, and gave the alternative name to the Crusader battles. At first it seemed that the British had won the armoured battle. Then news seeped back of appalling losses and stalled attacks. It was a proof of the superiority of German tactics and of British inexperience. While the British tried to charge home, cavalry style, the Germans fought defensively, drawing the British onto their anti-tank guns, especially the deadly 88mm guns adapted from an anti-aircraft role. The 8th Army commander, Lieutenant General Sir Alan Cunningham, who had never commanded such masses of armor or troops in battle before, was near a breakdown. He believed that the offensive had failed, and that unless the army fell back into Egypt, it would be destroyed and the Nile Delta endangered. Auchinleck relieved him and ordered the offensive to go on. In Cunningham's place, Auchinleck temporarily appointed Major General Neil Ritchie, his deputy chief of the General Staff in Cairo, a burly, phlegmatic man who loyally carried out Auchinleck's order to grip Rommel and wear him down. Rommel's reserves of tanks were smaller than the British and he was denied supplies from Italy. Gradually the stubborn British dominated the battlefield. Tobruk was relieved. The Germans slowly fell back to El Agheila. Despite its rawness, 8th Army had taken 36,000 prisoners and reduced the German tank strength to 30. Crusader was the first British victory over the Germans in the Second World War. It now proved no more possible for Auchinleck to push swiftly on into Tripolitania than for Wavell a year earlier. Whereas Greece had competed with the desert for resources in 1941, it was now to the far east, under heavy Japanese attack, that Auchinleck lost 2 divisions and much equipment. Once again Rommel took advantage of the British pause in front of the Agheila position. On January 21, 1942 he emerged from his defences to give one of his most brilliant displays of above cleft, worthless medals used by the Italians as rewards to local population in North Africa. Above, German airmen resting, in the desert. Left, British troops captured by Germans in North Africa. The conditions of desert far from the parade ground and the supply depot bred a spirit of improvisation in uniforms and equipment. The British wear a mixture of battle dress and tropical kit, and the armoured car mounts a collection of infantry weapons. Portonism and Agility 1st Armoured Division in the forward area, fresh from England, was routed. In the ensuing confusion Ritchie incorrectly read the situation and proved indecisive and slow to act. Only round Gazala, on the Cyrenaican coast was the situation stabilized. Auchinleck was now advised that there was lack of confidence in Ritchie among 8th Army commanders, and that he was not up to the job of commanding an army. Auchinleck nevertheless confirmed Ritchie's hitherto temporary appointment instead of asking for a more experienced and senior general from Great Britain, a decision partly owing to Auchinleck's lack of personal ruthlessness and partly to his belief that it would be bad for public opinion to sack another general so soon. In spring 1942 both sides were preparing for major offensives. There were sharp contrasts. For Hitler the Mediterranean and North Africa were sideshows compared with Russia and deserved only minimal German support of Italy. Rommel's command therefore still numbered only 2 understrength panzer divisions and 90th Light Division plus 1 Italian armoured division and 5 infantry. This force, now designated Panzer Army Africa, and Rommel himself were supposed to be under Italian supreme command. Owing to British naval action and Italian incompetence, Panzer Army Africa was always short of supplies, reinforcements, and fuel. Thus for Rommel the only hope of keeping the North African campaign alive lay in bluff and risk. He brilliantly succeeded, not only in the field but through his own personality. The British and again particularly the Prime Minister had by 1942 become really obsessed with the duel in the desert. On the British side therefore North Africa was no sideshow. Sustained by an immense base in Egypt, it was the focus for the greatest single military effort of the British Empire, a miniature war economy. the ration strength of Middle East Command rose to over 500,000 men. For both sides, Malta was the key to the campaign. It served as a base for British interruption of Rommel's seaborne supplies, and the Axis high commands therefore decided that Malta must be taken before Rommel could hope to attack the Nile Delta itself. From the British point of view, Malta itself could only survive if supplies were run in by sea. This required air cover, and this in turn required airfields in Cyrenaica further west than Gazala. Air cover was the more urgent in spring 1942 because of the collapse of British naval power in the Mediterranean. Here was the immediate spur to British offensive action. However, Auchinleck was now the more cautious about Eighth Army's chances because of the experiences of the winter battle. Like Haig in 1916, he knew he had less of an army than a collection of divisions untrained for the field. Nor was Eighth Army a British army. Its infantry formations were largely imperial at one time or another, Australian, New Zealand, South African, and Indian, and the Dominion divisional commanders had the right of appeal to their own governments if they thought Dominion interests imperiled by British orders. In addition, there were Greek, Polish, and Free French contingents. The Eighth Army commanders and the CNCS Middle East were in fact Allied commanders, with all the difficulties therein traditionally involved. It was Auchinleck's belief that inferiority of weapons and skill must be compensated for by numbers and careful preparation. The consequent long delay displeased the Prime Minister, who eventually ordered Auchinleck to attack in June 1942. Rommel attacks. Instead, Rommel attacked first, on 26 May. He fielded 561 tanks, of which only the 280 German mediums really counted, against some 850 tanks with Eighth Army, of which the 167 American Grants, with a 75 mm gun, outshot all German tanks except 19 Mark III Specials. Unfortunately, the Grant's gun was mounted in the hull and had only a limited traverse. Rommel's anti-tank guns were greatly superior to the British, 50-, 76-, and 88 mm as against 2-pounders. Ritchie's defensive dispositions were faulty. His infantry were placed in static field defenses inside minefields, a European-style defense system stretching from Gazala to Burhashim but ending in an open desert flank. Behind lay the British armor, dispersed in brigades and much too far forward. Rommel, sweeping south of Burhashim in a great column of tanks, trucks, and guns in a swing aimed at cutting the coast road behind the British, at first trampled through the British brigades one by one, taking them by surprise. Then British numbers and the powerful Grants began to tell. Rommel's offensive stalled in confused and bitter struggles, and the problem of supply became acute. Rommel averted defeat by one of his most imaginative improvisations. He breached the center of Ritchie's line of minefields from the east, or British rear, opening up direct communications with his base and covering his bridgehead with anti-tank guns. Against this bridgehead through the British center, Ritchie belatedly launched ill-coordinated attacks which foundered miserably. Rommel then took the linchpin of the whole Gazala line, Burhashim, garrisoned by the Free French, on 11th June. The Gazala line thus demolished. Rommel swept again towards Tobruk. Ritchie had drawn on the large British reserves of tanks, so that Eighth Army could still field 250 cruisers and 80 heavy tanks against some 160 German and 70 Italian tanks. However, the precarious skill and cohesion of the British armoured divisions were disintegrating. In a great tank battle on 11th and June 12, the 8th Army lost 200 cruisers and 60 T-tanks. The virtual destruction of the British armour exposed 8th Army to disaster. The defences of Tobruk were derelict, for the last siege had proved so costly and difficult to maintain that Middle East Command had decided it should never again be held in isolation. This decision had been communicated to London in the winter. Now, however, the Prime Minister signalled that he expected it to be held as in 1941. Following a series of equivocal signals between Auchinleck, London, and Ritchie, the Prime Minister was satisfied and Tobruk was allowed to be temporarily invested, with 1st South African Division as the main part of the garrison. Rommel first lunged after the main body of 8th Army as it retreated precipitately towards Egypt, and then pounced back on Tobruk. Its hastily improvised and feeble defense collapsed in a single day, on June 21, 1942, yielding 30,000 prisoners and much booty. Rommel, now a field marshal, took the road for Egypt. It was the climax of his career. However, the Axis Supreme Commands in the Mediterranean had earlier agreed that Rommel should halt on the Egyptian frontier to allow Malta to be taken, so that adequate seaborne supplies could be assured for the final offensive against the Nile Delta. Nevertheless, because the British seemed so totally routed, Rommel persuaded his superiors to allow him to gamble on thrusting his way into the Delta before the British could recover. On June 23 Rommel crossed into Egypt, and by June 25 was in front of the old Mersa Matra defenses of 1940. Here Ritchie hoped to make a last stand with survivors of the Gazala defeat and new formations sent up by Auchinleck. Since May 26 8th Army had lost 80,000 men, mostly in prisoners, a mark of the extent of the victory of the ruthless German professionals against superior numbers of British Imperial troops. Egypt and the entire British position in the Middle East were now exposed to catastrophe. On June 25 Auchinleck flew up from Cairo to take over personal command of 8th Army from Ritchie. He took command of a battered, retreating army. With Rommel still attacking, to give his forces time to reform, he planned withdrawal to a place called El Alamein. Throughout the first 12 months of the Second World War neither the British nor the Germans wished to disturb the peace of southeastern Europe. In London the War Office, notoriously unsympathetic to Balkan ventures, feared that extension of the conflict would pgse taxing problems of aid and supply, and in Berlin it was felt that the Reich could gain far more from peaceful exploitation of the region's economic resources than by a war of conquest. Hitler was particularly concerned to safeguard the oilfields of Romania from destruction by invaders or by bombing from bases in other Balkan states, and early in October 1940 he secured from a pliant Romanian government the right to station German troops in the country so as to preserve its neutrality and independence from an increasingly menacing attitude by the Soviet Union to the north. This assertion of German primacy in Eastern Europe irritated Hitler's Axis partner Mussolini. Fascist diplomacy habitually regarded the Balkans as an area designed by nature for the greater glory of Italian arms, and in the spring of 1939 Mussolini had made this clear to an unimpressed Europe by annexing Albania to the Italian crown. The Duce would have liked to have followed up this paper triumph by invading Yugoslavia. His foreign minister, Count Chano, preferred a march on Athens, but Hitler, with a sounder sense of general strategy, persistently vetoed either project, and the Italians watched sulkily as Man units carried the swastika flag eastwards until on October 8, 1940 they reached the Romanian Black Sea coast. It was at this point that Mussolini decided to act. For once he would take a military decision without consulting the Germans. On October 15 preparations were hurriedly begun for a campaign against Greece from the Italian bases in southern Albania. Hitler, belatedly realizing that the Italians were about to bring war to the Balkans, hastened southwards in a last effort to hold his partner back. It was too late. He was greeted at Florence station on the morning of October 28 by an exultant Mussolini boasting that victorious Italian troops crossed the Greco-Albanian frontier at dawn today. The Führer did not offer his congratulations at the news. The Albanian expedition was a disaster. Near the coast the invaders advanced some 25 miles in 3 days to the Kalamas River, but they were soon repulsed and farther west they ran into early difficulties. The Italian armored divisions moved slowly through the valleys of Epirus towards the plains. Greek mountain regiments, holding heights above the columns, waited until they had reached the bleak Pindus gorges and fell on them from the rear. An Alpini division was wiped out. Within 11 days the Greeks had taken 5,000 prisoners and forced the invaders to pull back towards the frontier. The German military attaché sent gloomy reports to Berlin. Rain and snow made the front an impassable morass, and there seemed no hope of transporting fresh divisions to prevent a rout. On November 21 Koritsa, the third largest town in Albania, fell to General Papagoza's army. Before the wintry conditions halted all operations, the Greeks had penetrated to a distance of 30 miles along the whole front. They inflicted 30,000 casualties and accumulated an impressive list of prizes: the town of Pogradec, upon Lake Arid, the fortress of Argyro-Castron, and the naval base of Santi Quaranta, which sycophantic Italians had renamed Porto Etta in honor of Mussolini's daughter, the Countess Giano. The Duce thus suffered military defeat and political humiliation at the hands of the Greeks. Nor was this all. On November 11, 3 Italian battleships and a cruiser were put out of action in a raid on Taranto by torpedo bombers from HMS Illustrious. Italian morale rapidly sank to a low ebb. Hitler was furious with his ally, especially as the British began to establish bases in Crete and other Fyrique islands, which brought the vital supply route from Romania within range of the RAF. It was clear that the Italians would have be rescued by popular with almost every section of opinion in the country, for they had tried to please too many conflicting groups. They knew that the sympathies of the Serbs, the largest of the nationalities in the kingdom, were with their old allies in Greece, and collusion with Germany might precipitate an internal revolt. The regent himself favored the British cause, but he was a realist. He was certain that Germany could overrun Yugoslavia within a fortnight of the start of any campaign, and he was bitterly conscious of Yugoslavia's isolation. When the American minister tried to strengthen his resolve, he replied with justice, "You big nations are hard. You talk of our honor, but you are far away." He therefore chose a policy of strict neutrality. This, however, was not enough for Hitler. By now the General Staff was planning not only Operation Marita against Greece, but Operation Barbarossa against Russia. It would be dangerous to leave an uncommitted Yugoslavia on the German flank during these forthcoming campaigns. Gradually Hitler increased pressure on the Yugoslavs to join the tripartite pact between Italy, Germany, and Japan, the Charter of Cooperation in the New Order, to which the Hungarians, the Romanians, and the Bulgars had already adhered. Reluctantly, Prince Paul authorized his Prime Minister and Foreign Minister to travel to Vienna, and there, on March 25, they duly signed the pact. At last Hitler was ready to rescue Mussolini from his Greek entanglement. Operation Marita was fixed for early April. The Italians, for their part, were still making desperate efforts to administer that first correction to the Greeks. They bled no less than 28 divisions, twice as many as their opponents. For the final Italian offensive, on March 9, Mussolini even crossed to Albania in person, but though the Duce struck splendidly martial attitudes, his mere presence failed somehow to ensure success. Although under severe strain, the Greeks held their positions, and from March 7 onwards small groups of British and Commonwealth troops began to arrive at the Piraeus and Volos so as to meet the threat from the German army in Bulgaria. At the same time the Royal Navy prevented any movement of the Italian fleet towards the Aegean, and on March 28 gained a striking victory against 2 Italian squadrons off Cape Matapan. Mussolini's prestige remained low. There was even a music hall song in Great Britain mocking his failure to put it over the Greeks. Yugoslavia finds her soul. Yet, as the snow line began to recede along the mountains, both sides waited for the Balkan front to erupt. The Germans were confident of an easy victory, but on March 27 their self-assurance was shaken by unexpected news from Belgrade. A revolt, headed by General Bora Mirkovic of the Yugoslav Air Force, had overthrown the government. The streets of the capital filled with cheering crowds ostentatiously supporting the British and Greeks. It was, as the New York Times wrote next day, a lightning flash illuminating a dark background, and in London Churchill rejoiced that Yugoslavia had found her soul. Hitler regarded the Belgrade coup as both a personal affront and a military threat. That same day he issued a crisp directive: the Führer is determined, without waiting for possible loyalty declarations of the new government, to make all preparations to destroy Yugoslavia militarily and as a national unit. Assistance would be sought from Italy, Hungary, and Bulgaria, and every attempt made to turn the various nationalities of Yugoslavia against the dominant Serbs. No ultimatum would be issued, war would come with a massive aerial chastisement of the impudent city of Belgrade. The attack would coincide with the opening of Operation Marita against Greece. Operation Barbarossa would be delayed until order was restored in the Balkans. Had Hitler waited, he would have found the new government, which was headed by General Dusan Simovic, far less hostile to the Axis than either he or the people of Belgrade supposed. Simovic would do nothing to provoke the Germans, and secret talks between Yugoslav representatives and senior British and Greek commanders produced no real accord. If the Germans attacked, the Yugoslavs asked for 1591. Germany's triumph. 1. British divisions to be rushed to Salonika. But most of the troops which could be spared from the Desert War in Africa were already in Greece: 2 Australian divisions, a New Zealand division, a Polish brigade and an armoured brigade from Great Britain. This army, which numbered no more than 58,000 men, was required to strengthen the Greek lines, for the winter campaign in Albania had sadly depleted General Papagos's reserves. It was hard to see how these limited reinforcements could afford succour to the Yugoslavs as well as the Greeks. There was never much hope that the British and their Balkan allies could stem the German tide. Operation Marita, a triumph of planning. Operation Marita proved a triumph of staff planning. The campaign duly began with the bombardment of Belgrade by squadrons of Stuka soon after dawn on April 6. German raiders continued to dive on the city for more than 2 days until its center was reduced to rubble and 17,000 of its citizens lay dead. At precisely the same moment as the first bombs fell on Belgrade, Field Marshal List's 12th Army crossed the Bulgaro-Yugoslav frontier in Macedonia, thus opening the operations on land. This German gambit was unexpected, for the Yugoslavs were guarding their northern frontiers more closely than those in the south. But List's move had a double advantage: it struck deeply into Yugoslavia while, at the same time, providing for a southward thrust down the Vardar Valley towards the vital Greek port of Salonika. List's deployment of troops virtually won the Balkan campaign for Germany within 50 hours of the first shots being fired. Yugoslav resistance lasted for only 12 days. Some units fought bravely, especially to the east of Nis, where 2 divisions which had no anti-tank guns at all sought to delay 3 armoured brigades of General von Kleist's 14 Corps. There was, however, little will fight for Yugoslavia among the Croatian regiments, and the German-speaking minority carried out numerous acts of sabotage in the north. The first territorial losses came in the south. Skopje fell to List on April 7 and Ni.4 to Kleist on April 8. The German II Army in the north did not begin its main advance until April 10, but it encountered far less opposition and covered the 70 miles from the frontier crossing at Gajekaniz to the Croatian capital of Zagreb in under 12 hours. A Croatian state was proclaimed under Axis patronage. With Yugoslavia disintegrating, the Italians and Hungarians moved in for the kill, and Bulgarian infantry divisions followed the German armor across the Macedonian frontier. On April 11, Italian troops cautiously approached the Slovene capital of Ljubljana, only to find it already under German control. The Hungarians reached Novi Sad on the Danube, but their preparations lacked German efficiency, and one Hungarian armored unit ran out of petrol 30 miles south of the frontier. The military successes of the campaign were exclusively German and were gained at a cost of only 151 men killed in action. It was a German column which received the surrender of Belgrade on April 12, and it was German staff officers who negotiated an armistice with a Yugoslav general on April 17. That same day an Italian regimental band marched triumphantly into Dubrovnik. Mussolini's army, though magnificently warlike in time of peace, at heart owed less to the tradition of Caesar than to Verdi. The vanguard of the German 12th Army moved on to Greece in 3 columns, one made for Stip, crossed the Vardar River on April 7 and headed over the Babuna Pass towards Bitola and the mountains running from southern Albania into northwestern Greece. A second column moved from Strumica onto Gifgelija and the main railway to Salonika, while a third column crossed the Rupel Pass and headed for Salonika from the northeast. By 0800 HRS on April 8 the first German tanks were rumbling into the Greek port, which had served as a base for the Allies for 3 years in the First World War. The German advance effectively cut all links between Yugoslavia and Greece. It also ensured that the Greek divisions which were manning the defences of Thrace, the so-called Metaxas Line, were isolated just as the garrisons of the French Maginot Line had been in the campaign on the Western Front a year before. The commander of the British forces in Macedonia, General Sir Henry Maitland Wilson, had never liked the Greek plan to hold the Metaxas Line. He favoured a defensive position along the loop of the river Aliakman, from the solid bastion of the Albanian mountains to the natural ramparts north of Olympus. When List's army struck at Greece, Wilson's troops were northwest of this line, guarding the broad corridor from Bitola to Canale and Fiorina, the scene of fierce battles in the First World War. This time, however, the weight of German armor was too strong for the defenders. List's tanks thrust Wilson back to the Aliakman on April 12. 2 days later the Germans began to turn his left flank, breaking through in the wild mountains around Klissura and heading southwestwards towards the Pindus Gorges so as to cut off the Greek army on the Albanian front. Ironically, it was in the Metsovone Pass, where the Greeks had destroyed an Alpini division. Only 5 months previously, that crack SS troops finally broke Greek resistance in the west. With his line of retreat cut, the local commander, General George Tsolakoglu, opened negotiations with List's advance troops, and on April 20 all Greek forces in Albania, Epirus, and Macedonia capitulated to the Germans. A general Greco-German armistice was concluded on the following day, but Mussolini insisted on a separate act of surrender to the Italians on April 23. Meanwhile, Wilson's forward troops sought to delay the German advance on Athens so as to enable the evacuation of the main British and Commonwealth army and those Greeks and Yugoslavs who wished to continue the fight. Australian and New Zealand units held the vital passes around Olympus and through the Vale of Tempe for 3 days before falling back on April 20 to the historic pass at Thermopylae, where British forces were already in defensive positions. List massed 6 divisions against the Thermopylae line, which became untenable on April 24. It was impossible to use the port facilities of the Piraeus, for the town was devastated on the night of April 6 when an ammunition ship received a direct hit in an air raid. Commonwealth troops made for the inhospitable open beaches of the Peloponnese, at Nauplion, Kalamata, and Monemvasia. But on April 26 the Germans struck again. Parachute troops seized the town and Isthmus of Corinth so as to cut the British retreat. A series of moonless nights aided the last stage of the evacuation, and by May 1 nearly 50,000 Allied troops had been got away to Crete and Egypt. But it had proved a costly expedition. Many thousands had passed into captivity. Swastika on the Acropolis. By midday on April 27 the Germans were in Athens and the swastika flag shaming the heights of the Acropolis. Although in the mountains of both Greece and Yugoslavia men were preparing to resist the occupation forces, there was no doubt that the Germans had gained a striking victory, of which the spoils were undeservedly shared by their Italian ally. Yet in retrospect it could be argued that the Balkan campaigns were a disastrous diversion of effort for the Axis armies. In order to deal with the Yugoslavs and Greeks, the German High Command had postponed Operation Barbarossa from May 15 to June 22. It is anyone's guess what would have happened in the autumn of 1941 if the Red Army had been forced to hold the approaches to Moscow for another 5 weeks before the Russian winter came to its rescue. Inevitably the imponderable remains unacknowledged. 92. The Battle of Crete. The British evacuation of Greece began on April 25, 1941. That same day Hitler authorized the invasion of Crete. This was a logical sequel. Crete's central position in the eastern Mediterranean made it of great strategic importance. In British hands its excellent harbour, Suda Bay, might still be of use as a naval base, and the RAF could reach the Balkans, and especially the Romanian oil centre, Plesti, from the airfields at Heraklion, Redimo, and Malm. Since October 1940, when the Italians invaded Greece, General Sir Archibald Wavell had been able to spare little in the way of troops and materials to garrison the island. And the chief increases now were in troops evacuated from Greece between 25 and May 29, 6th Australian Division, and 4th and 5th Brigades of 2nd New Zealand Division being the main elements. General Bernard Freyberg was given overall command. All the evidence indicated that invasion would come soon, and Freyberg addressed himself to organizing the defenses and extracting all the material he could from Middle East Command. What guns and tanks he was able to get were inadequate in number and mostly obsolescent. The troops from Greece had to leave behind all their heavy equipment. Supply from Alexandria was a long and dangerous haul for shipping, and by the time battle began 3 weeks later the troops were still short of everything, especially of wireless and signals equipment. Air support was totally absent. The Germans, on the other hand, had available about 500 transport aircraft, 70 to 80 gliders, 280 bombers, 150 dive bombers, 180 fighters, and 40 reconnaissance aircraft. They planned to invade with a total of 22,750 men, 750 by glider, 10,000 by parachute, 5,000 by air transport, and 7,000 BVC. The British forces totaled about 30,000 with 11,000 poorly armed Greek troops in support. But these had to be organized around widely separated defense areas connected by one vulnerable road along the north coast closest to the German air bases. These areas were Heraklion, Redimo, and Malm airfields, Suda Bay, and Kania, the island's capital. These were indeed the German objectives. The attack was planned in 2 waves, a dawn attack by Group West against Malm and by Group Center against Kania and its environs, and an afternoon attack by Group East against Heraklion and Redimo. Just after first light on May 20, the sky was full of the sound and fury of hundreds of aircraft. The blitz was particularly heavy on Point 107. The hill which commanded Malm Airfield and which was held by 22nd XZ Battalion. 3 glider detachments landed first, one destroyed the anti-aircraft positions at the mouth of the Tavronitis River, the second seized the main road bridge over that river, and the third was virtually destroyed by the defense. The bridge lodgment was vital, and the glider troops held on long enough for a battalion of paratroops landed in an undefended area to the west to come up in support. Lieutenant Colonel Andrew V.C., commanding 22nd NZ Battalion, lost touch with his forward companies almost at once. Telephone lines were cut. Runners could not get through, and the only wireless was to Brigadier Hargist at 5th Brigade HQ. Heavy fighting began and continued without break. Calls to 5th Brigade for help were refused, because the other battalions were themselves engaged. In the middle of the afternoon Andrew counter-attacked with his reserve platoon and 2 obsolete tanks. The tanks broke down and the infantry had to fall back, the few survivors mostly wounded. By nightfall Andrew believed 3 of his companies were destroyed. A reinforcing company from 23rd Battalion arrived but did not seem enough to counterbalance his losses. He decided to withdraw to the areas of 21st and 23rd Battalions. By daylight he had done so. The missing companies, finding he had withdrawn, followed, and he realized, too late, that the position was better than he had believed. 21st and 23rd Battalions had meanwhile destroyed a battalion or more of paratroops in their own areas. Elsewhere on the 5th Brigade front the story was similar, dead paratroops lay everywhere among the olive trees. The German group center had also had a bad day. The glider detachment landed on Akrotiri Peninsula had been wiped out by 1st Northumberland Hussars. The group's commander, General Sussman, had been killed in a crash. The survivors and stragglers filtered through to the main body. General Heydrich's 3 Parachute Regiment, which had landed southwest of Galatas, largely out of range of the defense. This consisted of 10th NZ Brigade, improvised mainly from drivers without trucks and artillerymen without guns, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel H.K. Kippenberger. The paratroops had attacked as soon as they could and there were some desperate encounters. At one point the line was saved only by a wild charge of Greek soldiers and villagers organized by Captain Michael Forrester of the Queen's Regiment. At Heraklion and Redimo, In spite of some initial local successes, the Germans had also failed. By the end of the day General Freyberg, unaware of the withdrawal from Malm, was soberly confident. And General Student in Athens, the apostle of air invasion and commander of German airborne forces, was close to despair. Air reconnaissance at dawn on May 21, however, revealed to him that Malm was in German hands. He decided to stake everything on this foothold, sending in all his remaining paratroops and flying in a mountain battalion that afternoon. Days of bitter fighting were to follow, but possession of Malm was decisive. The defense could not move large counter-attacking forces in daylight because the Germans controlled the air. The knowledge that there was to be a sea invasion as well forced Freyberg to keep troops in reserve along the coast. So the counter-attack could not begin until late that night. The forces that carried it out, 20th NZ Battalion and the Maori Battalion, fought their way to the fringes of the airfield and Point 107, but daylight found them there and made further progress impossible. Meanwhile the Royal Navy had found the invading sea forces in the dark and smashed them. By hampering the counter-attack, however, the threat of sea invasion had succeeded in spite of failure. In the following days, German aircraft poured out their battalions of mountain troops and heavy equipment. General Ringel, the local commander, began to push these battalions round the south flank of the defense and would have been even more swiftly successful if it had not been for the stout resistance of badly armed Greek troops inland. But this steady envelopment from the flank and a heavily supported thrust down the coast road drove the New Zealanders back. Eventually Group West joined with Heydrich's troops and there was a single front from the sea to south of Galatas. By May 25 the Germans were able to mount a full-scale attack and in the late afternoon they took Galatas. The defense was about to have a hole torn right through it when Kippenberger sent 23rd Battalion and everyone else available into a counter-attack which retook Galatas in ferocious hand-to-hand fighting. Further withdrawal before an ever-strengthening opposition was inevitable. Freyberg could now see that the island was lost. On the night of May 26 the New Zealanders and Australians who now held the front had to withdraw once more. By a tragic misunderstanding Force Reserve failed to get their orders to do likewise and, in spite of an heroic stand, were cut off by paratroops driving down the coast road. A second thrust by two mountain battalions under Colonel Jay surprised the New Zealanders and Australians at 42nd Street but was routed by a counter-attack with rifle and bayonet. Kania and Suda Bay could no longer be held, however, and a reinforcement from Alexandria of commandos under Colonel Laycock could do no more than assist in the series of arduous rearguard actions that covered the withdrawal of the main body over the difficult White Mountains to Sfakia, a fishing port on the south coast. Meanwhile a message had been got through to the garrison at Heraklion and they were embarked by the Royal Navy in the early hours of May 29. But all efforts to get the orders to Redimo failed and the Australians there, about to triumph in their own local battle, could not be got away and had to disperse or surrender. At Sfakia the defenders held back the pursuit while evacuation went on each night between 28th and May 31. One last disaster marred the melancholy success of the embarkation. The companies of 2ND/7th Australian Battalion, which had fought so well and never better than in the rearguard, were unable to reach the beaches in time and had to be left behind. Desperate as the battle was and tragic its immediate outcome, its consequences were less disastrous for the war than at first seemed likely. The Germans did not have the ships to exploit Crete's naval potentialities, though it was a useful stepping stone for the reinforcement of Rommel in North Africa. And their losses in victory had been so severe that they never again used paratroops in an airborne role. Dreams of going on to Cyprus and attacking Egypt from the east evaporated. And the experience of Crete made them flinch from the airborne invasion of Malta, which might have been a serious blow to the British. In the words of General Student, Crete was the grave of the German paratroops. Barbarossa. On June 22, 1941, Nazi Germany attacked the Soviet Union. The eastern horizon had hardly begun to happen when thousands of German guns opened fire across the Soviet border. Without warning, German aircraft attacked airfields of the Soviet Air Force situated near the border, and German assault groups opened the way for the main forces of the Wehrmacht. Hitler and his generals had not the slightest doubt that Germany would rapidly vanquish the Soviet state. They had carried out prolonged preparation, secretly concentrating on the Soviet frontiers a huge army, 3 million strong, which had experienced no defeat during 2 years of war and which had confirmed on the battlefields of Europe its doctrine of blitzkrieg. They had worked out in detail a war plan according to which the main forces of the Red Army were to be wiped out in a single gigantic operation, and Soviet territory right up to the Volga occupied by the autumn of 1941. When the invasion began, the Soviet forces guarding the 2,000-kilometer frontier were not ready. On June 22 the Red Army in the western border districts of the Soviet Union were being deployed, and the only forces that faced the German tanks and infantry as they crossed the border were frontier guards and a small part of the covering force which had succeeded in getting to the frontier in response to the alarm. The principal forces guarding the western frontier were scattered over a large area up to 280 miles from the front. Despite all the indications that war with Germany was approaching, neither the Soviet people nor the Red Army were expecting the German attack when it came. In the summer of 1941 everyone hoped that war might be avoided for a little longer. Apart from the complete surprise of their attack, the Germans had great superiority of forces in the areas where the main blows were struck. The German armies broke through deep into Soviet territory, trying to surround and destroy concentrations of Soviet forces and prevent a retirement by the effective forces of the Red Army towards the east, behind the Dnieper and Dvina. At 0715, Marshal Timoshenko, People's Commissar for Defense, ordered retaliation. Air attacks were to destroy German planes on the ground, and land forces were to throw back the German army to the frontier, without, however, crossing it. But the order was impossible to fulfill. Deep penetration by German tank units, supported by aircraft, frequently resulted in the enemy appearing in the rear of Soviet troops, who were then surrounded. The German armies were divided into army groups north, center, and south under the command of Field Marshals Lieb, Bach, and Rundstedt. Facing them were the Soviet troops of the northwestern, western, and southwestern fronts under Generals Kuznetsov, Pavlov, and Kirponos. The situation became especially critical on the western front, in Belorussia. German Army Group Center surrounded the principal forces of 3rd and 10th Armies of the Western Front near Bialystok, broke through to Minsk with 2 and 3 panzer groups commanded by Generals Guderian and Hoth, captured Minsk, and then began to move towards the Dnieper. By the beginning of July there were wide gaps in the line of the Western Front, through which the German tank columns poured farther and farther eastwards. Meanwhile, Army Group North invading from East Pripyat had penetrated about 450 kilometers into the Baltic region by July 10, and Army Group South was moving its main forces towards Kiev. At Hitler's headquarters, the Wolfschanz, set in strong bunkers of reinforced concrete amid the forests of East Prussia, near Rassenburg, a triumphant atmosphere reigned. In a report to Hitler on July 3, General Hayter, Chief of Army General Staff, concluded, "The main forces of the Russian army in front of the Dnieper and Dvina rivers have been largely destroyed. It will be no exaggeration if I say that the campaign against Russia has succeeded in a single fortnight, a view with which Hitler entirely agreed. There were even plans for the withdrawal of troops to concentrate on the conquest of Great Britain and the Near East." Hitler's war on the Soviet Union had not finished, however, it had only just begun. The Soviet government and the Supreme Command of the Armed Forces carried out far-reaching mobilization of the country's resources for the fight against the invaders. On June 30 the State Defense Committee was set up, with Stalin at its head. The GKO concentrated all power in its hands. The national economy was reorganized and wholly geared to the production of war materials. Civilian factories were turned over to the production of weapons and equipment, and more than 1,500 factories, with their entire plant and personnel, were moved bodily to eastern areas away from the western part of the country, where they were in danger of falling into enemy hands. This was a very large-scale operation, unprecedented in its complexity. All through the summer and autumn of 1941 trains ran in endless streams along all the main railway lines, carrying machine tools and other factory machinery. On these same trains, some in carriages and some in open trucks, traveled the engineers and workers of these factories with their families and belongings. It was as though entire towns had been plucked up and were moving in a great migration to new lands. Having arrived at their new locations in the Urals, in Siberia, or in Central Asia, the war factories began production without delay. Often the workers and engineers got down to work on sites under the open sky, in rain and foul weather. In the opposite direction, towards the front, flowed another stream, carrying troops, tanks, guns, ammunition. The Supreme Command of the Red Army did much to form fresh reserves. In the course of the summer of 1941 more than 324 divisions were sent to the front. It is interesting to note that, before the invasion, the German command estimated that the Soviet Union was capable of mobilizing a maximum of 140 divisions in the event of war. In July 1941 the whole front was split into three strategic sectors, northwestern, western, and southwestern. Several fronts came under the authority of each sector. Of decisive importance was the western sector commanded by Marshal Timoshenko, the Smolensk-Moscow axis. There, between July 10 and September 10, the greatest battle of the summer and autumn of 1941 took place, the battle for Smolensk. At the start of the battle the Germans outnumbered the Soviet forces on the western sector in men by 1.6 to 1, in guns by 1.8 to 1, in tanks by 1.5 to 1, in aircraft by 4 to 1. The Soviet reserves, which had just arrived from the interior of the country, could not be fully deployed. The gigantic battle at first went in the enemy's favor. Between 10th and July 20, 2, 9, and 4 German armies and their 2 and 3 panzer groups strove, along a 500-kilometer front, to break the forces of the Western Front into isolated sections, to surround 19th, 20th, and 16th armies protecting Smolensk, and to seize the city, which had long since been marked down by the invaders as the key to Moscow. The Germans, using powerful tank groups which they concentrated on narrow sectors of the front, and with massive air support, achieved a number of deep breakthroughs in the areas of Polotsk, Vitebsk, and Mogilev. Hoth's 3 panzer group succeeded in breaking through in the Yartsevo area and cutting the chief line of communication of the Western Front, the motor road between Minsk and Moscow. Farther south, Guderian's 2 panzer group penetrated the outskirts of Smolensk. On the right flank of the Western Front the Germans forced the Soviet troops to fall back on Veliki Yeluki and Navel, while on the left flank they captured Yelna, establishing a salient extending far to the east. The German command began to consider this as the jumping-off area for the next offensive, against Moscow. The Soviet troops put up resistance all along the line. Step by step they slowed down the offensive of Army Group Center and steadily counterattacked. In order to divert the German forces from the Smolensk sector, an offensive by General Kuznetsov's 21st Army was launched in the direction of Bobruisk. The 20th Army, led by General Kurykin, deeply enveloped on both flanks in front of Smolensk, tied down a number of German formations for several weeks. The battle for Smolensk reached its climax between July 21 and August 7. During this struggle the Red Army Supreme Command deployed several dozen additional fresh formations in 3 echelons in the western sector and established a new front, called the Reserve Front, in the rear of the Western Front. The principal centers of fighting in this desperate battle were Smolensk, Yelna, and Yartsevo. For several days troops of the 16th Army, led by General Lukin, top, Russian prisoners, trapped by the Ni-00,00 people went out every day during July and August to take part in the digging. Weapons for the front were being forged in the works and factories of the city. Home Guard battalions were formed. 102. On July 10 the Germans attacked Novgorod. In a stubborn battle lasting 4 days, near the town of Soltsi, Soviet troops annihilated part of the German Panzer Corps commanded by General Manstein. Field Marshal Lieb, commanding Army Group North, found himself obliged to halt the offensive of 4 Panzer Group for a time. After regrouping, the Germans reached Krasnogvardeysk, a town situated less than 10 kilometers from Leningrad. Their 18th Army occupied Estonia and arrived on the shores of the Gulf of Finland. Before beginning to attack the defensive positions in front of Leningrad, the Germans subjected the city to a heavy artillery and air bombardment. Facing stiff opposition, German troops got as far as the suburbs. From September 8 the city's communications with the outside world had to be kept up exclusively by air and across Lake Ladoga. However, the Germans' attempt to break into the city and link up with the Finnish army advancing over the Karelian Isthmus was decisively rebuffed by the Soviet forces directly defending Leningrad and those deployed along the northern bank of the Neva. The Germans were unable to move one step further forward. Army Group North was forced to abandon the offensive. Hitler decided to take the city by blockade. In the Ukraine in July 1941 the Soviet troops of the Southwestern Front waged great defensive battles to the south of Polzai and before Kiev and Korosten. The Southern Front held the invading Germans and Romanians in check in Moldavia. Having great superiority of forces, German I Panzer Group, followed by 6th Army, pressed towards Kiev, where they were halted. For 72 days the brave garrison of the Ukrainian capital defended the city, while to the southwest 5th Army, led by General Potapov, carried on a stubborn struggle, pinning down 12 German divisions and thereby easing the task of Kiev's defenders. Farther south, the main forces of the Southwestern Front were absorbed in great battles in right bank Ukraine, which carried on until the first days of August 1941. Soviet 6th, 12th. Soviet painting of an incident in the Crimea in 1941. A Black Sea sailor arms himself with grenades before throwing himself at a German tank. And 26th Armies inflicted heavy losses on German Army Group South. Kleist's I Panzer Group lost 50% of its tanks. But by means of a deep turning movement at the beginning of August the Germans surrounded 6th and 12th Armies near Uman and thereby changed the general course of the battle in their favor. In view of the grave situation, the Red Army Supreme Command ordered the armies of the southwestern and southern fronts, commanded by Generals Kirpanos and Tyulina, to retire behind the Dnieper and stand on its left bank, while holding Kiev, Dnepropetrovsk, and a number of bridgeheads on the right bank of the rear. The Soviet forces carried out this retirement in the last days of August, and military operations were transferred to left bank Ukraine. Now Guderian's 2 Panzer Group and 2. 103. 6. Army were transferred from Army Group Center near Smolensk to the Ukraine to help Army Group South encircle the Soviet armies near Kiev. Guderian's tank formations broke through the defense lines of the Soviet forces near Konotop and moved from the north into the rear of the main forces of the Soviet Southwestern Front. Kleist's tank divisions pushed up from the south to meet Guderian, coming from the bridgehead on the Dnieper at Kremenkug. The 2 tank wedges met at Lokhvitsa. The 4 Soviet armies of the Southwestern Front were now surrounded to the east of Kiev. On September 18 the Germans began to close in on the Kiev pocket of 500,000 trapped Red Army soldiers. On the next day the capital of the Ukraine fell to Hitler's armies. The Battle of Kiev was the greatest disaster in the Red Army's history. The German forces advanced to the approaches to the Crimea. At the same time Romanian and German forces were blockading and besieging Odessa, one of the chief bases of the Black Sea Fleet. The city's inhabitants had constructed some defense lines around Odessa by the beginning of September. The enemy's attack on Odessa began on August 10. The troops of the Special Black Sea Army and sailors of the Black Sea Fleet who were defending the city threw back the onslaught. Marine light infantry, supported by naval artillery, counterattacked and smashed several Romanian units. On August 20 the enemy renewed the attack, with a 5-fold superiority of forces over the defenders of the city. A bloody battle raged for a whole month. Very slowly, and with heavy losses, the attackers drew near the outskirts. Since the overall situation of the Soviet forces in the Ukraine and the Crimea in the autumn of 1941 had become extremely critical, the Supreme Command decided to evacuate the defenders of Odessa by sea and use them to strengthen the garrison of Sebastopol, the principal base of the Black Sea Fleet, which was also threatened. By throwing in fresh reserves, the Soviet Supreme Command halted the German armies in the south in the late autumn. The Germans had suffered heavy losses. Nevertheless, they were able, at the beginning of November, to get as far as Rostov, regarded as the gate to the Caucasus. As a result, however, of transfers of Soviet troops to this area and a counter-offensive near Rostov, the shock force of Army Group South was smashed and thrown back from the town. By the autumn of 1941, Hitler's plan for a blitzkrieg against the Soviet Union had failed. Despite some resounding victories, Hitler and his strategists had proved unable to complete their eastern campaign before the autumn as they had hoped. The war was dragging on. The Soviet Union was still standing. The Red Army had repulsed the first and strongest blow of the aggressor, and had created the conditions for a turning point in the course of the war. This determined everything that followed. The main forces of Hitler's Wehrmacht were tied down for a long time on the Soviet German front, and the danger of Nazi invasion of Great Britain and of the Near East was finally dissipated. Hitler and his generals had not achieved the victory they had expected. But the situation of the Soviet Union remained critical. The invaders were before the walls of Leningrad, were threatening Moscow, had occupied the greater part of the Ukraine, and held some of the most important economic areas of the country. Hitler thought that victory over the Soviet Union was near. He now ordered the final blow against Moscow, so as to capture the Soviet capital and thereby terminate the Eastern Campaign. The drive on Moscow was assigned to Army Group Center, headed by Field Marshal BCXRK. Operation TYPHCXM, as it was called, envisaged the striking of 106 blows by tank and infantry groups in order to break up and surround the Soviet forces defending Moscow. After opening the road to the capital, Box forces were then to capture it by means of a headlong attack. An army of 1 million men, comprising 77 divisions. Tanks and motorized infantry streamed along the highway as far as Kubinka, 60 kilometers from Moscow. But their further advance was held up by formations of Fifth Army, commanded by General Govorov. After losing nearly half their tanks, the Germans turned eastwards into the area of Golitsino Station. Here the counter-blows of 33rd and 5th Armies descended upon them. The enemy's attempt to get through to Moscow had been frustrated. On December 4, formations of these armies routed the Germans in fierce fighting and managed to restore the front on the river Nara. Thus concluded the last Nazi offensive against Moscow. The Soviet armed forces had won the defensive battle. The German shock groups had been bled white and deprived of power to continue their attack. Between November 16 and December 5 alone the enemy lost 55,000 dead and over 100,000 wounded and frostbitten. The success of the defensive battle in front of Moscow was largely due to the fact that, at the most difficult period in the defense of the capital, Soviet forces went over to the counter-offensive southwest of Leningrad and in the Rostov area. The enemy was therefore unable to transfer forces from these areas to the Moscow sector. At the same time, fresh Red Army reserves were assembled in the capital. The 1st and 20th Armies were deployed to the north of Moscow, and 10th Army to the southwest. The balance of forces gradually changed to the advantage of the Soviets. On December 5 the Red Army began its counter-offensive before Moscow. The Germans were pushed back from the capital and were forced to assume the defensive, and were never again able to mount an offensive simultaneously along the entire strategic Soviet-German front. Their defeat at the walls of Moscow showed how much Hitler had underestimated Soviet resistance. 3. The rising challenge in the Pacific. The Japanese attack on the American fleet at Pearl Harbor was less an attempt to provoke the United States into a declaration of war than a final admission that war between the United States and Japan was bound to come. It signaled the end of a long period of increasingly embittered relations between the two powers. The struggle centered on Japan's ambitions for an unchallenged hegemony in the Far East, and these cannot be understood without at least a glance at the astonishing rise of Japanese power in the 20th century. Unlike China, Japan did not resist the imported Western civilization introduced by the American Commodore Matthew Perry and his successors in the 19th century. Indeed, the Japanese showed an acute ability to adopt or to adapt all the inventive genius of America and Europe, and by the First World War her industrial revolution was well underway. She was greatly assisted by a sharply rising population and low wage scales, so much so that after the First World War other nations found it necessary to introduce trade barriers against unrestricted Japanese competition. Although under the Constitution of 1889 the emperor, as a constitutional monarch, was to reign rather than rule, the military continued to occupy a place of unique privilege, beyond ordinary democratic controls familiar to Western democracies. 11 years later an imperial ordinance stated that the ministers of war and navy must be serving officers. There was no civilian control over their departments. Left, Italian postcard shows Japan smashing the Allied Pacific fleets. And if either minister resigned over a disagreement with the government, the service he represented could refuse to appoint a successor. In 1925 universal manhood suffrage was introduced, but the government also introduced and saw enacted a bill enforcing a peace preservation law providing 10 years imprisonment for those who sought to alter the national constitution or repudiate the system of private property. It helped break up and drive underground the Japanese Communist Party. By 1931 the rising tide of ultranationalism was manifesting itself in murderous conspiracy at home and unchecked aggression abroad. The Japanese occupation of Manchuria was inspired and carried out solely by the army. The government and cabinet were not so much defied as ignored. American reactions to the seizure of Manchuria, which inspired a wave of patriotism among Japanese, might have been more forceful had not the United States embarked on an isolationist phase, with a consequent unwillingness to risk entanglements overseas. Nevertheless, Japan's invasion of Manchuria presented a direct threat to the open-door policy which the United States, along with the other trading nations, had maintained towards China since the beginning of the century. This policy required that no power should claim any special or favorable commercial relationship with the vast Chinese market, least of all by territorial conquest. Japan had clearly offended this policy, and the United States accordingly was bound to take notice. In the end, however, she did nothing positive, apart from issuing public statements deploring the Japanese action and refusing to recognize the state of Manchukuo which Japan set up to replace Manchuria. Emboldened by the seizure of Manchuria, Japan's ambition and adventurism soon turned to naval matters. The Washington Conference of 1921-22 had fixed the tonnage of capital ships among the three leading naval powers, Great Britain, the United States, and Japan, at a 5:5:3 ratio. Other treaties signed between the great powers, Japan among them, placed further restrictions upon Japan's naval construction programs, as they also restricted the other powers. In December 1934, however, Japan demanded naval parity with the United States, and when this was refused under the terms of existing treaties, she abrogated the agreements and withdrew from the London Naval Conference in January 1936. Within a year, Japanese naval construction considerably exceeded that of France, Italy, Germany, or Russia, and building programs set to make her a formidable rival to the United States fleet in the Pacific. Already Japan's leaders were declaring a policy of Japanese hegemony over Eastern Asia, and often alluded to a Japanese Monroe Doctrine. They were aware of the new opportunities created in Asia as rumors of war occupied the attention of the colonial powers. Continued mood of isolationism in foreign affairs were calculated to encourage Japanese ambitions. Although primarily designed to keep America out of Euro-ine wars, the Neutrality Acts passed by Congress in 1935, 1936 and 1937 suited Japan's expansionists, just as President Roosevelt's declaration "I hate war" in a speech in August 1936 must have fallen pleasantly on their ears. Japan now sought to extend her interests on the Chinese mainland. In July 1937, Japanese forces extended her control over Inner Mongolia and northern China. Key ports on the coast of central and southern China were also seized and occupied. The American people sympathized with the Chinese, and public opinion called for something stronger than the moral gestures put forward by President Roosevelt. However, the president replied with no thing more forceful than his famous quarantine speech of October 1937. Observing that war was a disease and that the best thing would be to stop the contagion spreading, President Roosevelt suggested a quarantine of the patients in order to protect the health of the community against the spread of the disease. This was one of Roosevelt's least inspired addresses in the field of foreign affairs. In Great Britain, Neville Chamberlain, the Prime Minister, remarked of it, "I read Roosevelt's speech with mixed feelings. Seeing that patients suffering from epidemic diseases do not usually go about fully armed, there is something lacking in his analogy." In 1932, the League of Nations had condemned Japan for violating the Nine-Power Treaty and the Kellogg Pact in its invasion of China and proposed a meeting of the signatories of the Nine-Power Treaty to discuss the situation. Japan had refused to attend the conference at Brussels, which consequently had achieved nothing. Thereafter, the United States arranged to evacuate its nationals from Chinese territory. Once more, in 1937, Japanese militarists reacted to what they took to be a sign of weakness, and within a matter of weeks, on December 12, the U.S. gunboat Panay was bombed and sunk in the Yangtze River. The United States immediately protested, demanding reparations. Japan apologized promptly and paid indemnities. Whatever her territorial ambitions, at this stage Japan had no wish to find herself at war with the United States. But she did continue to expand her dominion over the Chinese mainland, bombing innocent civilians in a new and barbaric type of warfare which Europe was also to suffer during the next 6 years. By 1938, Japan had seized much of northern and central China. The only real opposition to her further control over the whole mainland came from Chinese communists in the northern provinces and the nationalist forces at Chongqing. Public opinion in the United States became more and more incensed at the Japanese methods of warfare and demanded at the very least an embargo on trade with Japan. In the summer of 1938, the American government urged manufacturers to place a moral embargo on the shipment of aircraft and other engines of war. But in fact, Japan's main purchases from the United States were oil, petrol, and huge quantities of scrap iron, so the moral embargo hardly threatened her war potential. Not surprisingly, perhaps, Japan's militarist leaders seized every opportunity to exploit the deepening crisis in Europe, and when Great Britain and France were drawn into war with Germany, Japan acted swiftly in the Far East. As Hitler marched into Prague in March 1939, Japan occupied the island of Hainan, controlling the Gulf of Tonkin. Then in 1940 she moved into French Indochina, wringing concessions from the Vichy government as soon as France fell. The next step was to deny China supplies via the Burma Road by insisting that the British stop supplies to China along this vital route. Unable to gain any formal gesture of support from the United States, Great Britain was forced to close the road. By now, there was sharp disagreement on United States policy towards Japan in American government circles, with the cabinet itself divided. Experienced diplomats and statesmen such as the Secretary of the Treasury, Henry Morgenthau, and the Secretary for War, Henry L. Stimson, favored some form of ultimatum to Japan. They were convinced that at all costs Japan was anxious to avoid a direct conflict with the United States, but that, equally, her leaders were immune to the ordinary language of diplomacy. Others among President Roosevelt's advisers, however, urged caution, anxious not to provoke Japan into even wilder actions, such as an attack on the Dutch East Indies, now that the Netherlands were overrun. In response to mounting pressure for some sort of deliberate action, President Roosevelt issued an order restricting the supply of strategic materials, especially petroleum products, and also ordered the United States fleet to Hawaii. This move met with strong opposition from the U.S. Navy, who much preferred the home anchorage of San Diego in Southern California. Admiral Richardson, the fleet commander, protested that it was logistically unwise to have the fleet stationed at Pearl Harbor, so far from a home base. The admiral was overruled, however, and relieved of his command. The United States fleet was renamed the Pacific Fleet, and its main base became Pearl Harbor. Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Japanese policy towards the United States had become double-edged. The diplomatic program was to avoid provoking war with the United States whilst seeking to gain maximum concessions for Japanese expansionist aims in China and Southeast Asia. At the same time, however, Japanese military experts were laying plans for an offensive war against the United States if the diplomatic program failed. On January 27, 1941, Joseph Grew, the American ambassador in Tokyo, sent a remarkable dispatch to Washington which was ignored by State Department officials. My Peruvian colleague told a member of my staff that he had heard from many sources, including a Japanese source, that the Japanese military forces planned, in the event of trouble with the United States, to attempt a surprise mass attack on Pearl Harbor using all their military facilities. He added that although the project seemed fantastic, the fact that he had heard it from many sources prompted him to pass on the information. The Chief of Naval Operations insisted that according to all the known data on Japanese naval forces, such a move could be discounted both then and in the foreseeable future. Nevertheless, Japanese records show that in January 1941 Admiral Yamamoto began to prepare a careful study of the Pearl Harbor fortifications and stated that if war between Japan and the United States were to come, we will have no hope of winning unless the U.S. fleet in Hawaiian waters can be destroyed. But there were also divided opinions within the Japanese government. The Prime Minister, Prince Conwoy, favored some sort of détente with the United States. On the other hand, Yasuke Matsuoka, the headstrong nationalist foreign minister, favored further expansion, including an attack on the Soviet Union now that Germany was engaging Russian armies in the West. Matsuoka's proposals were rejected in order to conserve Japanese forces for the thrusts into Southeast Asia and the consolidation of Japanese gains there. Matsuoka continued to press his grandiose schemes on his colleagues, freely citing the German successes in Europe as the model for an expansionist Japan. But his belligerency eventually proved too much even for his cabinet colleagues, and in July 1941 Prince Conwoy reconstructed his cabinet without including Matsuoka. The U.S. State Department still hoped for some agreement with Japan and took heart at this development. Moreover, petrol for her war machine, and the rich deposits of the Dutch East Indies were ripe for pillage. Prince Conwoy, the Prime Minister, still hoped to avoid a direct confrontation with the United States, insisting that the overall policy of Japan was to set up a peaceful condominium of states, to be known as the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Unfortunately for this pretense, American intelligence experts had succeeded in cracking the Japanese diplomatic code and knew a great deal more of Japan's expansionist aims than Prince Conwoy realized. Nevertheless, the wish to avoid war with the United States was genuine enough, if only because it was dictated by prudence and self-interest. Accordingly, Nomura in Washington sought to arrange a meeting between President Roosevelt and Prince Conwoy, a proposal which Grew in Tokyo also favored, as he felt it would help strengthen the moderate elements in the Conwoy cabinet, who were in danger of being overwhelmed by the militarists. On September 29, 1941, Grew sent a long dispatch to Roosevelt urging a meeting and adding that failure to meet Conwoy might well result in the fall of the government and its replacement by a military dictatorship with neither the temperament nor the disposition to avoid a head-on collision with the United States. Roosevelt's advisers differed sharply on the proposal. Some experts detected clear signs of Japan's willingness to scale down her territorial ambitions if American insistence were accompanied by a display. 111. The rising sun of military strength. Navy experts argued that Japan would not run the risk of aging the Pacific Fleet. Other military experts pointed out that Japan was dangerously overextended in Asia, and already more than half beaten. Roosevelt's diplomatic advisers, on the other hand, included those who strongly urged that a meeting with convoy was the only way to avoid war with Japan, for the military leaders were pressing on with war plans in the event of a failure of diplomacy. One report stated that war plans were now being prepared for possible conflict at the end of October. Faced with contradictory advice, Roosevelt played for time. In exchanges between the Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, and Nomura, the American government asked for clear assurances that Japan would withdraw all military, naval, air, and police forces from China and Indochina. Prince Convoy, caught between his own policies and those of the war leaders who watched his every move, was unable to supply the assurances demanded by Roosevelt. The die is cast. When hopes of a meeting between Roosevelt and Prince Convoy vanished, the Convoy government soon collapsed. An assassination attempt on the Prime Minister failed, but by mid-October the cabinet submitted its resignation and General Tojo, War Minister and Army officer on the active list, took over with a new cabinet containing many military leaders. Although the Tojo cabinet continued diplomatic negotiations with the American government, reports from U.S. Navy intelligence pointed out that Japan's manpower was now being placed on a war footing, and that her naval forces were now fully mobilized for imminent action. A final effort at a modus vivendi was attempted on November 20. Japanese diplomats presented a number of proposals whereby Japan would agree to withdraw her troops from Indochina once peace had been restored in the Pacific area and normal trade had been re-established between the United States and Japan. A further requirement added that the United States should provide Japan with a RIAS between Japan and China. Not surprisingly, perhaps, the United. After the war, he insisted, 7 believe firmly that it was a war of self-defense. States found these proposals unacceptable. But intelligence sources also confirmed that Japan was now poised for war, and that these proposals were in fact Japan's final ultimatum. Roosevelt and Cordell Hull conferred carefully and decided once more to play for time. The American reply proposed a 3-month period during which a certain amount of trade would be permitted in return for an end to Japanese hostilities in China and Indochina. Messages intercepted by American intelligence disclosed that Tojo was not disposed to adopt the American proposals. The deadline for accepting the Japanese proposals was November 29. After that, the Japanese foreign minister informed his ambassador in Washington, things are automatically going to happen. Lulled by a decade of isolationist sentiment, neither America's leaders nor her people seemed able to accept that Japan would actually risk war with the United States. Certainly the balance of Roosevelt's policies implied that a conflict could be avoided and that reason and good sense would prevail in the Japanese cabinet. When, in late November 1941, the American cabinet accepted that war was now inevitable, Secretary of War Stimson noted in his diary that the cabinet was now preoccupied with the question of how we should maneuver them Japanese into the position of firing the first shot without too much danger to ourselves. Rarely can a nation have approached a conflict so reluctantly. Again, despite the hard evidence coming in from decoded cables and wireless messages in the Pacific, American military strategists seemed loath to take note of warnings that the first blow might come at Pearl Harbor. With the American rejection of Japan's final proposals, and Japan's refusal to take up the American modus vivendi, the die was cast. On December 5, Tokyo ordered members of the Japanese embassy staff to leave Washington. An intercepted message from Ambassador Nomura to his superiors in Tokyo read, "We have completed destruction of codes." On the morning of December 7, even as Japanese diplomats kept up the farce of parleying in Washington, bombers took off from Japanese aircraft carriers and swooped on Pearl Harbor, destroying a major part of the Pacific Fleet and killing over 2,300 American servicemen. Next day Congress declared war on Japan. The war which followed on sea and on land in the Pacific featured the ugliest and bloodiest fighting ever experienced by American forces. In calling for a declaration of war, President Roosevelt said of the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941 that it was a date which will live in infamy. 112. Pearl Harbor. America's decision to position her Pacific fleet at a point covering Japanese lines of expansion was an event of great significance. Near Honolulu in the Hawaiian Islands, United States military authorities had dredged out a lagoon called Pearl Harbor, on which they located America's strongest outlying naval base before the Second World War and set up Army and Army-Air installations to protect it and the Pacific Fleet. Because of its location, Pearl Harbor came to be variously viewed as the Gibraltar of the Pacific, the defensive outpost of continental United States, a deterrent to Japanese aggressive intentions, or an encouraging inducement to Japanese to attack American forces and supplies situated in the east. Pearl Harbor's destiny inevitably became involved in relations between Japan and the United States. These had been deteriorating badly since the previous year, as disagreements arose over Japan's southward expansion on the Asiatic continent. During the 1930s, the United States had limited its objections to efforts to impose moral sanctions. By 1940, both countries began to examine their relationships in the light of the war in Europe. The Japanese took advantage of Nazi successes to make new advances down the coast of China. The hard pressures of war forced the French to acquiesce in the movement of Japanese troops into northern Indochina and the British to agree to close the Burma Road, the last important supply line into China from Lashio to Kunming. By imposing a limited check on the export of war materials to Japan, the United States emerged as the principal obstacle to Japanese advance. In May 1940, President Roosevelt changed the Pacific Fleet's main base from San Diego, California to Pearl Harbor despite the opposition of its commander, thus making the force a pawn in the diplomatic maneuvering between Japan and the United States. But the Japanese had been making moves as well, and in September 1940 secured a new alliance with Germany and Italy, known as the Tripartite Pact, which established spheres of influence, in effect giving Germany Europe, and Japan the Far East. In an obvious reference to the United States, the pact guaranteed mutual aid if attacked by a power at present not involved in the European War or in the Sino-Japanese conflict. Early in 1941, Japan fatefully started a dual course of action, one diplomatic and the other military, both aimed at removing American obstacles to Japanese expansion. The diplomats hoped to gain these ends peacefully by persuading the United States to stand aside. Meanwhile, the militarists planned on war should the diplomats fail. In January 1941, the American ambassador to Japan Joseph C. Grew reported a rumored Japanese plan for a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, but the report was discounted as fantastic. Actually, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto was starting a study of the Pearl Harbor operation, convinced that the Pacific Fleet's destruction was essential to Japanese victory. In July, military and civilian leaders meeting before the Emperor decided to work for the establishment of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere and World Power, and declared that they would not be deterred by the possibility of being involved in a war with England and America. The United States, too, hardened its position by freezing Japanese assets in the United States on July 26, 1941. By this time, the Washington government was being assisted greatly by intercepted and decoded messages. This magic, as the decoding system was called, made it possible for the Americans, unknown to the Japanese, to be aware of Japanese diplomatic communications throughout the world while it had limitations, including the fact that the information was diplomatic rather than military. The magic intercepts gave the American government at least an important diplomatic preview. Things to come. Another Japanese resolution on September 6 set in operation the advance to war. Only the successful achievement by diplomacy of three principal demands could halt the move. The United States and Great Britain should neither interfere with the settlement of the China incident nor strengthen their own forces in the Far East. Moreover, they should cooperate with Japanese efforts to obtain raw materials. When a new, more militaristic government came into power in mid-October, the Japanese ambassador to the United States Kichisaberu Nomura felt out of touch and requested recall. Instead, the Japanese government sent Saburo Kurosu to Washington as a special emissary to work with Nomura. On November 5, another imperial conference ordered one more diplomatic effort. If it failed, the question of war would go to the emperor. Unable to persuade Tokyo to wait, its diplomats presented a new memorandum to Washington. Cordell Hull, the Secretary of State, had no intention of accepting this proposal, which would have meant a reversal of the American position, but since he was under pressure from the military to delay, he and Roosevelt drafted a counter-proposal, including a short truce. They also learned through magic that Tokyo had set a final deadline for the diplomats November 29. After that, things are automatically going to happen, said the message. Discouraged by British and Chinese opposition to the temporary proposal, Washington dropped it and presented a 10-point memorandum to the Japanese, restating its original position. Nomura and Kurosawa argued back furiously against the proposal but had to forward it when Hull remained solid as a rock. 2 days later Tokyo told Nomura that the memorandum was unacceptable and that negotiations would be de facto ruptured, although Nomura was instructed not to reveal this fact to the Americans. Diplomatic efforts fail. After the war, Japanese leaders claimed that the American note forced Japan into war. True, the memorandum threatened Japanese expansion, but it did not menace Japan, its people, or its right to trade in the Far East. It challenged Japan's right to hold lands she had seized on the mainland, but it did not threaten Japan in the sense that if Japan rejected the proposals, the United States would declare war. The United States was not following a policy of dual initiative, it was not even planning to sever diplomatic relations. Nevertheless, Hull realized that the Japanese would not accept the proposals and that diplomacy was virtually at an end. On the 27th he told the Secretary of War, "I have washed my hands of it and it is now in the hands of the Army and the Navy." Warnings had already been going out from time to outlying military commands. On November 25, for example, Admiral Husband E. Kimmel in Hawaii heard that neither Roosevelt nor Hull would be surprised over a Japanese surprise attack. On November 27, military authorities decided to send new warnings to Admiral Kimmel and General Walter C. Short, the Navy and Army commanders in Hawaii. The note to Kimmel was the more explicit: "Consider this dispatch a war warning." It stated that diplomatic efforts had failed and that Japan might make an aggressive move within a few days. Another message to Short on the same day, unfortunately, indicated sabotage as the principal threat, and he rescinded by issuing an alert, bunching aircraft against sabotage rather than dispersing them against air attack. Fortunately, no American aircraft carriers were in Pearl Harbor on December 7 as the Enterprise and Lexington had been dispatched to carry Marine fighter aircraft to Wake and Midway Islands. Acting as if negotiations were still possible, the Japanese diplomats continued the farce, even while receiving orders to destroy codes and prepare to leave. On December 6 they received word that a 14-part memorandum was on the way, but were told, "The situation is extremely delicate, and when you receive it I want you to keep it secret." The first 13 parts of the memorandum were received first and, decoded by magic, were ready for distribution about 9 p.m. on December 6. When Roosevelt saw them, he reportedly said "This means war," and said the matter with his confidential assistant Harry Hopkins, without mentioning Pearl Harbor. Knox, the Secretary of the Navy, and some high military officials also saw the message but acted as if it had no military significance. Moreover, the dispatch was not sent to General George C. Marshall, Chief of Staff, although he was at his home. The 14th part was available by 7:30 or 8 a.m. on December 7. Seeing it about 10 a.m., President R.R. Roosevelt commented that it looked as if Japan would sever diplomatic relations, for this part stated that it was impossible to reach an agreement through further negotiations. Meanwhile, another intercepted message from Tokyo was ready for distribution a.k. UT 9 a.m. Referring to the longer memorandum, it asked, "Will the Ambassador please submit to the United States government our reply to the United States at 1 p.m. on the 7th your time?" The officer in charge saw that the message was significant and got it to a presidential aide within 20 minutes. General Marshall returned late from a morning ride and did not read the message until almost 11:30 a.m. He immediately went into action and in longhand prepared a warning to key commands, including the Hawaiian command: the Japanese are presenting at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, today, what amounts to an ultimatum. Also, they are under orders to destroy their code machine immediately. Just what significance the hour set may have we do not know, but be on the alert accordingly. The message which went to Pearl Harbor met obstacles that appear almost comic in retrospect and did not arrive until after the bombs began to fall. Target Pearl Harbor. In Washington, the diplomatic game came to an anticlimactic end. The Americans decoded the Japanese messages faster than did the Japanese embassy, which had to ask for a delay in meeting Secretary Hull, and the diplomats did not arrive until shortly after 2 p.m. On his way to meet them, Hull received a telephone call from President Roosevelt, who said, "There's a report that the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor." He added that the report, Pearl Harbor seen on Japanese film, top, still shows hilarity with which pilots of Pearl Harbor Task Force, en route for their objective, greeted a broadcast by the unsuspecting Americans on Oahu. Above, carrier deck crews hold 0 fighters bound for Pearl Harbor until their engines have been revved up to take off speed. Right, Oklahoma and West Virginia gush oil after the attack. Below right, Ford Island as the raid begins. A Kate peels off after scoring a direct hit on Oklahoma, the torpedoed Eutalis to port. Had not been confirmed. Hull then went to meet the ambassador and Kurisu and read quickly through the 14-point memorandum which, unknown to the Japanese, he had already seen. Coldly furious, he told them that in his 50 years of public life he had never seen a document more crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortions on a scale so huge that I never imagined until today that any government on this planet was capable of uttering them. He dismissed the diplomats and a few minutes later received confirmation of the Pearl Harbor attack. All nations at this time had plans for possible war, and the United States was no exception. In 1924, American military planners prepared an Orange Plan in case of war with Japan. In the 1930s they replaced this with Rainbow 5, which envisaged war with the Axis, seeking particularly to enforce the Monroe Doctrine and protect the United States, its posses. 116. Pearl Harbor, Zions, and its sea trade. By 1941 the United States had held discussions about the Far East with the British and the Dutch, but had not reached agreement. When war came, each nation began fighting according to its own plan. As war neared, American military leaders became increasingly concerned with fighting a defensive struggle in the Pacific against Japan and making the major effort in the Atlantic against Germany. Transfer of vessels from the Atlantic to the Pacific might well cause the United States to lose the Battle of the Atlantic in the near future. Consequently, the only plans recommended by General Marshall and Admiral Stark were to conduct defensive war, in cooperation with the British and the Dutch, for the defense of the Philippines and the Dutch East Indies. Knowing that preparations were inadequate, they asked for more time. Meanwhile, as we have noted, the Japanese had been carrying on their own war plans, in line with the policy of dual initiative. The nature of the nation's resources dictated a short conflict. Plans included early capture of oilfields in the East Indies, seizure of Singapore and the Philippines, and disabling the United States Pacific Fleet to keep it from interfering. Planners developed 3 phases of attack. First would be a blow at Pearl Harbor and an advance south in the Far East to seize lands and establish a perimeter extending from Wake Island through the Gilbert Islands, New Guinea, and the Dutch East Indies to Burma and the border of India. Second would be strengthening the perimeter, and third would be beating off attacks until the enemy tired of the effort. From the standpoint of the amount of territory to be occupied, the plan was aggressive and greatly expansionist. On the other hand, Japan apparently had no designs on either the United States or Great Britain. Actual preparations for the Pearl Harbor attack began in August. The striking force consisted of 6 aircraft carriers, screened by 9 destroyers. A supporting force included 2 battleships, 2 cruisers, 3 submarines, tankers, and supply ships. Of the advance force of some 20 submarines, 11 bore small planes, and 5 were equipped with midget submarines, carrying 2 men and powered by storage batteries. The BALTIC/Lipskrastelv. Leaving Japan in mid-November, the Pearl Harbor Task Force rendezvoused in utmost secrecy at Tankan-May in UT. The chances of avoiding detection were best by this route. On the morning of December 7, the force reached its predetermined launching site, some 230 miles north of Pearl Harbor, and at 6 a.m. the first aircraft took off, 14 Occasional B-5N2 torpedo bombers equipped with torpedoes adapted for dropping in shallow water, 50 more Kates for high-level bombing, 50 ICA D-3A2C Val, dive bombers, and 50 Zero fighters. The second wave consisted of 50 Kates, 80 Vals, and 40 Zeros. There was no significant advance warning. In the fleet a so-called Condition 3 of readiness was in effect, in which 1 machine gun in 4 was manned, but it was a peacetime Condition 3 in which main and 5-inch batteries were not manned, and even manned machine guns had their ammunition in locked boxes to which officers of the deck had the keys. The raid begins. At 7:30 a.m. a bosun's mate saw 20 to 25 aircraft circling, but he did not identify them as enemy machines. At about 7:55 a.m. the commander, Mine Force Pacific, on a mine layer in the harbor, saw an aircraft drop a bomb but thought it was an accident until he saw the Crimson Sun insignia on the machine. He immediately called General Quarters and had the signal hoisted, "All ships in harbor sortie." A few minutes later Admiral Kimmel heard of the attack, and Rear Admiral Bellinger broadcast, "Air raid. Pearl Harbor, this is no drill." Earlier, at 6:45 a.m., a midget submarine was detected and sunk, but the sole reaction was to send another destroyer to the area. Radar protection was primitive, poorly understood, and underrated. The one detection that was made by men practicing on a radar set was disregarded by the watch officer as blips of approaching American bombers from the mainland. Escaping detection and initial opposition, therefore, the Japanese aircraft swept in from over the sea. The first attack, starting at about 7:55 a.m., lasted for approximately half an hour. There were 4 separate torpedo bomber attacks, with the first 2 directed at the main objectives, the battleships lined up in Battleship Row on the southeast shore of Ford Island. The third attack was by a single aircraft on the cruiser Helena, and the fourth struck at ships on the north side of the island. The second major attack came at about 8:40 a.m., after a brief lull, and consisted of a series of high-level bombing runs across the targets. Dive bombers and fighters followed with a half-hour attack, and at 9:45 a.m. the aircraft withdrew. The results were devastating. Among the battleships, West Virginia was hit by 6 or 7 torpedoes, and quick counter-flooding alone prevented the vessel from capsizing. Tennessee, moored inboard of West Virginia, was protected by it from torpedoes and suffered relatively little damage or loss of life from bombings and fires. Arizona was the hardest hit. Torpedoes and bombs caused explosions and fires, and the vessel sank rapidly, carrying to their deaths over 1,000 men trapped below decks. Although sustaining at least 5 bomb hits and 1 torpedo, Nevada managed to get clear and avoid sinking or capsizing. Oklahoma took 3 torpedoes and capsized until her mast stuck in the mud of the harbor bottom. Maryland was saved from torpedoes by Oklahoma and suffered the least damage of the battleships. California, struck by torpedoes, sank into the water and mud until only the superstructure showed. Aircraft attacking the northwest shore inflicted heavy damage on the light cruiser Raleigh, damaged the seaplane tender Curtis and capsized the old battleship Utah, which had been converted to a target ship. Another light cruiser Helena was heavily damaged, and Oglala, the mine layer alongside it, was sunk. Other vessels damaged included the light cruiser Honolulu, the destroyers Cassin, Downs, and Shaw, and the repair ship Vestal. The battleship Pennsylvania, in dry dock, was hit but received no serious damage. Although the battleships and other vessels were the prime targets, the Japanese did not forget airfields, and, relatively speaking, American air power suffered more heavily than did sea power. The attackers strafed and bombed land-based aircraft and practically eliminated the seaplanes. Army Air Force aircraft at above left, at the height of the attack on Pearl Harbor. West Virginia lies sunk but upright as a result of prompt counter-flooding. Inboard is the Tennessee, which she protected from torpedoes and which consequently suffered relatively little damage. Above right, Marines at Ava field fire at attacking Japanese aircraft. Men fought back against hopeless odds, at great personal danger and sacrifice, and with insufficient weapons. Below, a scene of devastation at Pearl Harbor's Naval Air Station after the attack. Hickam Field, bunched against sabotage, proved a perfect target, many aircraft to be fit for action until its losses had been replaced. This weakening of the Japanese carrier strength at the Battle of the Coral Sea may well have determined the course of the Second World War. It was not that the Japanese were even then seriously short of carriers. The enormous fleet available to Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto must have guaranteed him victory in any single center PRI.se he had committed it to. But Japanese naval FKWER was dissipated in a futile attempt to confuse an enemy who could have been overwhelmed by a direct and concentrated attack. Yamamoto decided to proceed with the diversionary raid on the Aleutian Islands as well as the frontal assault on Midway, despite the failure of the Port Moresby bid. His plan of campaign resulted in the Japanese armada being scattered in 10 separate groups all over the North and Central Pacific. 2 carriers were detached to cover the attack on the Aleutians, leaving the Midway force actually deficient in air power, although excessively strong in surface ships. 7 battleships, 6 heavy and light carriers, 13 cruisers, and 50 destroyers challenged Nimitz's 3 carriers, 8 cruisers, and 14 destroyers. But Yamamoto brought with him only 325 aircraft, while Nimitz could assemble a motley collection of 348 land and sea-based machines. The Americans obviously could not offer battle at sea. Everything depended upon the prowess of the United States Naval Air Service, a glamorized body of fighting men, with their swashbuckling airborne admirals, their huge wooden-decked carriers, and years of experience in dive bombing techniques. And here 2 Japanese errors helped Nimitz decisively. The first was that Yamamoto still thought that 2 American carriers had been sunk in the Coral Sea engagement, and consequently quite underestimated the strike capacity of his opponent. The other was that the Japanese had not yet been forced to learn how to integrate their carrier squadrons with the rest of their fleet. The Americans had learned the hard way. Bereft of battleships, they had of necessity adopted their carriers as capital ships, and deployed their other craft as escorts around them. But the battle force which should have been in attendance to shield Nagamo's carriers with its anti-aircraft batteries was 400 miles distant when the assault on Midway commenced. However, the Japanese nearly won. The initial air battles between their naval aircraft and American land-based planes were wholly in their favor. They wrecked everything above ground on Midway and shot down 33 American aircraft for a loss of only 6 of their own. Then retribution came. Rear Admiral Raymond A. Spruance on board Nell Risk ordered strikes by his torpedo and dive bombers at a time deliberately calculated to reach the Japanese carriers while they were still refueling their aircraft. The torpedo bombers arrived first and flew onto Txtiaktion, losing 3/4 of their number without scoring a single hit. But the death flight of the old Douglas Devastators drew the attention of the Japanese away from the UP-XR air where Spruance's Douglas Dauntless dive bombers were assembling. In less than 5 minutes 3 Japanese carriers, the Kaga, Akagi, and Soryu, were on fire and out of action, and the Great Pacific War had been won and lost. The surviving carrier Hiryu struck back, crippling Yorktown, but was itself destroyed by a further strike from Enterprise. By the end of the day, Yamamoto's air arm had been virtually eliminated. Twice on the following nights, he belatedly deployed his battle force in attempts to sink Spruance's carriers by gunfire. However, the Americans skillfully drew away at evening, returning with daylight to deliver more strikes, as a result of which a Japanese heavy cruiser was sunk. Final casualty figures were 4 carriers, a cruiser, and 322 aircraft for the Japanese, against a carrier, a destroyer, and 147 aircraft for the Americans. The battle had been won on the American side by Spruance's almost faultless judgment and by the courage and technical skill of his aviators. It had been lost on the Japanese by the now familiar vices of overconfidence, overcomplexity of planning, and unwillingness to concentrate on one objective at a time. This time they had been fatal. The margin of strength so brilliantly gained at Pearl Harbor had been squandered. The siege of the Japanese Empire had begun. Victims of success. There can be little doubt that at any time between December 7, 1941 and June 4, 1942 the Japanese might have secured the victory of the Axis powers, if only they had got their priorities right and been content to do one thing at a time. An all-out search and destroy operation against American naval power after Pearl Harbor, culminating in an air and sea bombardment of California, would have made it virtually impossible for the Roosevelt administration to have maintained its policy of Germany first. It would have certainly inhibited the transfer of American tanks and artillery to Africa, which made possible the British victories at El Alamein, and thereby prevented the Germans from outflanking the Russian defenses from the south. Even a headlong drive across India might have achieved the same end result. But the Japanese were the victims of their own military prowess. They had triumphed beyond all expectation. It was accordingly not surprising if they neglected the precautions necessary in a combat with an adversary whose economic capacity was some 16 times as great as their own. One need not be too critical of Japanese strategy. The outcome of the Pacific War, and EFL/TIVLI of the Second World War as a whole, was decided after all in less than 5 minutes over Midway. And there are many ways in which those minutes might never have happened. Japanese arms in action. In the wave of conquest which followed, Japan's strike southward, 4 Akshoke were of special significance. Resources of Southeast Asia and the Southwest Pacific were to be seized undamaged at an early stage in the hostilities, which Japan's naval and general staffs had time to avoid the northeast monsoon in the South China Sea and the violent gales in the North Pacific. Force Z detected. The first American possession to fall to a Japanese invasion force was Guam, which capitulated on December 10 after half an hour's resistance. On the same day, the third of the Pacific War, the Japanese invaded the Philippines and 75 of their bombers from Saigon sunk the British capital ships Prince of Wales and repulsed 70 nautical miles southeast of Kuantan in eastern Malaya. At 1755 on December 8 the vessels, in company with the destroyers Electra, Express, Vampire, and Tindas under the command of Admiral Sir Tom Phillips, had slipped out of Singapore into the misty sunset to forestall further Japanese landings on the northeast coast of Malaya. Later that evening at 2253, Phillips received a signal from Singapore informing him that fighter cover would not be available when he reached the area. The Japanese had taken Kotabru airfield, thus depriving the fleet of one of the basic conditions on which the successful execution of its mission depended. But the British force had the advantage of surprise and Phillips decided to proceed. The following day driving rain and thick, low cloud shrouded Force Z from Japanese air reconnaissance. But at 1700 the weather suddenly cleared to reveal 3 aircraft observing the fleet, and Phillips, who had planned to alter course for Singora at nightfall to shell Japanese transports, was now robbed even of the advantage of surprise. Although he was unaware that his ships had also been sighted by the Japanese submarine I-65 south of Pulau Condor at 1340, he promptly decided to abandon the mission and turn back. But to confuse the enemy he ordered Force Z, with the exception of Tindas, to continue north until nightfall before altering course south. The heavy guns of the fleet, it appeared, would not be brought to bear on the vulnerable Japanese transports. But at 2400 as the fleet steamed for Singapore, Prince of Wales received a message which read, P. Nemi reported landing Kuantan, latitude 03 degrees 50 north. Force Z, its commander hoped, would still have an opportunity of disrupting the Japanese landings in Malaya, and fearful of sacrificing the element of surprise he once more enjoyed, Phillips maintained strict radio silence, assuming incorrectly that fighter cover would be provided when he reached his new objective. At 0220 the following day, December 10, a Japanese submarine, I-58, sighted Force Z, and between dawn and 0930, 75 aircraft took off from Saigon in pursuit of the British fleet, which had arrived off Kwanton at 0800 to discover it had answered a false alarm. The detonation of a number of mines in the vicinity of the town by straying water buffaloes had apparently prompted Indian troops to pass the information to Singapore that a Japanese landing was taking place. Disappointed, Admiral Phillips ordered his fleet back onto a northeasterly course and proceeded to search for a suspicious tug and barges sighted earlier. Half an hour later, Tendas, which Phillips had ordered to Singapore when Force Z was discovered by Japanese reconnaissance aircraft, radioed that she was under air attack. Increasing their speed to 25 knots, the ships of Force Z assumed first-degree readiness and raced for base. But a patrolling Japanese reconnaissance aircraft sighted them and put out a general call. At 1,107 aircraft of the Japanese XXII Air Flotilla, which had strayed almost within sight of Singapore in quest of Force Z and which had bombed Tendas, were sighted, and at 1,119 precisely the high-angle guns throughout the fleet began firing at the attackers. Under a barrage of bombs and torpedoes, Repulse sank at 1,233, and as the 11 Buffalo fighters charged with the protection of Force Z arrived at 1,320 in response to a belated distress call from Captain W.G. Tennant, commander of Repulse, Prince of Wales rolled over ponderously to port and sank with Admiral Phillips still on the bridge. The loss of the two ships with 840 men on board sealed the fate of Malaya and confirmed Japan's command of the Pacific and Indian Oceans for the loss of 3 aircraft. Over all this vast expanse of water Japan was supreme, and we everywhere were weak and naked, wrote Churchill. On the day after the action, a Japanese aircraft dropped a large bouquet of flowers over the sea in honor of the men who had died. Wake spits back. There was no respite for the Allies. The exultant Japanese kept on hitting. But for 2 weeks the defenders of a lonely, treeless atoll in the central Pacific held a powerful invasion fleet at bay, subjecting the victory-flushed Japanese Navy to its only defeat in the opening months of the war. Wake Island, annexed by the United States in 1899 and later developed as an aircraft staging post, belonged with Macon and Tarawa in the Gilbert Islands to a group of objectives Japan required if she was to secure the eastern boundary of her defense perimeter. On the outbreak of war, the island's occupants comprised 70 civilian employees of Pan American Airways, 1,146 civilians employed by contractors, and a garrison of 449 Marines, 68 sailors, and 5 soldiers. Major James Devereux of the United States Marine Corps, who effectively commanded the garrison, had at his disposal 6 5-inch coast defense guns, 12 3-inch anti-aircraft guns, a number of machine guns, besides 12 obsolete Grumman Wildcats of Marine Fighting Squadron 211 flown in from the Enterprise on December 4. Not only did the island lack 2/3 of its garrison, it had no radar, fighter control center, or fire control equipment. There were, moreover, no mines, no barbed wire, and no revetments for aircraft. On December 8, under cover of rain squalls, 36 Japanese bombers swept in over Wake and destroyed 7 Wildcats. 128. The Risen Sun. On the ground. Air attacks continued on the following 2 days, and on the 11th at 0500 the invasion forces, composed of the light cruisers Yobari, Tenryu, and Tatsuta with 6 destroyers and accompanying vessels under the command of Rear Admiral Sadamichi Kajioka, steamed in, guns blazing, to assault the island. Major Devereux held his fire. Contemptuous of the atoll's defenses, Kajioka took his invasion fleet to within 4,500 yards of the shore. Suddenly, Devereux's 5-inch guns opened up and with their second salvo damaged the flagship Yobari. Within the FLRST few minutes the island's 5-inch batteries sank the destroyer Haight and damaged several other ships. 4 of the 5 surviving Wildcats then took off to bomb and strafe the fleet, damaging the light cruisers Tenryu and Tatsuta and sinking the destroyer Kisavagi. It was one of the most humiliating reverses the Japanese Navy had ever suffered, and soon after 0700 Kajioka retreated to Kwajalein 600 miles away to lick his wounds. Wake Island's few guns and aircraft had repulsed a powerful amphibious attack, sunk 2 destroyers, damaged several other vessels and inflicted some 700 fatalities on the invaders for the loss of 2 Wildcats. Alarmed by this ignominious rebuff at Wake, Admiral Yamamoto, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, ordered reinforcements to assemble for a second landing attempt, and on December 15 Rear Admiral Taman Yamaguchi's 11 Carrier Division with the aircraft carriers Soryu and Hiryu escorted by 4 destroyers proceeded to a position north of the island. Accompanying the carrier force was Rear Admiral Abe's VIEI Cruiser Division with the heavy cruisers Tone and Chikuma. While the powerful invasion fleet assembled off Wake, the island was subjected to a series of attacks by land-based bombers, and on the 21st aircraft from the carriers lent their weight to the bombardments. On the same day Kajioka again sailed from Kwajalein, and before dawn on December 23, with no preliminary bombardment, substantially reinforced troops of the Naval Landing Force began to pour ashore at points on which the American 5-inch guns could not be brought to bear. The only gun trained on the 2 antiquated destroyers, which had been beached with companies of the landing force, put 15 shells into the nearest one, breaking its back. Without air support, its last 2 Wildcats having been shot down the previous day, the island's defenses were pounded by aircraft and naval guns, and at 0730, heavily outnumbered, the garrison surrendered. 52 American servicemen, 70 civilians, and 820 Japanese soldiers were killed during the bitterly contested landings, and 470 officers and men and 1,146 civilians were captured. The Navy had vindicated itself for its initial failure to take the island, and the gallant American defenders, despite their defeat, earned the admiration of the world. Singapore surrenders. Yet Wake might have been saved and a naval victory scored had Rear Admiral Frank Fletcher's carrier-borne aircraft intervened while the Japanese invasion force was still disembarking equipment and supplies. Fletcher, who left Pearl Harbor for Wake on December 17 with a relief force which included the aircraft carrier Saratoga, lost his chance of preventing the Japanese landings by pausing to refuel his destroyers. Although he could have caught the invasion fleet at a disadvantage, he was ordered back to base for fear of risking his vessels in an encounter with those units detached from the Pearl Harbor striking force which were believed to contain 2 battleships. While Wake defied the wrath of the Japanese Navy, and American and Filipino troops were being driven into the Bataan Peninsula, the Japanese invasion of Malaya was proceeding swiftly. Its extent, once appreciated, spread demoralization among the confused British and Commonwealth forces. Without either command of the sea or air, they fell back down the west coast of Malaya before Lieutenant General Yamashita's XXV army until they reeled into Singapore on January 31. At 1810 on February 15, 1942, Lieutenant General Arthur Percival, GOC Malaya, surrendered the town to Yamashita in a room in the Ford factory at Bukit Timah. It was the greatest disaster inflicted on the British Empire since Cornwallis surrendered Yorktown in the American War of Independence, and Churchill termed the fall of what was considered to be an impregnable fortress, the worst disaster and largest capitulation in British history. In the Malayan campaign, lost by the failure to provide adequate defense in the north, British, Indian and Australian forces lost a total of 138,708 soldiers, of whom more than 130,000 were taken prisoner. The Japanese casualties in the 73-day campaign were 3,507 dead and 6,150 wounded. It had been General Percival's misfortune, as James Leeser has written in Singapore, the battle that changed the world, to direct an ill-equipped and wrongly trained army in a hopeless campaign, to defend a country for whose defense pre-war politicians influenced and activated by blind, petty motivations and crass ignorance, by indifference on the part of the voters who had elected them, had neglected to pay the insurance premium. The humiliation of Great Britain at the hands of a numerically inferior Asiatic army that rode on bicycles and lived on rice was to have fateful consequences for the Far East. The capture of Singapore, the bastion of the empire, and the consequent premature collapse of Europe's hegemony in Southeast Asia after the war created a power vacuum which communism struggled desperately to fill. Bataan Death March. The fall of Malaya and Singapore led directly to the collapse of the Dutch East Indies. Burma was overrun within weeks and the Japanese tide swept onto the Indian frontier. For the United States, the military outlook was as bleak, and on May 6, after a desperate defense of the Bataan Peninsula and Corregidor Island, which humiliated General Hum's 14th Army and delayed Japanese victory for 4 months, American and Filipino resistance ended. Morale among the diseased, undernourished men had slumped when, with the departure of General MacArthur, Commander-in-Chief United States Army Forces in the Far East, on March 12, it became evident that reinforcements could not be expected. However, before handing over his command and leaving for Australia at Roosevelt's insistence, MacArthur promised the Filipinos that one day he would return to redeem the Pledge of Complete Independence by 1946, which the American government had given 8 years earlier. Just over a month after he left, the 64,000 Filipinos and 12,000 Americans who had surrendered on Bataan, began a 55-mile march from Mariveles to San Fernando. Because the Japanese had only expected to take some 25,000 prisoners, their arrangements for transporting and feeding the captives broke down. Between 7,000 and 10,000 men, including 2,330 Americans, died of disease, starvation, exhaustion, or brutality on what became known as the Bataan Death March. It revealed the contempt the Japanese reserved for enemy soldiers who had not fallen in battle and foreshadowed the barbarous treatment Allied prisoners would receive at Japanese hands throughout the Pacific War. Japan was everywhere victorious and the Allies everywhere in defeat or disarray. Yet prior to the outbreak of the Pacific War, the strength of Japan's armed forces had been gravely underrated, ignored, or even disbelieved. It was popularly supposed that, preoccupied with China, she was unable to mount military operations elsewhere. But although the allocation of 40 divisions and 800 aircraft to the defense of Japan, Korea, Manchuria, and occupied China only left 11 divisions and some 700 first-line aircraft for the other theaters of war, Japan was able to reduce the whole vast South Seas region. The myth of Japanese inferiority was promptly replaced by the myth of Japanese invincibility. For the THIRD turns. Alamein. General Sir Claude Auchinleck, Commander-in-Chief Middle East Land Forces, took over personal command of 8th Army from Lieutenant General Neil Ritchie on June 25, 1942. There is little doubt that Auchinleck had been ill-judged in February 1942 when he confirmed Ritchie in what had been a temporary command, despite evidence and advice that Ritchie lacked the experience and capacity to command an army. Equally, it would have been well if Auchinleck, as Prime Minister Churchill had urged, had taken personal charge of the Gazala battles at an early stage. However, the Western Desert was only one among the Commander-in-Chief's several cares. It was not so simple a matter to go off and look after a single front. For although the Middle East Command had shed East Africa since Wavell's time, it was still responsible for support of Turkey, a neutral state, and for the defense of the Persian Gulf oilfields from attack from the north, through the Caucasus. Auchinleck had lived with this latter danger ever since the German invasion of Russia had reached the Don the previous autumn. Auchinleck, therefore, unlike his predecessors or his successor, bore the double burden of an army commander and of a theater commander-in-chief. For this reason it was Auchinleck's belief as commander-in-chief that 8th Army must not be exposed to the risk of a final defeat, but must at all cost be kept in being. Left, a German Hanomag half-track of the Afrika Korps rolls across the soft sand of the desert. The number plate prefix means Wehrmacht here, indicating an army vehicle. In order to continue to defend the Gulf oil from Rommel. Whereas Ritchie had planned a do-or-die battle at Mersa Matruh, Auchinleck wished to retreat to El Alamein, which would give him a little time to reorganize his forces and plan his own battle instead of fighting Ritchie's. But Rommel struck the day after Auchinleck assumed personal command. The Battle of Mersa Matruh, fought in decayed defenses according to Ritchie's deployment, marked the climax of German moral domination in the desert. With handfuls of exhausted troops, Rommel bluffed the British into thinking they were broken through, surrounded, and beaten, while poor communications virtually cut Auchinleck off from the battle. As soon as he saw the compromised battle was lost, Auchinleck ordered the army back to Alamein. Both armies, units all mixed up, raced each other for the 40-mile-wide neck between the sea at Alamein and the impassable Qattara Depression. Alexandria lay only 60 miles beyond. Although 8th Army narrowly won the race, the British still faced the possibility, in Auchinleck's words, of complete catastrophe. "No one," he wrote later, "least of all I, could say whether the army could be rallied and reformed soon enough to hold Rommel and save Egypt." Auchinleck thus faced the greatest test of a general, the rallying of a beaten army and the redemption of a lost battle. Behind him in Egypt there was panic and defeatism. He told his soldiers, "The enemy is stretching to his limit and thinks we are a broken army. He hopes to take Egypt by bluff. Show him where he gets off." In fact, this was an accurate military appreciation. By failing to halt after Tobruk to allow Malta to be attacked, as agreed, Rommel had taken an immense gamble. For unless he managed to break through to the delta very quickly, his army would be increasingly starved of supplies, reinforcements, and fuel, owing both to British naval action based on Malta and the length of his own communications. On July 1, 3 days after Matruh, Rommel attacked 8th Army at Alamein. The essential unity of all the fighting at Alamein from July to November 1942 has been obscured by the changes in the British command that took place in mid-August, when General Sir Harold Alexander replaced Auchinleck as Commander-in-Chief and Lieutenant General B.L. Montgomery became the new 8th Army commander. It was one extended battle with pauses between the actions. It opened with Rommel's desperate attempts to shoulder his way past Auchinleck, his failure, and the failure in turn of Auchinleck to force him into retreat. This was the first Battle of Alamein. There followed a period of stalemate broken only by an unrealistic and vain second attempt by Rommel to break through, the Battle of Alam Haifa. Finally came the British counterstroke with massive fresh forces that swept Rommel out of Egypt. This was Montgomery's victory in the Second Battle of Alamein. The commanding natural features of the Alamein battlefield were two east-west ridges, the Ruwaysat Ridge, and farther to the south and well to the east, the Alam Haifa Ridge. These were the tactical keys to the neck of land between the sea and the Qattara Depression. At no time in the Alamein battles was this neck solidly held by the British. In July Auchinleck had lacked the troops, and later he preferred to form a south-facing left wing that might entice Rommel into a trap. Auchinleck's army at First Alamein was made up of survivors of the Gazala battles like 1st South African and 50th Divisions, survivors of Matruh like the New Zealand Divisions and 9th Indian Brigade, together with fresh troops like 18th Indian Brigade from Iraq. Auchinleck was weakest in armor, for although 1st Armored Division possessed 150 tanks, only 2 squadrons were grants, and the division's skill, cohesion, and morale were not high. Nevertheless 8th Army heavily outnumbered Panzer Army Africa, now reduced to 60 German and 30 Italian tanks, some 5,000 Germans, and a similar number of Italians. As a personal advisor and acting chief of staff in the field, Auchinleck had brought with him from Cairo Major General E. Dorman Smith. He was not a member of the British Army establishment who had muddled the Gazala battles, but a man fertile in unorthodox ideas. These were reflected in some of the reforms Auchinleck attempted to carry out in the army's organization and tactics during First Alamein. Auchinleck believed that the standard British infantry division was too large, cumbersome, and lacking in hitting power for mobile desert warfare. He therefore extemporized brigade groups or smaller battle groups on the German pattern trucked infantry escorting guns. Instead of manning the static defenses of the Alamein perimeter, he kept the brigade groups of 1st South African Division mobile in the open desert to the south. After the first day's fighting, he also evacuated 2 boxes in the center and extreme south of the Alamein Neck, in order to keep his army mobile and concentrated. At the same time, the heavy and medium artillery was transferred from Corps to Army Command to provide massed firepower. Auchinleck also tried to diminish the sluggishness and rigidity of the stratified British command organisation by demanding the energetic local initiative and flexibility evinced by the enemy. The course of the First Battle of Alamein was to show that orders or instructions in this spirit failed to have much effect on minds habituated to another military tradition. Although First Alamein was a highly complicated and shifting battle on the ground, it was essentially a struggle of will between the opposing generals. The struggle lasted for the first 2 weeks of July and ended with Rommel's surrender of the initiative to Auchinleck. On July 1, Rommel tried to repeat his triumph at Mersa Matra with a similar plan and similar audacity. He proposed to drive through Auchinleck's center and turn outwards in a double envelopment of Auchinleck's wings. Both envelopments stuck under heavy flanking fire from British battle groups. On July 2, Rommel reduced his plan to a single envelopment of the Alamein perimeter. This too failed. On July 3 he tried again in the center, made some progress, and stuck again, despite his own personal leadership of the attack. On 2nd and again on July 5 Auchinleck counter-attacked elsewhere, forcing Rommel to regroup, but 8th Army proved a slow and hesitant instrument. However, Rommel was forced to deploy Italian infantry for the first time since he attacked at Gazala. Nevertheless, he decided to attack again on July 10, after a brief respite, and try to break straight through eastwards into the delta. Instead, on July 9 Auchinleck launched a major counterstroke in the coastal sector, a bombardment that reminded some Germans of the Western Front in 1917, followed by an assault by Auchinleck's personal reserve, the fresh 9th Australian Division. The Italians collapsed, the hill of Tel El Isa fell, and Rommel had to abandon his own offensive in order to succor the Italians. It was Auchinleck's plan to go for the Italians in one sector after another, thus forcing Rommel to run to and fro to their aid with his Germans. It worked brilliantly. Between 9th and July 16, 6 such attacks on Italians were launched, and Rommel only prevented the total collapse of his front by using his last German reserves. On 21 to 22 July and July 26 Auchinleck attempted to turn Rommel's defeat into his destruction or retreat. These counterstrokes were a total failure. The cause lay yet again in the gulf of misunderstanding between British armour and infantry, which were incapable of the supple and intimate cooperation of the German troops who were trained together on common lines. A further cause lay in a breakdown of radio communication. Either the infantry was massacred by German armour because the British armour failed to come up in time, or the armour was massacred trying to charge German defences that should have been carefully assaulted in conjunction with infantry. Although Rommel had not been forced to retreat, First Alamein saved Egypt and the Middle East. It was one of the decisive battles of the Second World War. It was Dorman Smith's prediction, expressed in a strategic appreciation of July 27 accepted by Auchinleck, that Rommel even after reinforcement would not be strong enough to launch another offensive except as a gamble. Auchinleck therefore looked ahead to a set-piece British offensive in strength sometime in September. Meanwhile, the British and American governments had taken a major strategical decision instead of an invasion of France in 1942, deemed a hopeless undertaking with the available troops and landing craft. The Allies were to invade French North Africa in the autumn, and, in conjunction with 8th Army, clear the entire North African coast. This operation would both reopen the Mediterranean to through-sea traffic and appease Stalin with some kind of a second front at not too great a risk of failure. The decision was made on July 24, after Auchinleck had halted Rommel's offensive. It entirely changed the context of the war in the desert, for occupation of Algeria and Tunisia would directly threaten Rommel's own base at Tripoli, and squeeze him between two armies. Churchill visits the front. On August 3 Churchill and the Chief of the Imperial General Staff arrived in Cairo. On August 6, after visiting Auchinleck at 8th Army headquarters, Churchill decided to replace Auchinleck and his immediate staff. General Sir Harold Alexander was appointed Commander-in-Chief, and Major General W.H.E. Gott, a corps commander with a legendary though not altogether justified reputation, was appointed to command 8th Army. In these decisions personal political considerations undoubtedly played a large part. There was mounting public criticism of Churchill's leadership in Great Britain, and by-elections had gone heavily against the government. There had been a long run of disaster, the loss of the Prince of Wales and Repulse, the fall of Singapore, the loss of Burma, the loss of Tobruk, the Gazala battles. Churchill needed a resounding victory as quickly as possible to preserve his own position. There can be little doubt that Auchinleck therefore sealed his fate when he stubbornly refused to promise to attack before mid-September, arguing that this was the earliest that 8th Army could be reorganized and retrained, and the new equipment run in. Churchill instructed the new Commander-in-Chief Middle East, General Alexander, that his primary task was to take and destroy the German-Italian army commanded by Field Marshal Rommel. The Commander-in-Chief was relieved of anxiety about the German threat from the Caucasus, for Iraq and Persia were transferred to a new command. Thus in the end all the vast existing resources of the Middle East base, and the immense reinforcements and supplies now flowing into Egypt had come to be devoted to the single purpose of fighting for somewhat neglected German divisions and their Italian allies. It was a measure of the success of the German diversion in North Africa, and also of the usefulness of the British Empire's contribution to ground fighting in the third year of the war. The Red Army was currently engaging some 180 German divisions, including 20 panzer divisions. Alexander's sole responsibility was therefore to support his 8th Army commander. On August 7, however, Gott was killed, when the aircraft flying him to Cairo was shot down, and Lieutenant General Montgomery was appointed commander of 8th Army. Montgomery was a man of legendary eccentricity and ruthless professionalism. He had not commanded in the field since 1940, had never commanded large masses of armor to battle, and was new to the desert. He compensated for these initial handicaps by a brilliant clarity of mind, iron willpower, and a bleak realism about the potentialities of individuals and units alike. He had an unrivaled power of piercing complex matters to the underlying simplicities. In August 1942 he enjoyed the advantage of the new broom, and he swept very clean indeed. His first task was to meet the renewed German offensive which was CXPCCTT soon. His plan, like that evolved by Auchinleck and Dorman Smith, depended on forming a south-facing left wing along the Ilani Haifa Ridge, and his main dispositions followed the existing defenses and minefields. However, he brought up 44 Tly Division, now available, to strengthen Alon Haifa. Although his general plan so closely resembled Auchinleck's, his style of fighting the battle was very different. He accurately took the measure of 8th Army's capabilities and enforced his own direct control right down to division level. It would be, in his own words, an army battle. There would be no loose fighting, but a tight defense of tactical ground. Rommel launched his offensive on Ilst. August 1942. It was, as Dorman Smith had predicted in July, a gamble without much chance. Rommel had 203 tanks against 767 British, he himself and several senior officers were sick, and his army was so short of fuel that it had to make a tight turn up to the Alam Haifa Ridge instead of outflanking it to the east. After 4 days of vain effort to pierce the British defences while under violent air attack, he slowly withdrew. An attempt by the New Zealand Division to endanger his retreat broke down in the usual 8th Army muddles and misunderstandings. Except for this failure, Montgomery's first battle had been entirely successful. He was free to continue preparing his own offensive. Alexander, like Auchinleck, was strongly pressed by the Prime Minister for an early offensive. He and Montgomery, with the advantage of being new men who could not be sacked, also refused. They, like Auchinleck, realized that an immense amount of training and preparation was needed before 8th Army would be fit to attack. In fact, the Second Battle of Alamein upended on October 23, and even then 8th Army was by no means up to German standards. The chronic problem lay in the inability of the British armour and infantry to work closely together. It originated in peacetime, when the British failed to evolve a coherent doctrine of tank warfare, but instead divided ground war into two separate compartments: the infantry battle of positions, and the all-tank mobile battle. Just before his departure, Auchinleck had proposed to remodel the whole 8th Army into German-style mixed tank infantry divisions. Cooperation would be secured under a single divisional command. Montgomery and his advisors instead decided to form a special wholly armored corps in addition to the existing 30th and 13th Corps, charged with fighting a tank battle and then exploiting in pursuit. Thus coordination of armor and infantry would not now be secured by 133 divisional commanders, or corps commanders as hitherto, but by the army commander himself. The course of Second Alamein was to show that Montgomery also failed even by the scheme to solve the problem of armor and infantry. Second Battle of Alamein. In planning his offensive, Montgomery faced what was for the desert a novel problem. Rommel had created a continuous defense system across the 40-mile-wide neck between the sea and the Catara Depression. It was of the standard German pattern dating back to 1917, a maze of ice strongpoints and switch lines, protected by T-belts of wire, in minefields some 21 to 4 miles deep, and garrisoned by intermingled 3 German and Italian infantry. Close behind lay the panzer divisions. To this Western Front problem, Montgomery produced a Western Front answer, a deliberate infantry attack under cover of a massive bombardment to drive a gap right through both the forward and main battle zones of the enemy defense system. The 10th Corps would then pass through this gap onto the enemy communications and fight and defeat the panzer divisions. Montgomery recognized, however, that the skill and training of 8th Army was such that any mixing it with the Panzer Army in the open would be risky. He therefore altered his plan to make it even more deliberate and methodical. The armor would merely defend the gap made in the enemy defenses against counterstrokes, while behind its shield the defense system and its infantry garrison would be crumbled away piecemeal. This Montgomery hoped would force the panzer divisions to attack to try to save the infantry and expose themselves to defeat by British tanks and anti-tank guns fighting defensively. For the battle, Montgomery fielded 1,029 tanks against 496, 1,451 anti-tank guns against 550 German and 300 Italian, 908 field and medium guns against 200 German and 300 Italian, 85 infantry battalions against 31 German and 40 Italian. The overall odds were about 2 to 1, 195,000 men against just over 100,000. For the first time, the British anti-tank artillery was principally composed of powerful 6-carat Junders, while the armor included 252 American Shermans, tanks at last really the equal of German equipment. The British enjoyed complete air superiority. The Second Battle of Alamein fell into 3 phases. During 23 to 25 October, the original plan of breaking clean through the German left center failed. The infantry assault, instead of piercing the German defense system in one bound as ordered, AP, and its force in the German forward zone and stalled in the battle zone. Mont. 134. Alamein. Montgomery ordered 10th Corps to force its own breakthrough, then modified his order to 1 armored regiment, but the armor too became bogged down in the German defenses. The superimposition of 2 corps on the same sector caused much confusion. In the second phase of the battle, Montgomery remade his plan of operations and got a stalled offensive on the move again by sheer force of will. In this phase, divisional attacks crumbled the Axis defenses away, while Rommel's counterstrokes foundered under air attack and anti-tank fire. In the third phase, Montgomery launched a second massive breakthrough attempt. After fierce fighting and heavy loss, the British this time succeeded. An order from Hitler to stand fast delayed the Axis retreat for 24 hours, and then the Panzer Army streamed west in defeat. Second Alamein, like the battles of 1917, had turned on the size of reserves available to both sides. Although the Panzer Army had consistently inflicted a higher rate of loss on the British throughout the battle, the British superiority in resources proved just too great. Yet it had been a near-run battle, for the exhaustion and confusion of 8th Army prevented immediate and effective pursuit. Nevertheless, the Panzer Army had been shattered, most of the Italian infantry were captured, and only 36 German tanks remained in action. Because of the late pursuit, the British failed to cut off and destroy the remnants of Rommel's army. There followed a long pursuit and retreat back to Rommel's old bolt hole of El Aguila, characterized by bluff on Rommel's part and caution on Montgomery's, perhaps understandable in view of Rommel's reputation. Meanwhile, the Anglo-American landings in North Africa had taken place on November 8. This, wrote Rommel, spelt the end of the army in Africa. For many years, Japanese naval strategists had prepared for a decisive fleet action with the Americans in the Pacific, and at Midway in early June 1942 they hoped to destroy the surviving vessels of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. In such an encounter, Admiral Yamamoto, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, was convinced that a threat to Midway, and therefore to Hawaii, would compel the weak enemy fleet to challenge overwhelming Japanese forces under whose guns and bombs, he imagined, it could not survive. He also planned to seize Midway as an advance air base and assault the western Aleutians to distract American forces from his central objective, that of eliminating U.S. naval power in the Pacific. But the Japanese were arrogant and overconfident, scattering their forces in a defective, diffuse, and overcomplicated operational plan which, through a singular feat of code breaking, was known to the U.S. Navy. Moreover, they reckoned without the skill and self-sacrifice of a handful of American pilots. 1. At 0430, 107 Japanese torpedo bombers, dive bombers, and fighters are launched from the carriers Kaga, Akagi, Soryu, and Hiryu of I Carrier striking force. At 0634 they attack Midway. Of 25 fighters sent up to oppose them, only 2 survive. 2. 26 Midway-based dive bombers, torpedo bombers, and bombers swoop on the Japanese earners. At 0705 they fail to score a single hit, only 9 aircraft return. A strike by 11 slower dive bombers at 0817 proves similarly ineffective and costly. 3. 35 dive bombers led by Lieutenant Commanders Leslie and McCluskey from Task Forces 16 and 17 pounds on Akagi, Soryu, and Kaga at 1025 and cripple them. The carriers, their decks crowded with aircraft, had not detected the approaching Americans, as they had been preoccupied with mauling a force of 41 unescorted American torpedo bombers. 4. At 1435 16 Japanese dive bombers and fighters from Hiryu launch a second strike on Yorktown, dooming it. Only 7 aircraft survive the raid. Fire-racked Akagi and Soryu drift aimlessly. 5. Shortly after 1724 dive bombers from 136 Midway Task Force 16 attack Hiryu. 4 bombs land near the bridge and cripple the carrier. Yorktown, dead in the water, is attended by her screening force. The course of the fleet movement between 2400 on June 3 and 2400 on June 4. Apart from Mikuma of Kurita's cruiser division, which was attacked by Midway-based bombers on June 5, the remaining forces took no part in the action. Yamamoto's main body cruised hundreds of miles from the carriers, depriving them of anti-aircraft protection and him of any opportunity for night action. Soryu sank at 1913 and Kaga at 1925. Akagi was scuttled at 0455 on June 5 and at approximately 0915 Hiryu went down. Yorktown, which remained afloat, was torpedoed by a Japanese submarine on June 6. After 1918 the Japanese Navy regarded the United States as its most probable enemy, and consequently maintained an up-to-date and highly trained fleet. To a dispassionate observer, however, it was clear that Japan's geographical position, the size of her armed forces, and above all the disparity between her total resources and those of the United States gave her a poor chance of victory in any war with America. But when war between the two countries became inevitable in 1941, the Japanese Navy, for all its slender hopes of success, found itself in the front rank confronting the American Navy. The dilemma facing the strategists of the Imperial Japanese headquarters was that until the occupation of the southern territories with their vast resources was completed, they neither wanted to face an attack from the American fleet, nor entanglement in a protracted war. Although the Japanese Navy and U.S. Pacific Fleet were more or less evenly balanced in 1941, the Japanese had a greater number of aircraft carriers, and because of the demands of the China incident, the JNAF possessed pilots who were both experienced and highly trained. But it was certain that these advantages would promptly be nullified if America mobilized her massive productive strength and directed it to wartime production. What would happen, it was asked, if America was to wait until her crushingly superior forces were fully equipped, and then attempt to decide the issue with a single attack on Japan? To eliminate this possibility, it was necessary, by a positive and continuous offensive, to force America into decisive battles at an early date, to destroy the main strength of her fleet, and to build up conditions for protracted warfare from an invincible position by turning the resources of the southern territories to military purposes. It was from this standpoint, too, that Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, planned the attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941, and persuaded the Naval General Staff, who had opposed the plan as being too risky, to accept it. Yamamoto stands firm. Possible future objectives the following year included Australia, Ceylon, Hawaii, Fiji, and Samoa, but opinions differed as to the advisability of selecting targets among left, the course of the fleets during the Battle of Midway. The battle restored the balance between the American and Japanese navies in the Pacific. Moreover, the Army was inclined to favor a withdrawal of land forces to Manchuria after the operations in the south in order to take the opportunity of combining with the German Army in a double attack on Russia. Since it showed no enthusiasm for expanding the war on the Pacific front, and was hesitant about providing troops, plans for the second phase of the war had to be kept within the bounds of what naval forces alone could accomplish. Yamamoto's plan for the Midway operation was put before the General Staff at the beginning of April, when discussions about strategy for the second phase of the war were already in their final stages. The primary object of the operation was to lure out and then destroy the U.S. Pacific Fleet. This was to be achieved by attacking and occupying the solitary Pacific island of Midway, which served as an outpost for Hawaii, thus quickly forcing America into a major battle. At the same time, it was planned to extend the defense perimeter in anticipation of American air attacks on the Japanese mainland by occupying the Aleutian Islands. The Naval General Staff also accepted that it was desirable to involve the United States in a decisive battle as soon as possible, but it did not consider Midway, so close to Hawaii, an advantageous location for a major battle, or a suitable area into which to lure the American aircraft carriers. It strongly advocated cutting the lines of communication between the United States and Australia by advancing on Fiji and Samoa, which were about the same distance away as the Japanese outpost of Truk in the Caroline Islands. Nor were the Naval General Staff the only opponents of the Midway operation. 2 Fleet, which was to support the occupation forces, was opposed to it on the grounds that it was not ready. 4 Fleet, which was to look after the logistical problems following the occupation, objected to it on the grounds that it could not be confident of fulfilling this role even if the operation was successful. In particular, Air Fleet, which had arrived back in Japan in the middle of April following operations in the Indian Ocean, was anxious to postpone the operation so as to allow some time for rest and re-equipment. But Admiral Yamamoto was firm in his resolution, and the Naval General Staff eventually gave in to the Combined Fleet, as it had done before. Just at this point, on April 18, 16 B-25 Mitchell bombers, led by Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle, took off from Vice Admiral Halsey's aircraft carriers Enterprise and Hornet and carried out a surprise bombing attack on Tokyo. Damage was slight, but the psychological shock of this first air raid on Japan itself was very great, and when the case for extending the defense perimeter to Midway and the Aleutians was again proposed, this time much more strongly, opposition to it melted away at once. Preparations for a major assault by almost the whole of the Japanese Navy went forward with all speed, and the Army, until now a mere onlooker, contributed 1 infantry regiment. The second phase of the war was to proceed with the FX, occupation of Port Moresby in early May, the occupation of Midway and the Aleutians in early June, and the FX, occupation of New Caledonia, Fiji, and Samoa in July. On the May 5th, Imperial General Headquarters ordered the occupation of Midway and the Aleutians. In learned Les Manques. The forces taking part were almost the full strength of the combined fleet, including 11 battleships, 8 aircraft carriers, 21 cruisers, and more than 200 other ships, together with 500 Djanes and 6,000 Marines and soldiers. The plan was for this vast fleet to set out at different times and from different places in either 9 or 11 groups with the object of attacking and occupying Midway and the Aleutians. From some points of view this plan was a subtle and artistic one, but at the same time it revealed characteristic shortcomings in the Japanese Navy, and Admiral Chester Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, later criticized it for both attempting to lure the U.S. Pacific Fleet into a decisive battle and seeking the occupation of Midway. He also criticized the multiplicity of divisions within the forces needed to execute it. Admiral Yamamoto, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, who had overall command of the operation, was to be aboard the newly constructed Combined Fleet flagship Yamato, the world's biggest battleship, in company with 8 battleships drawn from the main body of the main F-Force, the main forces Guard Force, and Rear Admiral Abe's support group. They were to advance 600 nautical miles behind Nagamo's I-carrier striking P-Orse. As Yamato was obliged to maintain strict radio silence, it was hardly to be expected that there could be adequate leadership. Yamamoto was well known as the foster father of the Naval Air Corps, and had been quick to attach great importance to aircraft and aircraft carriers. His foresight had already been proved by Japanese successes in the opening days of the war. But now Yamamoto was compromising with the conservative advocates of the big ships and the big guns, possibly with the idea of letting the battleship fleet have some of the glory for the expected victory. The main striking power undoubtedly lay with Vice Admiral Nagamo's I-carrier striking force consisting of the aircraft carriers Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu, and whether or not the task force was successful it seemed unlikely that there would be any opportunity to use the battleship's big guns, with their maximum range of 40 nautical miles. In fact, the young oflogacers of Nagamo's force suggested sarcastically that the battleship fleet was going to hold a naval review in the Pacific. It is now accepted that, mainly due to the relaxed atmosphere resulting from Japan's string of initial victories and an underestimation of the enemy's strength, secrecy was not strictly maintained, intelligence reports were inadequate, instructions were not followed as carefully as they should have been, and tactical preparations in general were insufficient and left too late. April's operations in the Indian Ocean together with the Battle of the Coral Sea in May had provided a number of valuable lessons about the weaknesses of reconnaissance work and aircraft carrier vulnerability which should have been taken into consideration as a matter of course when the Midway operation was planned, but which, in fact, were largely ignored. A particularly interesting point was that the Battle of the Coral Sea was the first ever important battle in naval history in which aircraft carriers opposed aircraft carriers. The opposing forces, the Japanese V-Carrier Division under Rear Admiral Choichi Hara containing the aircraft carriers Shokaku and Ziwikaku, and Task Force 17 containing the 2 American carriers Lexington and Yorktown, under the command of Rear Admiral Frank Fletcher, were more or less evenly matched. Tactically speaking, it could be called a Japanese victory since the Lexington was sunk and the Yorktown damaged, but the Americans achieved their aim in preventing the occupation of Port Moresby. Moreover, although the Japanese carriers did make their way back to Japan, they had suffered such severe losses in combat-ready pilots that they were unable to take part in the Battle of Midway, whereas the Yorktown returned quickly to Hawaii, underwent emergency repairs, and left again for the battle area. The combined fleet put down the unsatisfactory result of the battle to the imperfect discipline of the recently formed V-Carrier Division, and did not attempt to analyze the nature of engagements between aircraft carriers. The U.S. Navy had lost most of its battleship fleet at Pearl Harbor, but two large, fast aircraft carriers had escaped. The traditional notion of battleship supremacy was no less firmly rooted in the U.S. Navy than in the Japanese Navy, but the former had lost their battleships and had been obliged to alter their tactics to make the aircraft carriers the centerpieces of their strategy. From the beginning of 1942, two aircraft carrier groups, under the command of Admirals Halsey and Fletcher, had carried out bold surprise hit-and-run attacks on Japan's peripheral defense line timed to avoid confrontation with Nagamo's task force. In February they had struck at the Marshall Islands, in March at La in Papua, and in May at Tulagi in the Solomon Islands. The code breakers. But the only aircraft carriers Admiral Nimitz could muster for the defense of Midway were Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown. Their chances of successfully resisting a direct confrontation with the 6 large and 4 small Japanese aircraft carriers, superior both in the power of their aircraft and the training of their crews, seemed slight. However, at the same time the U.S. Navy had in its hands an invaluable weapon, which proved the key to victory, namely the expertise of their intelligence service, and especially of their cryptographers. Before the outbreak of war, the American code-breaking experts using their so-called magic system had succeeded in decoding the Japanese Foreign Ministry machine cipher, which proved of advantage to the Americans in conducting negotiations with Japan. In the spring of 1942, the code-breaking group from the Pacific Fleet, under the direction of Commander Rockefort, gradually, by dint of hard work, managed to break the main strategic code used by the Japanese Navy. As a result, they were able to alert Task Forces 11 and 17 just in time to frustrate the occupation of Port Moresby in the Coral Sea. The first hints of the Midway operation began to appear in code messages in late April and early May, but until about May 10 Nimitz's headquarters were still tending to think that the next Japanese objective would probably be Fiji and Samoa. On May 14 Nimitz collated all his reports, which were based mainly on the decoded messages, and concluded correctly that Japan's objectives were Midway and the Aleutians. He decided to concentrate all his forces on the defense of Midway, and hurriedly ordered the strengthening of the island's garrison and additions to its defense facilities and fortifications. In addition, 3 submarine patrol arcs, 139, were set up at a distance of 100, 150, and 200 miles from Midway, with a total of 20 submarines on stations by June 4. Moreover, Pacific Fleet Headquarters urgently ordered Task Forces 16 and 17 to return at once to Pearl Harbor from the Southwest Pacific. The defense of Dutch Harbor was to be the responsibility of a new fleet under Rear Admiral Theobald Vice Admiral William Halsey was now in hospital, and Rear Admiral Raymond Spruance had replaced him as commander of Task Force 16, composed of Enterprise, Hornet, 6 cruisers and 9 destroyers, which sailed from Pearl Harbor on May 28. Task Force 17, comprising Yorktown, whose damage was actually repaired in 3 days rather than in the estimated 3 months, plus 2 cruisers and 5 destroyers under the command of Rear Admiral Frank Fletcher, left Pearl Harbor on May 30. The two fleets met at Point Luck, about 325 nautical miles northeast of Midway, on the evening of June 2, and waited for the Japanese to attack. Since the end of May, Catalina flying boats, deployed at Midway, had been spreading a fine net of observation flights over a 700-mile radius around the island. The attacking Japanese Navy was also doing its best to collect reports. On May 18 a patrolling flying boat spotted Halsey's 2 aircraft carriers to the east of the Solomons Archipelago, but thereafter no further reports of U.S. aircraft carriers were made. However, it was thought highly probable that they were in port at Pearl Harbor. On the basis of this supposition, a second flying boat reconnaissance was planned. An Emily flying boat, with its vaunted range of 4,000 nautical miles, was to take off from its base in the Marshall Islands, and, after stopping to refuel from a submarine at French frigate Shoals, was to arrive over Hawaii during the night of May 30. The mission had to be abandoned, however, when it was discovered that the shoals were already being U.S. by the U.S. Navy as a seaplane base. Moreover, submarines arriving at the north and south ends of the Hawaiian archipelago on June 3 were too late to sight the two U.S. aircraft carriers. On May 26 Nagumo's I carrier striking force left the Bungo Strait, and 2 days later the main body, the Midway Invasion Force main body, and the Sayuard Force followed. On May 27 the transport group sailed from Saipan towards the battle area in the Central Pacific. The whole fleet had maintained absolute radio silence, but immediately signs appeared which augured ill for its HAF-KS of achieving a surprise attack. U.S. submarines off the Bungo Strait and Saipan sent long radio code messages directly after the Japanese fleets had left these points, which were intercepted. Furthermore, 2 Japanese ships lost their way in fog and broke the radio silence, and it was assumed that their messages must have been picked up by the Americans. On June 1 the number of messages sent to the Hawaii area, including a good many urgent messages, increased sharply, and the commanding officers of the combined fleet decided that their movements were already known to the Americans. Rear Admiral Ogaki, Combined Fleet Chief of Staff, noted in his diary, "This should do us no harm. It will give us a bigger prize to fight for." On the evening of the 3rd the cruiser Tone spotted enemy flying boats, but the fighter aircraft sent up from the Akaga to intercept lost them in the clouds. All these alarms were in fact no more than groundless fears originating with the Japanese themselves. The Americans had not in fact made any contact, and Nagumo's I carrier striking force, which was hidden in the sense that it was out in front, was not spotted by American reconnaissance aircraft until early on the June 4, the first day of the battle. Luck had not yet deserted the Japanese Navy in the war. The electrifying message. The final, decisive warning was sounded on June 2. On that date 6 Fleet's Interception Unit on Kwajalein Atoll detected messages being passed between what appeared to be 2 U.S. aircraft carriers, which suggested that the ships were at sea to the northwest of Midway Island. This information was passed on immediately to the whole fleet, but Nagumo's force, out in front, paid no attention. It, moreover, decided that the flying boats supposed to have been sighted on the evening of the 3rd had in fact been birds. I carrier striking force still had confidence in its surprise attack scheduled for the following day. The operation began on the morning of June 3 with an aerial attack on Dutch Harbor by aircraft from 2 carrier striking force under the command of Rear Admiral Kakuta. To create a diversion and distract attention from Midway, the Japanese Navy arranged a simultaneous surprise attack on Sydney and Diego Suarez in Madagascar with special midget submarines, but as a result of reports extracted from decoded messages, Admiral Nimitz was able to grasp almost every aspect of the Japanese plan. On the same day, a section of the Trans-F, Ort, 36 Ika D3A2S, and 36 Zeros, took off to attack the island. The second attack wave, composed as the first, waited on the carrier's flight decks prepared for the appearance of enemy forces on the horizon. As has already been stated, the chief purpose of the operation was to lure the American Pacific Fleet to destruction. But although I Carrier Division carried out a reconnaissance sweep that morning, there was a conviction that it would reveal no cause for uneasiness. This attitude of the General Staff, reflected in the movements of the reconnaissance planes, was a fatal weakness in the operation. At the same time as the first Midway attack set out, 7 search aircraft took off to make a 300 nautical mile fan-shaped reconnaissance, but the heavy cruiser Chikuma seaplane, which must have come close to passing directly above the U.S. task force at about 0630, not only failed to spot it, but also failed to report the important fact, indicating as it did the presence of an enemy aircraft carrier, that the aircraft had encountered and engaged a dauntless dive bomber from the Yorktown. The Tones machine was assigned a course south of the Chikuma seaplane, but because of a catapult fault its takeoff was delayed for 30 minutes. However, at 0728 on its return flight it reported sighting what appears to be 10 enemy surface ships. This was Task Force 16, which had sent up aircraft at 0700 for an attack on Nagumo's I Carrier striking force after a Catalina plane had spotted it at 0534. but because of the clear visibility and the presence of enemy aircraft, the Tone seaplane at first hesitated to move in close above the enemy fleet. It turned away, but at 0747 the General Staff of I Carrier Division demanded, ascertain types of ships. The seaplane flew in close and at 0807 radioed 5 cruisers and 5 destroyers. 13 minutes later it sent the electrifying message, enemy force accompanied by what appears to be aircraft carrier bringing up the rear. But when the first message came in from the seaplane, Nagamo's force was being attacked by aircraft from Midway. However, without fighter cover, the series of attacks by B-17S, B-26S, Avengers, Vindicators, and Dauntless of the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps were in vain. The aircraft were swept away by Zeros and failed to score a single hit. Further evidence of the maneuverability of the Zeros was provided during the Midway strike between 0630 and 0710. The U.S. defenses, alerted by radar an hour before. 140. Midway sent up 26 Grumman Wildcats and Brewster Buffaloes to intercept the Japanese attackers. However, 17 of the defenders were shot down, and a further 7 damaged beyond repair. Japanese losses in the first wave attack were negligible. 3 Kates and 1 Val were shot down by enemy anti-aircraft fire, and only 2 fighters failed to return. But Lieutenant Tomonaga, the leader of the attack, realized that the defenses had been strengthened beyond what they had been led to expect, and at 0700 radioed Admiral Nagamo, "There is need for a second attack." There had been no report so far from the reconnaissance aircraft, so the General Staff, confident that there was no U.S. fleet in the vicinity, decided that the second attack wave, which was waiting on the flight decks, should head for Midway, and at 0715 gave the order that the torpedo-laden Kates on Akagi and Kaga should be disarmed and reloaded with bombs. After the seaplane sighting of a U.S. carrier, a moment of impact on Yorktown. The blast of a torpedo which has just crashed into her side hurls the port side catwalk into the air as a crewman crossed the deck. Message came by blinker signal from Rear Admiral Yamaguchi, commander of 2 Carrier Division, consider it advisable to launch attack force immediately. Even though the torpedo bombers were not yet ready, he wanted the dive bombers dispatched immediately to bomb the U.S. carrier. But Nagamo, who had witnessed the slaughter of the unescorted U.S. bombers and torpedo planes, decided on the advice of Commander Minoru Janda, of the aviation staff, to follow the orthodox line of recovering both the Midway strike aircraft and the second wave fighters which were now on combat air patrol and sending them as escort for the Kates and Vals. Slaughter of the Devastators. At 0745 Nagamo ordered that the aircraft which had already taken on bomb loads should start exchanging them once again for torpedoes. In the small hangars maintenance crews worked desperately. If Nagamo had realized it would take 2 hours before the strike force was ready, no doubt he would unhesitatingly have followed the timely advice given him by Rear Admiral Yamaguchi. But misfortunes occurred one after another to retard the preparations. At 0830 the first attack wave returned from Midway and began circling, waiting for permission to land. The landings were complete by 091H, and it was calculated that it would be LOM, before the attack squadron, now re-equipped with torpedoes, would have replaced the incoming aircraft on the flight decks and be ready for takeoff. At 0905 a message from the Tone seaplane stated that a large fleet of U.S. torpedo aircraft was on its way towards Nagamo's fleet. All the commanding officers of the I Air fleet were on edge, but by now there was no time to regret taking the wrong decision. The only possible thing to be done was urgently to press on preparing the aircraft for takeoff in time to meet the large fleet of U.S. aircraft. The commanders turned their ships from a southeasterly course to a northeasterly one to meet the oncoming attack, and officers fiercely urged on their men. When the news came through from a Catalina on the same morning that Nagamo's I Carrier striking force had been spotted, the 2 U.S. task forces were 240 nautical miles east-northeast of the Japanese fleet. At that time the radius of activity of the U.S. torpedo aircraft was not more than 175 nautical miles, so that 0900 Yorktown listing heavily to port after attack by Japanese aircraft from Hiryu. She was finished off by a Japanese submarine, 1-68. Was the earliest that the ships could reach their launching point. Rear Admiral Spruance, however, knew that the Japanese had begun their bombing attack on Midway, and decided to time his attack for the moment when the Japanese aircraft would have just returned from their raid and would therefore be at their most vulnerable. He therefore launched his attack planes at 0700, 2 hours ahead of schedule. 116 aircraft took off from Enterprise and Hornet, and an hour later an attack fleet of 35 aircraft took off from Yorktown. The first to reach the target was Torpedo Squadron 8, from Hornet, led by the intrepid Lieutenant Commander John Waldron. But his old-fashioned and unescorted Douglas Devastators were surrounded by a large number of Zeros, and one after another they were shot down in flames. Every one of the 15 aircraft was lost, and Ensign George H. Gay, who was picked up from the sea the next day by a Navy Catalina, was the only man to be rescued. The torpedo squadrons from Enterprise and Yorktown plunged into the attack after them, and they too were roughly handled. In the end only 6 aircraft survived out of the T-Jadal force of 40-1, and they did not achieve a single hit. Nevertheless, their blood was not shed in vain. The low-altitude Devastators drew the Zeros down after them, and thus made possible a surprise attack by the dauntless dive bombers, which attacked from a high altitude. Lieutenant Commander Clarence M. C. Kluski, of Enterprise, leading 18 dauntless dive bombers, made straight for the estimated position of the fleet. He failed to find it, however, and after flying on westward for a short time, surmising correctly that Nagumo's task force had altered course, he turned north and continued the search. This was one of the most significant decisions of the battle. The 34 dive bombers from Hornet found themselves in a similar position, but they turned south and did not find their target. McCluskey was extremely lucky. At 0955 he spotted the destroyer Arashi, followed it, and 10 minutes later spotted Nagumo's fleet through a break in the clouds. At about the same time Yorktown's dive bomber squadron led by Lieutenant Commander Maxwell F. Leslie, which had arrived by a different route, spotted their target. McCluskey's aircraft began dive bombing attacks on 3 of the Japanese aircraft carriers at 1022. 3 minutes later, when Leslie's squadron began their dive bombing attack on the Soryu. The 4 carriers of Nagumo's task force had almost completed their preparations, and were heading directly into the wind, ready for their aircraft to take off. Rear Admiral Kusaka later bewailed the fact that, given just 5 more minutes, the aircraft would probably all have been in the air and moving in a great mass to attack the U.S. aircraft carriers. The whole shape of the battle altered in those few minutes. 4 bombs struck Kaga, and as soon as it had gone up in flames, McCluskey's squadron scored 3 direct hits on the Soryu and another on the Akagi, and a great cloud of black smoke went up from these 3 aircraft carriers. In the normal course of events, bombs of between 550 and 1,100 pounds would damage the flight deck of an aircraft carrier, but would hardly destroy the whole ship. In this case, however, the 3 carriers each had a full complement of aircraft loaded with fuel, torpedoes, and bombs, so that fires once started spread in a rapid series of explosions, and these, exacerbated by the fact that the damage control units were caught unprepared, were fatal to the 3 huge ships. Hiryu hits back. Initially the Hiryu escaped damage and in a spirit of furious revenge sent up 18 escorted VALs, 7 of which eluded Yorktown's combat air patrol and penetrated the anti-aircraft fire from the carrier's screening cruisers and destroyers to severely damage the vessel with 3 bombs. A second strike by 10 escorted Kates. Scored 2 torpedo hits and doomed the carrier. Within 15 minutes of the torpedoes crashing into her portside, Captain Buckmaster ordered the crew to abandon ship, but the carrier was still afloat 2 days later when the Japanese submarine 1-68 found her in the afternoon of June 6 and, penetrating her screen, sunk her. Meanwhile dive bombers from Task Force 16 had crippled //RV/. Following the news of the destruction of Nagumo's task force, the staff of the combined fleet, ordered all their forces to proceed to an attack on Midway Island. Kurita's close support group of 4 heavy cruisers and 2 destroyers in the van was within 90 nautical miles of the island by the middle of the night and was preparing for battle on the following morning, but Rear Admiral Spruance, wary of being caught in a night battle, for the Japanese Navy specialized in night fighting, had begun to retreat eastwards in the evening. When Yamamoto learned of this, he called off the whole operation, and ordered the withdrawal of the fleet. The Battle of Midway is of particular interest in the history of naval warfare in that it marked the end of the transition period between the era of battleship domination and that of the aircraft carrier. But the Battle of Midway, unlike Salamis, did not decide the outcome of the entire war in a moment. Unlike Jutland, Midway did not bring together the opposing forces in their entirety. Unlike the Battle of the Japan Sea, it was not a conflict ending in the utter destruction of one of the two sides. If one considers the battles of the Pacific War from the point of view of their scale, then the Battle of the Philippine Sea and the Battle of Leyte Gulf were both greater than Midway. It can be said, indeed, that the Battle of Midway was the point in the Pacific War where the tide turned, but, contrary to what is often stated, it was not the decisive battle determining the course of the entire war. Japan did lose 4 of her major aircraft carriers, it is true, but this left Ziwikaku and Shokaku besides 6 smaller carriers, which more or less matched America's fleet of 3 large carriers and a smaller one. At the same time, Japan retained her superiority in battleships and heavy cruisers. In other words, it can be said that the Battle of Midway broke Japan's superiority in the Pacific and restored the balance between the Japanese and American navies. As is amply demonstrated by statistics, what really wore down the fighting power of the Japanese Navy was the exhausting struggle for the Solomon Islands, which began in August 1942. As compared to the Battle of Midway, where Japan lost 296 aircraft and 114 airmen, representing 20% of the total number attached to Nagumo's task force, in the battle for the Solomons the figures were as high as some 3,000 aircraft and 6,200 men. No doubt the primary significance of the Battle of Midway lay in its psychological aspect. In the words of the naval historian Rear Admiral Samuel Eliot Morrison, Midway was the first really smashing defeat inflicted on the Japanese Navy in modern times. But it had by no means been a foregone conclusion. 142. Stalingrad. It has often been said that Stalingrad was the decisive battle, and the turning point, of the Eastern Campaign. And indeed a glance at the map, with some hindsight of the German plans for the summer of 1942, would seem to make this the obvious site. Yet the irony is that neither side intended, or foresaw, that the fight to the death should be there. At the beginning of 1942 both the German Armed Forces High Command and the Stavka projected planning for the summer that grossly overestimated their own capabilities. In spite of the punishment they had sustained during the Soviet winter offensives of 1941, the Germans were confident that they could master the Red Army when the weather no longer impeded their mobility. And indeed there was some substance in this, for the terrible battles of the deep winter had been fought by a quite small proportion of the German strength which the extreme temperatures had isolated from maneuver or relief. More than 65% of Russians contest a few yards of rubble in the shattered streets of Stalingrad. 143. The infantry had never been engaged in the winter fighting, and had spent the winter in training and re-equipment. At the nadir of German fortunes there had been voices in the German Army High Command which had favored retreat to the line of the Dnieper and a suspension of offensive operations for a whole 12-month period. But with the milder weather this caution evaporated, showed that the Stavka, at least, appreciated where they must make their stand, and it was here that they were now directing their last reserves, which had been concentrated around Moscow. General Chewikov, who was to emerge as one of the vital personalities who inspired and directed the Battle of Stalingrad, brought his reserve army of 4 infantry divisions, 2 motorized and 2 armored brigades from Tula, a distance of 700 miles southeast. On his arrival Chewikov was given instructions so vague as to convince him that Front HQ obviously possessed extremely limited information about the enemy, who was mentioned only in general terms. Chewikov has described how on his first day he was on a personal reconnaissance. One came across two divisional staffs. They consisted of a number of officers traveling in some 3 to 5 trucks filled to overflowing with cans of fuel. When I asked them where the Germans were, and where they were going, they could not give me a sensible reply. It was clear that to restore to these men the faith they had lost in their own powers and to improve the fighting quality of the retreating units would not be easy. This was the moment which offered the Germans the best prospect of swallowing Stalingrad as postulated in the wide outflanking plans of the OKW. In fact, the Russian troops, though thrown into battle piecemeal as they arrived, proved just adequate to slow the German advance guard, now outrunning its supplies after an advance of 300 miles in 3 weeks. It took Paulus's Sixth Army 5 days to clear the Don Bend, and he did not have the strength to eliminate every Soviet position in the loop of the West Bank, an omission which was to have catastrophic consequences in November. Stalingrad now began to exercise its magnetism over the whole of Army Group B and up along the chain of command to the Führer himself, who moved his headquarters from Rasenburg to Vinitsa on August 25, where it remained until the end of the year. The Germans were committing themselves to the one kind of battle where their adversary held the advantage, forsaking their own enormous superiorities in firepower and mobility for a mincing machine of close combat. Hoth's panzers were swung north, out of the steppe into the brick and concrete of the Stalingrad suburbs, and for nearly 4 months the city was racked by continuous hand-to-hand fighting. The nearest historical parallel is with the Battle of Verdun in 1916. But there are significant differences. At Verdun the contestants rarely saw one another face to face, they were battered to death by high explosives or cut down at long range by machine gun fire. At Stalingrad each separate battle resolved itself into a combat between individuals. Soldiers would jeer and curse at their enemy across the street, often they could hear his breathing in the next room while they reloaded. Hand-to-hand duels were finished in the dark twilight of smoke and brick dust with knives and pickaxes, with clubs of rubble and twisted steel. General Dower has described how the time for conducting large scale operations was gone forever. From the wide expanses of steppe land the war moved into the jagged gullies of the Volga hills with their copses and ravines, into the factory area of Stalingrad, spread out over uneven, pitted, rugged country, covered with iron, concrete, and stone buildings. The mile, as a measure of distance, was replaced by the yard. GHQ's map was the map of the city. 144. Stalingrad. Tore every house, workshop, water tower, railway embankment, wall, cellar, and every pile of ruins. A bitter battle was waged, without equal even in the First World War, with its vast expenditure of munitions. The distance between the enemy's army and ours was as small as it could possibly be. Despite the concentrated activity of aircraft and artillery, it was impossible to break out of the area of close fighting. The Russians surpassed the Germans in their use of the terrain and in camouflage, and were more experienced in barricade warfare for individual buildings. In the first week of September, Hoth's tanks, operating in the southern sector, broke through to the Volga bank and split the Russians into two. A critical 4-day period followed, with the defenders of the northern half outnumbered 3-1, and the Germans got close enough to bring the central landing stage under machine gun fire. But the sheer tenacity and individual courage of the Russian foot soldier was the deciding factor. General Paulus's offensive subsided, fought to a standstill. It was now plain that a major strategic revision was called for. But the Germans were prisoners of their own propaganda, which had steadily been building up the importance of the battle. Any misgivings that Paulus himself may have felt were quietened by a visit from General Schmondt, formerly Hitler's adjutant and now chief of the Army Personnel Office. Schmondt strongly hinted that Paulus was being considered for a most senior post, but that the Führer was most anxious first to see the Stalingrad operations brought to a successful conclusion. Paulus's awareness of his own interests was, at all times, keener than his tactical abilities. This time he decided to strike head-on at his enemy's strongest point, the three giant edifices of the tractor factory, the Barricadi Ordnance Plant, and the Krasny Oktyabr Steel Works, which lay in the northern half of the city, ranged one after another a few hundred yards from the Volga bank. This was to be the fiercest, and the longest, of the 5 battles which were fought in the ruined town, and that which finally drained the offensive strength from the German armies in South Russia. It started on October 4 and raged for nearly 3 weeks. Paulus had been reinforced by a variety of different specialist troops, including police battalions and engineers skilled in street fighting and demolition work. But the Russians, though still heavily outnumbered, remained their masters in the technique of house-to-house fighting. They had perfected the use of shock groups, small bodies of mixed arms, light and heavy machine gunners, Tommy gunners, and grenadiers, usually with anti-tank guns, who gave one another support in lightning counterattacks, and they had developed the creation of killing zones, houses, and squares heavily mined, to which the defenders knew all the approach routes, where the German advance could be canalized. Slowly and at a tremendous price the Germans inched their way into the great buildings, across factory floors, around and over the inert machinery, through the foundries, the assembly shops, the offices. My God, why have you forsaken us, W. Tota, Lieutenant of XXIV Panzer Division? We have fought during 15 days for a single house, with mortars, grenades, machine guns, and bayonets. Already by the 3rd day 54 German corpses lay strewn in the cellars, on the landings, and the staircases. The front is a corridor between burnt-out rooms, it is the thin ceiling between 2 floors. Help comes from neighboring houses by fire escapes and chimneys. There is a ceaseless struggle from noon till night. From story to story, faces black with sweat, we bombard each other with grenades in the middle of explosions, clouds of dust and smoke, heaps of mortar, floods of blood, fragments of furniture and human beings. Ask any soldier what half an hour of hand-to-hand struggle means in such a fight. And imagine Stalingrad, 80 days and 80 nights of hand-to-hand struggles. The street is no longer measured by meters but by corpses. Stalingrad is no longer a town. By day it is an enormous cloud of burning, blinding smoke, it is a vast furnace, lit by the reflection of the flames. And when the night arrives, one of THO.se scorching, howling, bleeding nights, the dogs plunge into the Volga and swim desperately to gain the other bank. The nights of Stalingrad are a terror for them. Animals flee this hell, the hardest stones cannot bear it for long, only men endure. By the end of October the Russian positions at Stalingrad had been reduced to a few pfkets of stone, seldom more than 300 yards deep, bordering on the right bank of the Volga. The Krasny Oktyabr had fallen to the Germans, who had paved every meter of the factory floor with their dead. The Barricadi was half lost, with Germans at one end of the foundry facing Russian machine guns in the extinct ovens at the other. The defenders of the tractor factory had been split into 3 Zhukov counterattacks. But The.se last islets of resistance, hardened in the furnace of repeated attacks, were irreducible. Paulus's Sixth Army was spent, as exhausted as Haig's divisions at Passchendaele had been exactly a quarter of a century before. And all the time, to the north and west, a terrible storm was gathering. Early in September the Stavka had sent Zhukov, architect of their winter victory at Moscow, to the southern theater, and with him Zhukov had brought his colleagues Novikov and Voronov, the artillery specialist. For 2 months Zhukov carefully built up his reserves on the German flank and reinforced the Don bridgeheads against the Romanians defending the German northern flank. Of 22 fresh infantry divisions created during this period, only 2 were committed in Stalingrad itself. Virtually the entire autumn tank production was held back for use in the counteroffensive. Paulus's intelligence had warned him that something was afoot, but both Luftwaffe and army had grossly underestimated its scale. The Slay 8th Panzer Corps, 6th Army's sole mobile reserve, consisted of 92 Czech light tanks, with Romanian crews, and the remains of 14 Panzer Division refitting after 5 weeks' continuous action in the rubble of Stalingrad. Against this, on November 19, Zhukov threw 6 fresh armies, 450 new T-34 tanks, and an artillery barrage from over 2,000 guns, in a pincer movement that converged on either side of the German salient whose tip was at Stalingrad. The staff of 6th Army went sleepless for 2 nights as they struggled to regroup the precious panzers and pull back their infantry from the smoking maze of Stalingrad to protect the collapsing flanks. In the rear, confusion was absolute. The Western Railway from Kalisz had already been cut by Russian cavalry in several places. The sound of firing came from every direction, and periodically broke out between Germans going up to the front and ragged groups of Romanians in leaderless retreat. The huge bridge at Kalisz, over which every pound of rations and every bullet for 6th Army passed, had been prepared for demolition, and a platoon of engineers was on duty there all day on November 23 in ca.se. The order to destroy the bridge should come through. At 4:30 that afternoon, tanks could be heard approaching from the west. The lieutenant in charge of the engineers thought at first that they might be Russians, but was reassured when the first 3 vehicles were identified as Horch personnel carriers with XXII Panzer Division markings. Assuming that it was a reinforcement column for Stalingrad, he instructed his men to lift the barrier. The personnel carriers halted on the bridge end.